Alright, let's get going, why don't we? Now, last night, we got all organized and ready to start training. So today, we feed 3 brand new people, well, brand new for purposes of training, into our highly trained meat grinder. And hopefully nothing goes wrong. So, close the doors. We need to equip everybody first. Okay, put the sword away. Get a new sword. Get a club for ending the battle when the time comes. Okay. Sword away. Get a new sword. A club. Oops, wrong person. Sword away. New sword. Club. Grab the 3 training katanas. And let's go ahead and equip our 3 training assistants. Be fairly straightforward. Alright, everybody is properly equipped. Select our training partners. And make a nice little line out here in the middle of the room. Everybody should be at roughly the same skill level, so it doesn't really matter who trains with who. Save the game just in case things go horribly, terribly wrong. We'll go ahead and set them all down. And good thing I remembered in time. Everybody needs to be on passive for this. Okay. Go ahead and order some quick attacks. Well, that was early. Also, you... Goal engineer. Oh, that door took a little bit of damage. Okay, that's deeply unfortunate. Let's see if we can lure this guy in here. Alright, Anderby, I need you to run away. Technically, we don't need everybody to be inside the building, but I want them to be. Yeah, there we go. Door closed. Boom. Now get away from the damn door. We don't want people phasing out through the walls again. Hello, survey. Yeah, phasing out through the walls, serious problem. What the hell are you doing in here? Get your ass outside. Okay. You may repair the door. You may not go inside to interfere with the combat. No. Go away. Honestly. You waiting for me this time? Well, it's too bad that it didn't start 30 minutes ago like I had originally thought of then. Instead, I decided to watch one more YouTube video. Okay. Well, looks like we're going to have constant trouble with people phasing through the walls. At least it's our guys this time, and are easier to get them inside. But then we just move them around to the other side, and we can have them... Here, go to the other side. Yeah, there you go. Melee defense is going up really fast. Which is exactly the opposite from what it was with the last group. They're actually not taking hits every single time anymore. Hello, Dread. You're only 6 minutes late. That's not late at all. Technically, I probably should have a... oh, nope, get away from that wall, damn you. There we go. I probably should have a short stream prelude so people have a chance to show up before I actually start doing things, but... screw that. It's not like anything too fascinating usually happens before people start showing up anyway. We're getting hit a lot. That's because they are total combat noobs up against people who are, well, not necessarily experts, but have been around for a while. Their melee defense is actually going up really fast. Eventually, I want to try to train a martial artist. And that's definitely going to be interesting. The training binds, apparently they have been changed a little bit so that they do actually work, because they didn't used to work when I used them before. Although they still allow you to take damage to your fists when attacking. But apparently that goes away once you get higher martial arts skill. Anyway. That's 47, 49, 48. Take a look at everybody's stats real quick. Melee attack is going up very slowly. But they're all almost to 50 in melee defense. That's a good sign, I suppose. Dexterity is also going up slowly because that goes up when you attack. And they're not doing very much attacking right now. Also getting their asses kicked. There we go. Get on the other side of them, please, so you can fight in a different direction. I don't want people phasing out through the walls, that's just annoying. Okay. We're not even running this at fast speed, this is running at normal speed. Pick that up a little bit. Now we're really gonna have to worry about people phasing out through walls. Like, get on the other side of him. There we go. Oh wow, they actually hit somebody. I saw a green number. Really a miracle has happened. There. Don't go up the stairs, that's a problem. Oh, it's actually holding off a lot of those attacks now. Not getting hit quite so constantly as before. Okay. Defense is up in the 60s. These guys' melee attack is in the high 60s, so it's not like that's going to help very much. It'll help, but got a long ways to go before we start actually... Oops, no, get back over here. I wanted you to move away from the wall. Let's check on prisoner health. Looks like it might be time to feed them soon. Okay. Dexterity is now starting to go up a little bit. Katana skill is still shit. But melee defense is actually getting up there. They're going to have really high melee defense relative to everything else. That's fine. That's actually probably good. What? No, get over here. There we go. Okay. I do wish I could persuade them to stay away from the walls somehow. Alright, who abandoned their training partner? Yeah. It's definitely become a little less one-sided. It's still pretty one-sided, but... Up to... Oh, okay. There we go. First training session will always be the hardest because... Oops. No, get your ass back here. Because when they have no ability, it will take a lot more to get that first... get their defense high enough that they're not totally being steamrolled. Instead of just being straight up pushed around the whole time, now they can actually... Yeah, see, they only get pushed back every now and again now. They're still far from perfect, but... Just this little bit of fighting has probably made them good enough to kick most bandits' butts. There we go. It's really unfortunate they've only made one set of weapon animations. Oh well. It would be cool to have other kinds of weapons. Actually, I don't know if the pole arms use a different set of animations or not. We should probably do some staff combat and find out. I suspect they probably do. They're actually only a couple points behind their melee attack, their melee defense. Let's get to the point where there's a lot more ineffective hits. There's still way more red than green, but there's a lot less red than there used to be. Not really much more green than there used to be, just a lot less red. Which means the combat is becoming more stalematey. Considering it took the first trainees 3 or 4 full rounds to get up to, let's see, Slick's melee defense is 67. These guys have higher melee defense than the previous set of trainees. And they're not even done with their first round. Not even close. Maybe halfway done. Now their melee attack has a ways to go. But clearly fighting stronger opponents results in less balance. Okay, it's definitely time to feed our trainers, though. Okay, one of them ate, the others haven't. We're gonna have to go up on the roof. You haven't eaten, you have eaten, you have eaten. You're not going to eat because you're not actually hungry. Okay, good deal. Go back down here. Fighting shall continue. 70 defense already. That's higher than the previous group ever got. Well, that's not quite true. Zumi's at 76. Why do these guys have negatives? Indoor weapon penalties. Oh, okay. So they're actually probably at like 74. Yeah. Okay, so they're in like the mid-70s. So these guys are almost the same level as the previous trainees. As far as defense goes. Okay. There's actually short moments where there's no red text on the screen at all. And people aren't getting pushed around nearly so much. Much more evenly matched. Still nowhere close to an even match, but much more so. There's still plan to recruit these trainers when we're done training everybody. Although that's probably going to take a long time, considering I want to train the entire group And I might cycle some of the earlier trainees through again. Just to touch up weapons we didn't get, like, say, pole arms. And to build them up even more. And then we're going to have to go do toughness training somewhere. Probably go find a large group of weak bandits or something for that. Away from the wall. Unfortunately, I do have to babysit this process. Because there's too many things that can go wrong. And even if you used a larger building, that would help. But it wouldn't stop the phasing through walls problem. Like, for example, there, Dread just phased through a wall. Anyway, it wouldn't stop the phasing through walls problem. It might slow it down a little tiny bit. If you lined the inside of the walls with something, that might help a little. Probably not. I'm really not sure if there's anything that can be done for that. An outdoor arena with defensive walls around it, I don't think would help. Oh, we have a dude committing a crime trying to break our door open. Open the door. Who the hell are you, and why were you trying to break our door down? What is he doing? Well, congratulations. You are now our prisoner. And you get stuck in the outside cages. I hope trying to break the gate down was worth it. Re-recruit, why not? Okay. Has anything gone majorly wrong here? No, it actually looks like everything's going fine. He's got a little bit of food. Got some random clothing. Nothing else of any real importance. Go ahead and give him a little bit more food. And then we'll worry about recruiting him later. There. Okay, get away from the walls. Get away from the walls. All of you. Base is looking good. I'm quite happy with it. It's probably the nicest base I've ever built. And we haven't even upgraded the walls yet. We have the tech to do so. I just need to decide if I'm going to tear down the walls and try to rebuild them all from scratch, or if the upgrade's actually going to work. I probably should try upgrading around the... what do I call it? Around the actual gate and see if that functions. I'll try upgrading. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, then sadness. I suspect it's not going to work because you can kind of see already that there's going to be problems here with that step. Well, maybe there won't be. We'll see. It needs to be finished before I can tell for sure. That's probably the root. What the hell are you doing? No! Hope he didn't hit anybody. Yes, he did. Uh, where did Judd's training partner go? It doesn't look like he ran for the hills unless he ran awfully fast. Doesn't look like he can be phased below the building. Uh-oh. We have an escapee, and I have no idea where they went. Okay, well, somebody opened the door. And then who knows what happened after that. I think we're going to have to reload a previous save. Because we're not letting those guys escape. They're far, far too valuable. I don't see them anywhere on the horizon. Yeah, we have random bounty hunters over there, but... Huh, that's weird. Like they just disappeared. They didn't somehow get moved to one of the other cages. No, that would make no sense anyway. That's weirdly annoying. Alright, well, let's hope the autosave wasn't too long ago. Okay, everybody's training partners are still here. We do not have our new citizen. There they are, though. See if they start acting weird and attacking us again. If they don't, I don't particularly care, because we don't really need more people. Something just took a chunk out of his leg. Where's he even at? There he is. Okay, apparently killed the skimmer. Alright, well, let's try upgrading the main gates. While that's ongoing, let's keep a close eye on our little combatants here to make sure they behave themselves. Could you people please stop trying to phase each other through the damn walls? I wish there was a... What are you doing? Oh, engineer. Okay, he's going I'm worried he was going to go open that damn door. I'm having weirdly many problems with people trying to open this door. I wish there was a way to just lock it and say nobody can open it, no matter who. Under no circumstances are you allowed to touch that door. Also, right now, these guys are having trouble continuing to fight. If they get just a little ways apart, then they stop. Okay. Take a look at the walls. That's probably acceptable. So the real question is, what happened to the turrets I had built on the walls? Okay, they just move up to the new locations. Good. Or they move up to some new locations. This one never had turrets. Okay. I don't know if people can actually go up into these areas, but I'd like it to at least look like they can. So I want these stairs to be sort of accessible looking. And this meets the bill. This possibly meets the bill. We'll find out. For now, back to watching our regularly scheduled gladiatorial combats. Yes, that is acceptable. All right, good. We can probably just go through and upgrade all the walls. That's actually kind of huge. That'll save me so much time having to redesign everything again. Although we are going to have to do another scan of the walls to make sure they're all okay looking with after the upgrades. And any that aren't might have to cause reconstruction of sections of the wall. Because these are the final walls as far as I know. The final upgrade. There are no more tech levels after this. And therefore, if these walls have any imperfections, and we don't fix them now, we will be stuck with them forever. And that would truly be a fate worse than death. No, you do not get another hour-long wall building stream. Unless, and until, it is time to build a new base somewhere else. Oh, well, actually, I shouldn't say you don't get another one. We don't know yet if you don't get another one. Because you never know. Some section of the upgrades might go wrong, and we might have to tear part of it apart and put it back together again. Because just because one of the corners looks okay with one set of walls doesn't mean they're going to look okay with all sets of walls. That one's probably okay. We'll see. But anyway, there might be some jankiness that only shows up with that particular upgrade. There's no way to know until the upgrade is finished. Okay. Everybody's reasonably well fed. How are we doing on stats? 60 dexterity, 60 katanas, 60 melee attack, 74 melee defense. Yeah, they're definitely learning way faster this way. Trade caravan. Do I actually care about the trade caravan at all? Maybe a little bit. Let's send Azumi out to tell them to go away. No, I don't care about the trade caravan at all because they have shitty goods. And not even very many of them. Hello, Ash. Sorry, I didn't notice you until just now. That might need to be fixed. That's a problem, that gap right there. It annoys me. That's an even bigger problem, that gap right there. Yep, we're going to be rebuilding part of these walls, I think. Darn. So however trainers progressed, they're up to 80 defense, 73 attack, actually higher than that, but anyway. Yeah, they're on a level 73. $72, $73. We need to get this whole wall built before I can decide where the holes are that need to be fixed. Like, that's kind of egregious. And these gaps right here in this corner are kind of bad. So we might tear it back to the first full segment and redo this whole chunk in here. Our particular problem child of wall segments. Hey, look, could you people stop fighting right up against the wall, damn it. Holy crap. And you especially. Get away from right in front of the door. There we go. Like this segment going up the hill, the gaps are a lot larger with this style wall than the old one. That's all probably gotta go. Oh well. It'll take a while before the walls are built and we can decide which pieces need to be deleted and redone. If too much of it needs to be deleted and redone, then we're just gonna delete the whole thing and redo all the walls again. Because it'll be easier to get a better result that way. Instead of trying to make a short section of wall to fill in between two good sections is going to always result in the worst result than just adjusting the whole wall to work. I'm kind of curious if we would still have phasing through the wall issues if we did all the fighting on the roof. Get away from that door. We're actually seeing a good mix of red and green now. Still mostly red. We'll let those two fight on the roof and see how that works out. Alright, so... yeah, there's some pretty big gaps in these walls. I think we're going to have to delete all of it. Like, this is fine. That corner's fine. That corner's fine. Anywhere where it's joined between big segments is pretty good. Oh, wait, nope. There's a big gap right there. These don't overlap quite the same way as the previous version did. There's a lot more gaps. I think we're going to have to redo the walls completely. I might keep the bit around the gate. We'll see how that turns out. But the main body of the walls are going to go from probably this corner. Probably from these wall segments. Right, cut off at that corner. All the way to maybe over here somewhere, if that looks good. Speaking of which, katanas have hit over 60 on our trainees. We're up to 66, which is higher than the previous longest training session ran. Or not longest training session, but the previous trainee group, we only went to 65 katanas before we stopped for their first session. So we might stop the training soon and swap weapons. Rearm and refeed everybody. Anyway, actually, if I'm redoing the whole thing, I might just go ahead and redo the whole gates too. But I would like to make the gate completely flat. I have to think about it. But anyway, the walls look okay. And if it wasn't for the fact that it's the final tech level, I don't think I would bother, but... yeah, these are just a little too janky to allow to survive. So far, roof fighting is more reliable than fighting down inside here, so we might just remove these training dummies that we're never, ever going to use anyway. What building has the most roof space? That'd be the station house. I'm almost tempted to build a new training building somewhere. And get rid of the old training building here. I have to think about it. We're almost to 70 katana on all the trainees. They've all definitely gained a little tiny bit of toughness, but it's hardly enough to matter. And they've gained a rather large amount of dexterity. I wonder why it is that they can phase through these walls. Because there's techniques for handling collision with something that's supposed to be impassable, where you don't just measure if you collide or not. You actively try to push away from whatever it is. And you keep track of your of previous positions and current position, and if you're going through it, you know, actively push it out. That basically makes sure that, or yeah, you can do a simple raycast through the surface to see if it the new location is on the other side of the wall from where the new location is. Usually do a couple raycasts from a few points on the collider. And then there's other ways to do it as well. Some are better than that, some worse. To figure out if you have just gone through it somehow and then you just teleport back to where they're supposed to be. But in this game, for some reason, when dodging or getting pushed back in combat, they don't properly check to see if it would force them to go through a wall. And so sometimes you just phase the guy into a wall that way. It happens surprisingly often, too, so it's not like it's a rare bug. It's pretty easy to get it to happen. You just get in a fight close to a wall, and next thing you know, zoop, there you go. Like, it doesn't just happen in this training. I've had it happen a lot when I'm fighting in Rebirth, for example. Guards attack you, you dodge right through a wall. It's actually really easy to do that way, because dodge gives large, exaggerated movements. And you'll tend to have a guy stumble backwards right through a wall. Anyway. Alright, wall check. Will these corners here be good enough that I don't rebuild the whole damn thing? Maybe. Like, this last section of the wall here is really well done, except that. Boom, that right there is a problem. But I think I noticed that as a problem before. Yeah, that's the section I noticed as a problem with the earlier old walls. And this is also maybe a slight problem. Okay, there's a few slightly iffy bits in this corner. I think we're going to clean the whole wall up. I'm going to keep this segment, the gate, and this segment maybe? No. No, I don't think so. Because I want to I want to redo the gate. I might even get rid of these towers eventually. We'll see. I do have tons and tons of building materials. Yes, I do. Okay. Alright, after this combat's over, we're going to redo the walls. And I think this combat's right about over. We have katana skill in the 70s on our trainees. Yeah. Alright, blunt weapons. Okay, Azumi. Go trade with the Hivers. Not interested. Thea, don't come back. Gonna take a very long time for them to beat these guys down. But hey, blunt weapon training. Don't mind if I do. Really done any damage at all. It's all of them. Here, get away from the damn door. And you, get away from the wall. Okay, now help Dread with their guy. And now the two of you go upstairs and help Jack with his guy. Who apparently is pretty darn resilient. Come on, knock him out already. Just get a good hit in the stomach. There we go. Alright. Open the door. Izumi, come issue first aid. First aid. Why is Vats half starved? You have tons of food. What the hell were you doing? That's weird. Somebody must not have been eating when they were supposed to. Okay. Now, wall rebuild time. Okay. Actually, before we do wall rebuild, let's do a quick stats review. 73 melee, 73 melee attack, 79 melee defense, which is top of the class, pretty much. 72 dexterity, which is not bad. 71 katana. Pretty similar stats here. Looks like toughness hit 26 in everybody, which isn't amazing, but you don't really expect to get much toughness when you're not actually getting hit up much. They all made it to 31 blunt. No, okay, 24 to 31 blunt. Not terrible. Okay, these guys didn't eat much. That's fine. Okay. I wish I could view their stats just as easily as everybody else, but unfortunately. Alright, drop down to normal speed, and let's delete all this shit. And redo the whole set of walls. Which is going to be a pain in the ass, yes. However, let's get rid of this corpse furnace as well. It is a necessary pain in the ass. Because occasionally I can be a very picky person. And I want my walls to look nice, thank you very much. Unlike basically everything else in this game. Where whatever dev was in charge of laying out walls clearly could give a shit less. And hey, we can fix some of the more annoying corners there as we go. We need to get rid of mounted crossbows. There we go. Wow, this place looks weird without walls. Also, yes, there's a lot of building materials around here. Okay. Get a beautiful defensive gate 4. Game, why do you do this? Sometimes it shows up bright green. Other times it's a darker green. And you can't tell anything about when it's bright green. I wonder if it has to do with daylight versus night. Let's run the time ahead a little bit. Also, our battery charge is gone. We're gonna have to build more power capacity soon, or upgrade our power capacity, whichever one turns out to be easiest. If it does turn out to be a day versus night thing, then well, then I guess we know we always build walls at night. Okay. Fortunately, we got a long ways to go. Try it again when it's actually brighter out. See what changes there. Okay, see, look how much less bright it is right now. I wonder if it's actually too bright at night and gets dimmer during the day. That'd be weird. Let's wait till it's closer to noon then. Make sure it's as dim as it can possibly be. Okay. Now, walls, defensive gate. Yeah, so you can see much more easily now. This thing is completely tipped funny. Okay, we want it to be about, I think probably there. Then we're going to confirm. We're going to use the editor to tip it upright. Listen here, you piece of shit. I'm not clicking on... There we go. Now we're probably going to have to save and load to get that to straighten up properly. Training weapon mod is so good. Yeah, I know, it's amazing. Apparently, there is a training weapon somewhere in the game that can be found that does 0 damage in like one of the columns, one of the ruins somewhere. So something similar is sort of possible in vanilla, maybe. But it doesn't seem like it is a very well-known thing if it is actually possible. Okay, this is going to be a nightmare. What? You piece of shit. There we go. Now we're going to remove most of that. And onward with the next segment. Okay, full-size wall segment. That look good enough? I wish it was possible to display these as if they were fully built instead of using this stupid green color. I could actually see what they're going to look like when they're completed. But aside from this little bit of stair clipping together, which is unavoidable, I think I am okay with this. Come on. Don't really like this crack here. But I'm otherwise okay with how this turned out. I think we're just going to go good enough for who it's for and move on. Okay. What is with this? Okay, let's do a short segment here. It really does not want to allow me to start angling it down at all, does it? Because it feels like this is angling up too much, and I want to try to get it angled down a little bit. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Because it kind of needs to go like that. If I can get it... Yeah, there's only so much foundation. We're already starting to stick out of the ground a little bit there. I mean, okay, I'm okay with having really tall walls through this canyon. But we do need to angle down a little bit or it's going to come out completely weird. Also, this is just, yeah, not ideal. Okay, I guess we're doing that. Whether we want to or not. We can't go any higher than that. Gonna leave a disgusting gap. Wow, these tier 4 walls are really bad. Yeah, this gap there is unacceptable. Any amount of even slight unevenness in the terrain is just destroys it. Okay, so this has got to go We can't have it like that. This one ended up being angled up too high. Which... okay. Let me try something. No, that's not quite right. I think there's too much overlap there. That's gonna look terrible. And it, yeah, it doesn't look good up there either. Try that. Okay. That might be a small move in the right direction. Tier 4 wall just does not have enough overlap between the pieces. And so it ends up looking like trash. Okay, that might be okay. I don't quite like the way that overlaps though. Yeah, that's much better. Still not great, but it's better. Okay, I think we might have something going here. Okay, the problem is we're going to have to suck this down. And now we're quickly running out of the ability to get a reasonable amount of height going up this hill. Actually. That's surprisingly good right there. Okay. Yeah, okay. It ends up sticking way up out of the ground through that and then going much deeper into the ground on top of the hill. That's actually good because that'll help a lot with keeping it even looking. Okay, yeah, that's not acceptable. Like that. Then how much of a curve can we get going here? Probably about like that. Move that bit. Yeah, it's way too much inner curve without using short pieces. Short pieces just go insane here. Unless we do like this. There we go. Of course, all of this is subject to later revision. Okay. That looks good. Yeah. So far, so good. Okay. That's probably the most we can do with that. Nope, that's too much. Yeah, no gaps allowed. Oh, the big hill is going to be an absolute nightmare. Like, look how level the battlements are right now. Oh, wait. What is this gap? That's disgusting. Can't allow that to stay. Like, the battlements are surprisingly level because everything's either way up out of the ground or way down into the ground. Try to keep it more or less flat to keep there from being giant gaps like this one. We have to go back to like here, aren't we? Yeah, I think I was just too tight. That's the problem. Still kind of gappy. Not nearly as bad as it once was, but I still think we need to redo that again. Okay. Go like that, maybe. Then those we can do like that. And then we're just gonna have to redo the wall from then on because, yeah, at least it wasn't that much. Ah, no wait, that gap's completely unacceptable as well. Eee. Okay. Nope. It's to go. Basically making the corners too tight is the problem. And this really does not like tight corners. Unless they're tight enough. There's a weird... Your corner must be so tight or not tight at all. Problem here. There's too much gap. Yeah, we need to do one more small segment. Get that corner to keep going around. I think that might be okay. Um, I don't know. That's probably acceptable. Problem is if I build it and decide later that it isn't, then it's going to be an even more massive job to fix it. Anyway. Okay, we do need to start pitching down a little bit if I can. I'd like to not have to, but there's no way that's going to work. Okay. Oh, shit. No, those are small segments. I need large segment. The large segments just look better. Okay. I mean, small segments, we'll use them if I absolutely have to, but I only want to use small segments when I absolutely must get the angle right somewhere. So like in tight intersections, on tight hills, places like that. Okay, like right here, I cannot get enough height on this. Make that come out right. Am I going to have to use some small segments here to get a bit of a downward bend? Maybe. Okay, can I do it with a large one now? Not quite. It's a bit better. I think. Okay. If I run it like this. Are there going to be massive gaps? Yes. Yes. And also yes. Damn it. I seem to remember in some earlier version of the game that there was that walls, these flat wall segments had like semicircular caps on them. I think it was very early walls had those so that they blended together better. That actually worked really well. Unfortunately, they got rid of that. This system is ultimately better than that one was. If it worked for shit. Which it doesn't half the time. Because due to the way this particular wall is designed, you really can't bend your wall down or you get those big gaps. Why does it feel like they never tested this damn wall shape? Okay, the gap's too big. No, they're really small. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're nowhere even close to being able to get across there with a large segment. Please don't tell me we have to do another long segment of tiny walls simply because We're lucky enough to be able to force them to take the exact shape we want, despite them not wanting to. Yeah, look at that. It won't rise any higher here. We could go out for that rock and gain a little bit of elevation, but we're going across a short spot and we're not going to be able to help it no matter what we do. One thing we could do is kink it off like that. Problem is it has to drop down pretty steeply. Wow, that's just a disaster. Yeah, up here we're starting to get the foundation sticking out of the ground too, so we can't keep doing this. Alright. Back a few steps. Back a lot of steps, actually. Okay, so we're probably going to have to do a weird bent thing like this. Oh, you piece of shit. Don't show green when I can't build. Okay. We can get it to kink off kind of hard. And now... it gets us the downward bend we need. Actually. It's going to be a little bit hard getting back up to level. Ah, shit. That doesn't work either. Like that, maybe? Kinda. Yeah, kinda. Anyway. So, Survey, earlier you were saying something about you missed wall building, was it? Let's see. There we go. Okay, we're gonna have to get this started uphill again soon. So the sooner we do that, the better. Ooh, this might actually be a problem. I don't know if I can start uphill without leaving a giant gap at the bottom. Actually, okay, let's try something really dumb. Now, can I attach the wall to there? Yes, I can. We can put a piece of wall just embedded in there. Then come on, attach to the right one, please. No, that's not the right one. Okay. We need to insert a second piece of wall in here somehow. Okay, let's try that. And then this will allow us to much more easily attach to there. That enables us to get the filler piece we need, I think. See shit. That's janky as hell and I don't like it. No, attached to the other piece. Oh, did we do it? Did we do it? Yes, but also no. There's two pieces of wall in here, almost directly on top of each other. No, there's no way I'm letting that stand. Actually, wait. If I just remove that piece... Now it looks kind of okay? What the hell? Somehow we managed to insert one at just the right angle to bridge the gap between them somehow. I think that this is technically connected to a piece that doesn't exist anymore. Which would explain a lot, probably. All right. Okay, let's put in a small section here. Just a little bit to change the angle here. And put in another large section. Double check all this to make sure it doesn't look completely retarded. Is this still two separate pieces? No, it's one piece. Yeah, okay, I think what we did here is we managed to put a piece in and get it high enough, and then put a piece in that was still not quite high enough, and attach this to the piece that wasn't quite right, and remove that piece, and then we left the piece that looked okay, but didn't have the right attachment spot, according to the game, behind, actually filling the gap properly. I'm assuming that builds correctly. Extremely happy with how that turned out. And assuming that enemies don't treat that as a hole in the wall that they can walk through. Which, knowing this game's weird pathfinding, would not necessarily put past it. We still have the hardest part of the whole wall left ahead of us, though. Trying to get over this mountain. Okay. We've got a bit of an uphill swing here, and we need to change that into a downhill one. Thankfully, the downhill, we figured out the technique for that earlier, and it's relatively straightforward. It's annoying, but it works. We just need to go like that, and then we kink it off downhill. Okay, so what we do with this is we just go like that till it adds the filler piece, which is way too steep. Okay, yeah, no thanks. Kink us off downwards so it adds a filler piece. We get the right angle just so with the filler piece. That looks like shit. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Yeah, I think this might be a case where we put in a solid piece and then we attach a solid piece to the previous segment, if we can. Which is going to require more shenanigans. Here we go. Then we take this. No, that's not going to work. I mean, yeah, it will. No, it won't. Yes, no, maybe so. No, it won't. We need to have it to insert. We need to have it insert that filler. Okay, how exactly did I have this laid out over here? Where I got to kink down hard. Ah, okay. It's not quite smooth there, actually. Hmm. I think we might need to do this earlier. Way steeper than I expected to be before the filler pops up. Okay, why does it use a weird curve piece there? Instead of just putting a smaller... Like this piece is missing stuff. Okay, we can kind of get... Ah, that looks like complete trash, whereas over here it didn't quite look like complete trash. It looked okay, I thought. Yeah. Why can't we get this effect over here? Okay. If we can get... Now why is it... It's so eager to use the blasted inside corner piece when it shouldn't, but it doesn't seem to be able to use an outside corner piece anywhere. Or properly, anyway. Like right there, it wants to use the inside corner piece to fill a straight gap. And then it makes the thing disappear before I can get it to phase together properly. Okay, this might actually be... that's a really big lump right there. But I think that might just be our best hope here. Okay. We need to do another short chunk. Get this to straighten up some. I don't like this step, but I don't think I'm going to be able to avoid it unless I go into the editor and fix it afterwards, which I should maybe be able to do. Although the fact that I'm contemplating using the editor to fix a stupid bug in their wall placing code does not spark joy, shall we say. Why is it so resistant to placing a filler piece here? I need it to curve down. No, it needs to... Wow, this is really bad. If we would place that even slightly sooner, we'd be able to kink this off a little bit and have it come down the hill faster and smoother. I think we need to remove all this and work back from an earlier point. Namely, is this even going to be early enough? I don't think so. I think this might be early enough, though. Ooh, there we go. Now we're talking. See how much earlier it spawns that downward curve in? It's still got a little lip there, but it's much less of a problem. And we're just going to have to sink these walls way farther into the ground. Which is not really an issue, honestly. I mean, no bandit's going to be able to climb over that. And then when it comes out over here on this side of the hill, of glorious freestanding tall walls. Although we're still going to have serious trouble getting those glorious freestanding tall walls to connect to our gates. Which I probably should have thought of before. Oops. Okay, well. Like, look at that inner corner piece. Why is there a massive gap there? There should not be a massive... There's no reason to have a massive gap there. No matter how I move this, it doesn't change it so that there isn't a massive gap there. It's just straight up really badly done. Probably because this is just slightly wrong. I don't know, this whole thing annoys me sometimes. Okay, there, that's better. Now we don't have the massive gap. The inexplicably gigantic massive gap. Okay. Now we need to do a long segment that we can mount our glorious crossbows. Okay. And I screwed that up. Now we can put a long segment on, maybe. Wait a second. Inexplicably large, massive gap. Because screw you, that's why. But now we can get a pretty strong up angle if we want. The problem is we kind of don't want. The good news is it's easier to get rid of an up angle than a down angle. I think. I hope. Does this look acceptable? Not really. Also, I don't like that angle. It looks horrible. We need to get rid of it way back here. Don't think that corner is wrong, but something about the way I'm trying to connect to it just isn't working. And I'm not sure why. That looks okay. Okay, that's actually looking proper now. But how exactly we're going to get a connection between here and there, well, it should be a battle for the history books, probably. Many, many years for now. They will tell tales of Milo's battles between the between him and the Benchy wall building system, and how they rage continuously to this day. Because clearly I'm never going to get this quite right. Just for joke, let's try connecting these two together and see how hilarious the results are. That is what it thinks is an acceptable connection between two wall segments. This down here isn't completely terrible, although it's still pretty bad. But this up here is an absolute joke. Oh yeah, it doesn't even attempt to get to be on the same level. Not even a little tiny bit. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Hmm. Okay, so we need to kink this up some. If I can. Without opening too much of a gap up at the base. That will look bad. There's a bit of a gap at the base. And it does indeed look bad. Yeah, this wall, this particular wall model lacks sufficient effort put into handling height changes. Probably the best we're going to get as far as that goes. Okay. What in the world is this piece? Weird. Hmm. Okay, that's far from the worst I've seen. It's not good, mind you, but it's far from the worst I've seen. Not acceptable. Okay, that might be barely acceptable. Okay. We're getting there, I can feel it. Whatever weird shape it's inserted in there actually kind of works. Ooh, that is so close. If I could just fill in this gap at the foot, I would actually be okay with that, I think. Let's take out this piece right here. Attach it on the other side. Let's go that way. Ah, shit. Okay. That's very much not acceptable now. Put it all up. Okay. I think that's gonna work. What happens if we go from the low side to the high side? Somehow it's even worse. Okay. Yeah, we need to go back a step or two. We need to kink this off hard. Wait, what? No, put in a full-size piece, damn you. Why are you being like this? Putting in some kind of weird base-only piece. Okay, now it refuses to put a piece in at all. What is it doing? This wall building system is infuriating. Okay, can we get it to go upward? I've done it once before. Come on, you piece of shit. It's in no way acceptable anyway. Well, we got some kind of bottom filler piece put in now. Doesn't actually work very well, but we got some kind of bottom filler piece put in. Now there's way less gap. Yeah, it's still way too low. I misjudged that completely. Yeah, like I wish it would kink it up a little higher. Actually, there. That surprisingly did almost exactly what I wanted it to do. Now if we try from that side. Still not even consider doing what I wanted to do. Why does this system have to be so bad? I'll kink that up a little bit. We're getting closer every time we add a little segment or two. Well, wait. Okay. No, not quite. Yeah. Screwed it up. Yeah, it's completely unacceptable. That is completely acceptable, hopefully. Sticking out of the ground too far, though, is the problem. But very much is not completely acceptable. Guess that'll have to do. Okay. I placed that purely to get the interstitial piece there. That will hopefully help. Now if I kink this up really hard. No. Hmm. Yeah, that it will no way work. I might be able to use the editor to move one of those pieces into place. To make it look okay. But like, just no. Okay, the problem is I really can't move that filler piece. Not very well anyway. I could certainly try. Problem is it wants to attach. No, I don't want you to attach that way. Yeah, the only way I can move it around is with the mouse. Because none of the move hotkeys work. Yeah. This whole system is a very special boy. And I'm sure its mommy loves it very much. Fortunately, we can't do that. I was kind of half hoping it would allow me to overlay the pieces and then remove the ones I didn't want. Get it to come out right. Oh? Wait. Nope. Damn it. Like if I could move this up and down right here, that might work. I'm tempted to just try to enter the editor and move it around until it works. I think my OCD with the walls what caused the bad guys to glitch into my base. Nah, they glitch into the base even when I don't spend time on the walls. Because half the time they just glitch right through the gate is the main thing. Okay. What we are going to do is once this is built, I'm going to get into the editor and I'm going to see if I can move those into position. Failing that, we might have to tear back a bunch of this and redo it all. But this last little segment, I'm not going to get that to go together legitimately. Or legitimately. So, and we're going to have to wait. Oh, we don't really have to wait for it to get built. Okay, we want Position. Global. Or you know, local. Orientation. Position. Orientation. Position. That's only one segment moved. But I may do further tweaking on the surrounding sections to make sure the whole thing's more smoothed. I think that's what we're gonna have to do in the end to make it all come out okay. Was this the other one I said I was gonna tweak a little bit in the editor? I think so. Also, I didn't get around to unbinding that stupid screenshot button. Alright, good enough. Let's see how it builds. Yeah, like half the time I see guys who phase into my base, the group runs straight at my gate, and like the first 3 or 4 guys end up on the inside of the gate, and the rest end up on the outside of the gate. So it's not as simple of a case as they found a gap on the walls or something like that. Oh, you poor fools. I never did properly re-equip you guys, did I? Oh, let's fix that real quick, why don't we? I can... There we go. Congratulations on getting your swords back. You're not very experienced with sabers. Well, let's go find out what 3 newly trained guys do to a whole group. Well, with the assistance, actually without the assistance. This is 3 people fresh from training against a whole group of manhunters. And they didn't even train with the weapon type they're using. They trained with a different kind. I think Anderby was helping them out some. And he got chewed on a little bit. The rest of them took hardly any damage at all. Beautiful. But Anderby has a backpack on, so he's not terribly well equipped. I'm not even gonna bother taking their stuff. We're just gonna have our guys stand right here and look intimidating. Alright, let's pick it up to top speed till the walls are built. These walls, 4 building materials each. Not that expensive. Also, most of the building materials for them are just laying right there. So, one nice thing about these wall segments is that we used a lot less short segments. I don't like the way the short segments look. But I think as long as any issues we find aren't too egregious, we're probably just going to go through and use the editor to tweak them. Fix any issues up. Because otherwise it's just going to be too painful. I want my walls to look like they were built by somebody competent, damn it. The good news is this should be the last time we'll ever have to build walls. Because this is the last tech level of wall. Until the next time we build a base, anyway. And in that case, I can definitely do more careful planning to try to ensure the walls are all at the same altitude. AKA, I can just go, yeah, you see that big hill? Screw that hill. And stay off the ridgeline. Because honestly, building the walls through here, not that big of a deal. A little bit of tweaking around the corner here and like that, but it wasn't until we got coming down this hill was a bit of a problem. And then going up this hill and then back down was the other problem. But if we had built the whole thing more or less on the level, I guess this is kind of level, but maybe more effort put into finding a level. You guys aren't very well equipped, just saying. We haven't put any ramps up to get up onto the walls yet. I have to put one here if I can. More likely over here, though. And for this side, they're likely going to have to be way over here, which is going to make it getting to the crossbows a little slow, but oh well. Oh yeah, that's all the way up to 90 condition. Hopefully that'll last through a little bit of beating. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't actually put people up in here, but at least it looks like you can. And yes, that is somewhat important to me. Alright, so. Oh, wall wraps. Unfortunately, they can only go on the large segments, and they can only go on certain parts of the large segments. So it looks like the closest we can get is... I swear it was going to let me put it here, but I guess not. Looks like the closest we can get is there. On that side. And on this side, the closest we can get is there. But that is dangerously close to the path in, so I think we're going to put it here. And then we need to replace our missing corpse furnace that I deleted. So I wouldn't have to design the walls around it. And we'll put that neatly in right here. In a little cubby that's just kind of made for it. Also, here comes a big bug. I think. Well, that's not going to last very long. Remember when we had to run away from these things? Now we can just kick their asses. Okay. What all do I have for lighting attachment points on these gates? Not very many that are conveniently positioned on the outside, that's for sure. Why isn't there one right here? There's one on this side there, but not on this side. That's weird. Anyway. We probably should scatter spotlights all the way around the outside of our walls. But I guess that we could put a searchlight there. That'd be a bit silly. What I really should use is the good old light post. I don't think we're going to do any more lighting. I'm relatively okay with the way it is. And of course, we need to put new defensive turrets up. However, there's no reason to go for the old mounted crossbow we used to use. We can go for the big old fancy harpoon turret. Or we can go for the mounted crossbow Mark II with attached light. Okay, this does 90 damage, this does 75 damage. But it doesn't show us the other stats about it. I think we'd end up putting the harpoon turrets on the walls and maybe put the Mark IIs with lights up on top of the tower or something. Or some mix of both, yeah. Anyway, we'll decide that once the walls are done. And I need to build more power generation as well. So... do I put up more large generators on top of the hill? I can put at least one more over here without it looking weird. Probably a good idea. And maybe a few more small generators on top of the... yeah, after the walls are done. We'll worry about all that after the walls are done. Why are there a ton of pairs of wooden sandals out here? Sometimes it's better not to ask. Weird game is weird. Once we have our new walls up, once we have our power problems solved, once we have the copper drill in place, because currently we don't have anybody mining copper. Once we have the whole metal industry streamlined and running smoothly, which looks like we're pretty close to right now. Yeah, it looks like we've filled up on iron and steel, and now we're just filling up on raw iron. Everything's kind of ground to a halt for the moment. Then we do some more training. We probably should put our smith and engineer through a round of training, and that'll get all these guys to the point where they all have at least one round of training. And then we can start putting our farmers through a couple rounds of training each. They can all afford to take a break. And at that point, we'll have a well-rounded group that is reasonably well-trained. Not like absolute experts or anything, but... and with our relatively well-rounded group, we can go take on anything we want to take on if we wanted to do so. Problem is, we kind of need to hire a bunch more people. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my base? The drifter named Zoop. Okay. Go drift somewhere else. We need to get our walls back up so people stop walking through. Of course, we need to do a quick pass around all the walls, because some of the flaws that were obvious when we were building aren't going to be so obvious once they're built, or will be more obvious after they're built. That's okay. Won't crack, no big deal. Way too hard to fix, for one thing. That'll probably be fine too. With this wall shape, there's gonna be no getting away from those cracks. That's why these, instead of being flat on the end, they should have just at least a slight half circle. That would help fill in a lot of weird gaps. And then the half circle should taper off at the top a little bit. And maybe even at the bottom. It wouldn't matter at the bottom, but at the top it should taper down just a hair. So that it can overlap a little better. Oh wow. Probably should get back to training our smiths. Okay. Right there's the section I adjusted by hand. Likely going to require more hand adjustment. That's okay. That's pretty good. Is this the other section we adjusted with the editor? Yeah, okay, it needs a little bit more adjustment actually. It needs to be tilted slightly and moved down a little bit, I think. Okay. That. And then possibly moved up a hair. Very small amount. Look like out front. There's some combat going on. I think that's about the best we're going to get on that segment. Kind of like it, not going to lie. Okay. What did you guys get involved in? Oh. More manhunters over here. I would suggest you all leave as quickly as you possibly can. Okay, so I'm reasonably happy with this hand-adjusted segment. It's a little tiny bit wonky still, but... Actually, is this it? No, this is not it. It's up here. No, this is completely the wrong side of the base. Oh, it isn't. It's just farther down than what the hand-adjusted one is. The hand-adjusted one was right there. Yes, right here. I'm actually quite happy with this. This... I'd like to adjust this intersection, but the butterfly effect on this side of the intersection would probably be too much. Be worth it. Not butterfly effect. Well, butterfly effect kind of describes it, but also doesn't. This... No, it's good enough. I'd like to twist it a little bit and shift it sideways slightly, but I don't think I can do that precisely enough that I would be assured of having it look nice when I'm done. Screw it. Try it. Very small amounts. Actually, this is turning out a little better than I thought it might. Okay. Solution to Kenshi's wall problems. In-game editor. Where was that piece that had a bump here? There it is. Okay, you, sir, are going to get twisted and sunk just slightly. Okay. You want the green ring. Stop vibrating it. There you go. Okay, still not quite there. Yeah, it needs to be rotated a little bit more. There we go. Real close. Real close. Okay, we do need to twist it just a little bit more then, I think. Okay. No, we don't want to go more that direction. There we go. Still look good from the front? Well, about as good as it ever did. Okay. Clearly, I should keep this in mind for the future. Just get it sort of okay. Don't know about this one, Chief. That's real bad. I don't even know if I can select it safely again. Well, at least it's slightly less janky looking. Still janky looking though. Bit of Z fighting, but oh well. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be rotated. Like that. Ooh, that looks way better. Beautiful. Alright, after a while I just need to stop making micro tweaks to the walls, but... yeah, I think I can fix this. That. I don't quite want to move that too much. Here. We need to actually reduce the angle. No, we don't. Yeah, well, that gets us a smoother surface, but it gets us a wonkier external appearance. I'm okay with that. I'm tempted to fix that corner now, but no. We'll leave that one and this one alone, I think. Then again, if I twist this one a little bit, carefully, move it out very slightly, move it down very slightly. It looks way better. Yeah, it looks way better. Still not perfect, but it looks way better. Alright, that's enough micro tweaking of the walls. Let's save the game. Let's load the game. Regenerate the nav mesh. Okay. Click, old boy. I need you up on the walls. We need to do a can you run all the way around the walls test. Oh, you actually can get up on top of them. Okay, that's cool. I thought maybe you couldn't. Okay. You can indeed run around the walls so far. Which is good, because sometimes Kenshi will create walls that you literally can't run around. Because it's a dumb game that way. Okay. Now, let's try running down to the ground from there. And then we're going to try ordering him just to run up on top of the walls over on the far side and see if he can figure out how to path over there reasonably. Boom. Will he run on the ground, or will he actually run up on the wall? He'll run up on the wall. Good deal. And he'll get over there without any trouble whatsoever. Okay, how about over to that side of the walls? Yep. Down to the ground, up to the other side of the wall. Yep. Beautiful. I hereby declare these walls completed. Although now we have the hot spot from the spotlights right on top of the doorway, and I don't appreciate that. I might want to redo the lighting. Remove the spotlights from the towers entirely and put them down on the ground or something. Or shift the spotlight over one section, because we do want to get rid of these mounted crossbows. Because these are old-fashioned, junky mounted crossbows. Okay, we have one light. No, that light isn't actually that useful, honestly. I wish you could see what the lights would look like after they were built. But honestly, putting the lights up top here was cool, but it wasn't a good idea. Okay, lights. Spotlight. This is the weaker version of the searchlight. We'll put one on the wall there, and we'll put one on the wall there. Hopefully that will light up this center area bright enough that I'm happy. Failing that, we'll see. For now, we're just going to do those two, and we'll see what they look like. Also, stop complaining about building materials. It's a lie. It's Anderby's job anyway. Okay. Now, what do we have laying around the place? Lots and lots of iron plates. It looks like all the building materials laying out here got picked up. Yeah, so there's just some random wooden sandals, which we'll pick up right now. Which I guess are probably for people getting their legs chopped off, but you'd have to lose both legs to lose your sandals. That seems strange. Alright. Yeah, those are definitely someone else's sandals. They don't belong to any of our guys. Let's go ahead and make sure to pick up enough stuff that you'll be able to build everything. There. A little weak as far as lighting goes, but that's probably fine. We can just put a couple more spotlights on the walls. Yeah, we don't want to wash the area out too brightly. A little bit of light is better than a lot of light in some ways. Okay. Now. Defenses. Mounted crossbow Mark II with light. We'll put one in the middle on each tower, I think. And then we'll do harpoon turret Mark IIs on either side of it. Like so. We'll take a mounted crossbow Mark II with light and put them on the outside. Then we'll take Mark II harpoon turrets and put them on the inside like that. And then we'll do another lit Mark II like that. There. And fix my low power, yes, which means we should also go ahead and order another wind generator. Here we're going to have another fun application of the editor. See if you can at least get it something resembling upright before we place it. Jack it up out of the ground as far as we can, which isn't very far. Maybe we won't even have to take the editor to it. Move back from the wall a little bit so it doesn't look quite so weird when it turns. Okay. Yeah, I think it's straight enough. We don't need to bother with that. Okay. And then we probably should put some more of these small wind turbines on the roof of this later, but I'll worry about that when the time comes. Who are you? A UC Samurai. Okay, Izumi. Yep, that's the tax collector. Yeah, don't throw it in the ass. Speaking of the door. How about we don't actually close that? For now. Because there are iron plates scattered around, and apparently they want to go outside to grab them. Okay. Apparently there are other more powerful harpoon turrets available later. Yeah, double barrel harpoon turret. Advanced harpoonery. Contains theories for ridiculous looking advanced harpoon turret designs that can supposedly fire multiple shots. Anyway. So at some point in the future we're probably going to be updating that stuff. But for now, that is what we have. What exactly did we have left? 2 ancient science books and 1 engineering research. Okay, we're saving those for now. Never micromanage that many people? How do you do it? You don't micromanage them. That's how you do it. For example, this second group here, I hardly ever pay attention to, because they're all completely automated. They all have carefully thought out sets of standing orders, and they just go about their jobs. And all is well. What about their food? That's exactly what this group is doing. They're making food. And then they drop it off in the food storage, and everybody can go there to grab food. As long as you have a container that holds food. For some reason, everybody prefers to go over here and get bread instead of actually going over here and getting the dust witches. Probably because it's closer to where they're normally at. Even though that's not how pathfinding works. But anyway, It's Kenshi, what do you expect? But yeah, people will go get their own food if they need to. Most of the main group here are automated in the same way, the ones that are actually working. Like these three used to have jobs mining until that was obsoleted. Currently they're standing over there because we had a bit of invasion when the walls were being built, and they went to defend it and didn't leave. And then the rest of these are mostly set up to do smithing and things like that. But yeah, if you try to micromanage everybody, you quickly go insane. I think there's a tutorial fairly early on that explains how to set up standing orders. But basically, you just, when you're setting any order, you just shift click and it'll add it to their list of standing orders, and you can just drag it around in here to sort the priority. And they'll always do the highest priority job that they are capable of doing at any given moment. And then with a little bit of careful ordering, you can make them do stuff at exactly when you want. Have it all work out. There's still some amount of micromanagement required, but generally I can leave this base alone and it will hum along just fine on it without intervention. What is he trying to do? There we go. Time to pick all those up finally. Okay, it's just being weird, that's all. It's probably time to do another round of training. Yeah. Well, even if I don't do another round of training right now, I at least need to change everybody's equipment. I think we're going to do at least one more round of training with these guys. Let's put away the training katanas. Unequip their iron clubs. Put away their sabers. Oops. Go. And then I think we're gonna do longsword training next. There. Okay, there we go. Long swords. Yeah, let's do longsword versus longsword. No, I don't want to talk to him. Okay. You. Nice. They still got a decent amount of food. There's no real reason to do anything about that. Put all the katanas away. Okay. Now, we need to go through and make sure everybody else is on passive. Because if they're not, things are going to get exciting here in a moment. Pick that dude up. Pick that dude up. Okay, out to the middle. Drop game speed for now. Close and lock the door. Close and lock the main gate, in case. Well, see you later, Dread. Spread everybody out a little bit. Save the game, just in case things go horribly, terribly wrong. They shouldn't. Alright. Put your training partners down. Okay. Hello, Sealith. Alright, longsword training has begun. Now we wait for however long this takes. Because unfortunately there's enough weird buggy things that can happen while this is going on that we really can't just leave it run. For example, for some reason the way the dodging system is written, people tend to dodge through walls. That gets exciting. Or when they stumble backwards, they stumble into a wall. And they get stuck. Get away from the damn walls. There we go. Done with your abbreviated workday? Okay, how fast is their skill going up with sabers? I didn't see where they started, but they're up to 30 already. Too surprising, really. Melee attack and defense are already pretty high. Now they're just going even higher. I don't know how much training we're going to do on these guys. We'll probably train them with pole arms and heavy weapons yet, maybe? Because both of those are really good to know. Pole arms get some serious bonuses against certain kinds of enemies. Also, I want to see what the pole arms look like. Do they just use the same animation as swords, just same as heavy weapons? I suspect there's only one set of animations in the game for weapons. Okay. You two are in a bit of a danger zone down here. I would appreciate if you get away from the damn wall. There we go. If the wall is dangerous, the door is 100 times more dangerous. That's much easier to phase through than the wall is. Get away from the wall. honestly. I've considered building an outpost building and then building a ring of interior walls inside of it in the vague hope that that would be less problematic, but I think they would just phase through those, no problem. Although fighting at rooftops seems to be less problematic, so maybe I should try to make a station house because of its large roof and set the roof up as the sparring arena. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not going to change at this point. What's really exciting is when you're trying to do early game training in a house you rented in the city. Although usually if you're doing that, you've rented like a storm house or something and you don't really have a whole lot of choice. Oh, I don't even have a storm house around here. I think storm houses have a roof. Yeah. But you can buy a storm house in the city, early game, and then set the roof up as a sparring arena. Catch a bandit that the gate guard's downed or something. Build the absolute minimum required to crank out a weapon or two. And make yourself a couple of training weapons. Oh, look. We've got a guy stuck in the damn wall again. There we go. Thankfully, the solution to getting them unstuck is pretty simple. You just open the door and threaten to attack them, and then they'll come out. But it is why I have to pay attention. At least a little bit. Well, we're up to 56 odd sabers. Oh. 55 on the lowest, 56 on the highest. Oh wait, no, 57 on the highest now. Melee defense seems to be about 80 across the board. 76 to 77 melee attack. It's surprising how evenly this trains a group. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do anything, or much of anything, I should say, for toughness. We were at 26 toughness on all these guys, now we're at 27, so it does raise very slowly. But it's not really a good way to train toughness, that's for sure. Not really a great way to train strength either, although it once again slowly goes up. Strength is better trained by just carrying somebody and running around. Speaking of... Okay, it looks like this dude needs to be fed. He doesn't seem interested in eating. Okay. We're probably going to have to run everybody up to the roof then. For some reason... Okay, he ate. Yep, okay, they ate. Or one of them did anyway. The one who needed it. Your guys will eat the very second they become disengaged from combat. Your opponents won't eat until... Not sure what the exact condition is. But it has to be more than just has recently disengaged. Here. As easy it is up on the roof. I'd rather you got down off the roof, thank you. Because it's easy to keep track of everybody when they're on the same floor. There we go. If we're gonna spar on the roof, then spar on the roof. Or we're gonna spar down here, then spar down here. Ugh. I set the roof up as a training area for using training dummies and some training turrets. And then I never did actually bother using the training dummies because it's just so much faster to do it this way right from the start. I probably should just delete the training dummies. Right now they're just for looks. Training turrets on the other hand are useful. But honestly, if I actually wanted to use the training turrets, I should put them up on top of these towers. In group of 3 on each tower. And then have the guys up here assigned to have groups of guys assigned to run the training turrets. Oops. Well, don't do that now. Anyway, have groups of guys assigned to run the training turrets. And then when bandits show up or whatever, I can assign them off of them. And onto the actual turrets. Although the training turrets will only get them up to, I think it's like 30 or something. Yeah, max skill level 30. Technically you can train higher than that, it's just extremely inefficient. Okay, we're up to 62 with sabers already. Might be time for a quick weapon switch soon. I usually train up to about 65 or so just because it's easily accessible up to that level before things start to slow down a lot. And we can swap them out to heavy weapons and then pole arms. And that'll cover most of what I actually care about. I never did train the last group with pole arms, but I should train this group with them. There's no need to swap the training partners to a different weapon, really. Okay, everybody's sort of fed. Oh. There we go. The only real reason to close the door is just in case, to keep them from running away. And that's also why the main door is closed. In case they phase through a wall, they have nowhere to run. Anyway. $65 sabers. That's good enough for me. Let's start training heavy weapons. No, let's do pole arms first. I'm really curious to see if the pole arms uses the same animations. Because that'd be funny. Yep. Use the same damn sword animations. Oh, I guess. I don't know what I expected. We have a group of manhunters who probably isn't going to bother us. Okay. One of them got up on top of the walls somehow. Always annoying when that happens. See, several of them got up on top of the walls somehow. Always annoying when that happens. How the hell even? And now they're beating on the gate trying to get out. Leave. Don't come back. It's never all of them that get through. It's just like a few that are like on the edge of the formation or something. And I think it's the same kind of problem as what is, as how they can phase through walls while fighting. Because if you ever watch a formation moving in this game, you will notice that they are programmed to rigidly follow the leader in a specific formation. If the leader turns, if they're in a line formation behind him, the whole line just swings wildly. Which looks incredibly ridiculous. And that's not how you would program that at all. How you'd program it is how a formation like that actually moves, namely, you keep moving straight until the point the leader turned, and then you turn and follow them along the new path. Effectively, you'd have your formation leave breadcrumbs, so to speak, that basically you're drawing a trail, you're not moving a rigid body. But Benchy devs, what do you expect? Anyway, and so I've noticed when they move too close to a wall, or when they turn close to a wall, the edges of the formation tend to get squeezed through. Because in the same way as they don't properly account for not going through a wall when somebody stumbles backwards, they don't properly account for going through a wall when the formation moves. Sometimes it does, but not in all cases. Speaking of which, get away from the damn wall. And you doubly so. Nope. Yeah, get away from the wall. There we go. More random asshats inside the base. Go. Get away from the wall. Those are fine for now. How are you doing on pole arms? 45 already. Nice. 47 on the high, 45 on the low. Okay. Who currently doesn't have a sparring partner? You don't. Get your partner drawn out of the wall there, please. Nice. All right. Yeah. Okay. Are we done building the turrets yet? Not quite. Okay. Close, but not quite. About to correct them away from the wall a little bit, but they fixed it themselves. I really kind of want to try martial arts training with somebody. I think I'm going to order some training bindings made. There we go. We'll make just one. Martial arts training is complicated enough that there's no point making a bunch of them. Training bindings work a little differently from the rest of the training weapons. Assuming they work properly at all. Which supposedly they do. Why is it that some of these guys have their chest and stomach in the opposite order from others? Also, Azumi, what are you doing? Go eat. Oh. Somebody phased through the wall again. Okay, she's currently listed as hungry. There's food right to flip there. Okay, we've got a bit of fight going on at the gates. Why are you not eating properly? Here. Let's try the good old regenerate the nav mesh. Everybody seems to be pathfinding fine. They just don't seem to want to go eat. Here, you guys get away from the bread. Just in case. They'll eat if their inventory's got stuff in it. I've noticed we had some weird issues with people not wanting to eat lately. Get out of my base. And don't come back. Up to 61 pole arms. Be time to switch over to heavy weapons soon. How are the trainers doing? They're at 79 saber skill, 82 defense, almost 90 attack. Looks like 89. Yeah. 89 dexterity, 38 toughness. All of these are just plain old starving vagrants who had no skills to their name when they started. They're not exactly combat gods or anything, but they are certainly quite competent, I always say. We're going to do a little more training to get the whole group evenly trained, more or less. And then we'll have to go out and actually fight bandits and stuff to gain more experience. Because while this is a fast way to train basic weapon competence and such like, isn't so great for getting a completely well-rounded trainee. Because training this way will get you melee attack, melee defense, which are pretty fundamental and really good to have. You can train dodge this way. Martial arts you can train this way. Although you have to do that slightly differently. You can train all the basic weapon skills. You can train dexterity really easily. But you can't really shoot, or you can't really train perception at all. Toughness and strength. Very, very slowly. Strength might be possible if you load a guy down really heavy and try to train. Yeah, I don't know. But then a lot of the other really important skills, like say athletics, just no, you can't. And toughness is so incredibly important and fundamental to everything you do that and this doesn't really train toughness in any noticeable way. You get a little bit, but enough that by the time you've been through a few training rounds, you're probably in your mid-20s, low 30s in toughness, which is a start. If you go out with a group and beat up a bunch of bandits, take some damage, get healed, take a little more damage, get healed. You'll rock it up a lot faster than that, though. Of course, you got to be careful because it's way more dangerous than this is. This is pretty much completely safe. The biggest danger we have here is losing one of our highly skilled trainers. I think it might be fun to try to train Slick. Speaking of which, Slick, what in the hell is wrong with you, and why are you not eating? Slick, Vats, and Pollock are all not eating properly. Or, not eating at all. You know what? I'm not going to try to fix it. Here we had a guy phase through the door. Thankfully, he didn't try to run away or anything. He just stood there and waited patiently. Now we do have an idiot who's outside trying to break down the gate. Azumi, this is a great opportunity for you to go practice your crossbow use. For you to go practice your crossbow use. We go practice actually using a crossbow, please. Okay. Can you use this crossbow? Something's wrong with that crossbow. Can't use it. Weird. Weird. Why are you unable to use any of the crossbows? I don't think so. It should be possible to use them with any skill. Just, you know, not as well. What is going on? Yeah, they don't even pretend like they want to use them. Something screwy is going on here. Speaking of something screwy. There he is. Close the door. Get away from the damn wall. For repairing the door faster, you can damage it. Yeah, like they're not eating. They're refusing to make use of the crossbows. Let's save and reload and see if that changes anything. I've seen the not eating thing before. Like, just a little while ago. Before the whole wall debacle. What are you doing? Repairing the door, that's what you're doing. Why are you dumbasses all standing around the bread box just looking at it like it's... Your inventories are empty. Okay, let's try opening the door. That didn't change a thing. It's not consuming power because it's inactive, not because it's turned off. What in the world is going on with this? Not that they can't pathfind there. They can pathfind there just fine. They can pathfind right up to the damn thing. They just refuse to man it. We have plenty of power. So it's not like we have a power shortage. Alright. And also, they're hungry and refusing to eat. Why? Okay, their Jewel just ate. But that's kind of because it's her job to move stuff around. Like, I put it in their inventory, they'll immediately eat. But they won't go get their own food like they're supposed to. Okay. There's no AI setting related. Let's order a couple Dust Witches craft just to see what happens. I notice all the food that was in here, which wasn't much, is missing now. Apparently this was all eaten. And now they're acting like this is inaccessible or something. Also, they're weirdly acting like the bread's inaccessible. Well, the good news is nobody's phased through a wall. Alright. Go tell these guys to go away. I honestly could care less. Go away. Now. Your top priority is to work the cooking stove. We have an order in on the cooking stove, I thought. Okay. No, you did that order. And then you hauled it down here and dropped it off. Or not. No, they're in your inventory. Why in the hell are they still in your inventory? Only a few of them, though. Like, Spike is standing right beside the food barrel like he went there and ate. But his food is still going down. I don't think I've ever quite seen this before. Well, there was a bug back in 2018 where if you had auto dump on, they wouldn't do it. But this was working fine up until, oh, a little bit before I built the walls, I think. Wait, let me check something. Okay, the outpost circle does fully encompass the base. That's good to know. Actually, I'm going to move this a little bit, I think. It's not going to let me do it. Okay. I know there's a way you can move that, I just don't... I'm not going to bother. Everything is fully encompassed in the circle, so that shouldn't affect anything. Why will bats not eat? Regenerating the sector didn't work last time. Still doesn't work. Okay. Well, let's just keep you from starving for now. Okay, what are these guys? 75 polearm. Okay. Let's go ahead and end training. I just realized we have a small problem here. Or rather, we have a large problem. Namely that we can't put the training polearms in our inventory. But that's easily solvable. Just simple expedient of doing that. Alright, beat the crap out of them. Get back in their cages. We'll see what happens if we end training. If everyone suddenly goes to eat once there's no longer hostiles in the base. That might be the answer to the problem. But that still doesn't explain why the turrets aren't working. Come on, hurry up and knock him out already. Put in there. There. The last guy's up on the roof. And put him in there. Alright. The door's open. It really shouldn't have been, but anyway. Azumi, get your ass over here. Provide first aid. Not that much is required. Okay, are people eating now? Yes, as soon as there's no longer combat going on in the base, people start eating again. That's freaking stupid. Because the people engaged in combat will eat if they have even the tiniest break. But the people who have nothing to do with it refuse. Okay, that didn't change anything to do with the turret, though. Okay, so the test for this... Let's build a harpoon turret Mark II in the middle of nowhere. Build a mounted crossbow in the middle of nowhere. Boom. One of these we know previously worked, one of these we know did not. And we're going to see if it's something to do with mounting on the walls. So, like, I know mounted crossbows mounted on top of the buildings worked. Or at least pretended to work. Let's go ahead and put these 3 on crossbow trainers as well. Get a little bit of turret training while we let our training partners recover. I think we might do some try to attempt to do some martial arts training with Slick. Okay, where would have this gotten hauled? I ordered training binds made. I don't know where the damn things would have ended up. Well, let's make another set then, why don't we? Ooh, there we have beautiful edge type 1. Okay, Q. Training binds, edge type 2. Oh, there they are. They're little tiny 1 tile. Okay. Interesting. Remember correctly, martial artist binds are not weapons normally. I'm kind of curious how this works. They don't have an assigned weapon class. That one's edge type 3. This one's edge type 1. Interesting. Okay, let's queue a few fragment axes, because I like fragment axes. We'll queue 3 of them for now. They predict edge type 2 with a 36% chance of critical success. Okay. But neither of these is quite done yet. Okay, that's done. Zumi. Yes, you don't have anything important to do. Get over here. I need your help. Nope, she won't use it. Weird. Well, the basic mounted crossbow is almost done, so let's try that. Won't use that either. What happens if I turn passive off? Oh! They refuse to use it if passive is on. That's weird. Kinda makes sense, but also really kind of not. Yeah, they'll go use it if passive is turned off. Okay. That's weird. I guess it kind of makes sense, though. Alright, let's go ahead and dismantle these. We don't want them there. Because I had passive on to make it so they wouldn't run to the rescue of the people training. But I guess that means I have to turn it off long enough for them to go work on the turrets. But then the problem is half the time they want to run away from the turret. Which is annoying and weird. Anyway, we should put some training turrets up here so that we can have people up there training who are ready and quickly assigned to the guns. Won't I bother with that right now? No, I don't, because I want to build the copper mine that I've been putting off for a long time for no particular reason. Okay, copper mine. I want it as close as possible to the rock, allowing me to get ridiculously close to the rock. It was not letting me get that close last night, that's for sure. Right now I can just flat out straight up build right on top of the damn thing. I'm not unhappy about this. We'll put it, oh, right there, I think. Right there. Confirm. And then since that looks like shit with the crane, cables do not dangle at an angle. Just in case you wondered. So we're going to fix this in the editor. Like a proper Kenshi player should. Set those angles to 0. And then we'll shift it up out of the ground as much as we need to make it not look like total shit. We might need to move this around some more after we've finished building it, but that's probably acceptable right there. Okay. We're probably going to need more power after that's done. I don't know how much power that uses, but I'm guessing the answer is a lot. How much does this use? 35. Yeah, it's going to push us up to... Well, it's going to push us over the limit. So we need to add more power as well. We could research better generators, I think, at this point. But I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to do what I should probably have done a long time ago. And put some small generators on the roof here. The small generators react better to light winds than the big generators do, which is nice. So it's good to have a mix of both if you can. Also, the small generators can go on roofs. The big generators cannot. So, yeah, you know, why not? If you're in town, generally these are one of your only sources of power if you don't get a fuel generator. Looks good enough. Okay. We'll just turn everybody off passive for now. We're not doing any training. That does mean anybody who is dumb enough to enter the base is going to get informed of their bad choices rather quickly. We're up to almost around 20 on our current trainees. We can only hit 30 before that stops working. It's weird how the turrets just end up pointed wherever they jolly well feel like when they're created. That one's pointed straight up, for example. I actually run a Zumi around and have her get on each of the turrets so that they're pointed in a default direction, kind of. Okay, that actually turns the lights off when they get off at 10. That's good. That's very good indeed. There's no point in having a light that we're not using shining off to who knows where. Okay. Good. Azumi is going to pick up this copper here instead of grabbing it out of the container. Alright. Everything is going pretty well in the old base. Except I think Kumo has deadlocked himself because he is too stupid to know how to put a weapon away after he's done smithing it. Yes, he has. We've got some Edge Type 3 Fragma Axis. If we can get a third one, that'd be amazing. They don't actually do that much damage than Edge Type 1. But they do a whole... Yeah, they do a whole 10th more damage than the Mark 1, Mark 3s even. I kind of wish we had a... Actually, we can make one. After he finishes this Fragment Axe, go ahead and queue up a really shitty Fragment Axe. Let's do refitted blade. So you can find out what an early game, what you're likely to find as loot, Fragment X, would do compared to a late game, absolute best you can possibly make, even with the assistance of mods. Well, you can get more mods than that, but you can make Edge Type 2 weapons in vanilla, I think. But this mod makes it so that you can critical success get to Edge Type 3. Normally you'd have to critical success get to Edge Type 2. We basically maxed out our smithing ability now. Which is pretty cool. We're running low on iron, actually, surprisingly. We kind of need a second iron mine. We're just not keeping up with the plate consumption. Admittedly, we're building some pretty expensive items that use lots of iron plates, but not that many. Problem is that we're running low on ore. Well, okay, I guess that's not quite true. We are building a lot of things that do use a lot of plates. But we still need more ore. I'm happy with the way this is positioned. It looks nice. We have city heroes versus outlaw farmers attacking outside our gates. It looks like the city heroes won. Barely. Very barely. Better hurry up, patch your buddy up or he's gonna lose his arm. Okay, they saved that arm just before it could fall off. He's still down an arm though. Anyway. At least none of them phased inside my walls and decided to come in for a visit. Meanwhile, our turret trainees are up to 24 each. Not too bad. Our wondrous smith has once again decided he doesn't actually know how to store something. Okay. We actually can't make the shittiest quality thing because we're too skilled. The worst weapon we can make is a Khotun number 1, which is actually a pretty reasonable... Wow, I found a not half bad weapon for the early game. And maybe even to the mid game a little bit. Unless you're buying nice ones, which you probably should. But anyway. If you loot something off an enemy and you find a Khotun number 1, it's not too bad. It does less than half the damage of the best ones we can make. Also, the crafted by message is completely different for the earlier quality ones. Interesting. Okay. Now, I have no idea what weapons we're going to end up using for everybody. I'm kind of tempted to do things like Falling Suns. for the beak thing and Leviathan plus damage. I don't really like the cleavers. They get a really nice plus armor penetration though. The Paladin's Cross is interesting if you're going to fight robots. Plus armor penetration, plus damage to robots. But like, a good club is just as good at that. Clubs are kind of crazy as far as armor goes. Because they can just hammer right through armor. Fragment axes are basically clubs, but sillier. With a little bit of cutting damage. Katanas. I don't know about the katana, honestly. They get an armor penetration malice. They do have attack bonus. Damage versus humans is a little bit better. Damage versus robots is way worse, though. I don't really think there's ever any reason to use a katana, honestly. Foreign saber. Look weird. Longsword. Longsword doesn't really have anything good going for it. It just has a bunch of downsides. Yeah. Fragment axe is cool, but it's really heavy. Kind of want to give your fragment axe users a backup weapon of some kind. Ringed saber. I don't know. I like the desert saber because damage versus spiders. But honestly, we're not likely to encounter them that much. Clubs just seem meh. Pole arms just give you a straight plus 50 damage to animals. Which is pretty cool. Plus armor penetration, which is also cool. Massive indoor penalty, which means you probably want to give them a backup of some kind. Heavy pole arm. A little bit less damage to animals. A lot more damage, though. Yeah. Naginata Katanas. Plus 25% to animals, plus 25% to humans. It does have that minus 19% to robots, which might hurt a little. And also less armor penetration. I don't really like cleaver type weapons too much. Horse chopper is about as bog standard of a weapon as you can get in a lot of ways. Falling Sun is interesting because it's really good against large things. Naginata has a pretty good plus damage to animals. Standard pole arm. Old saber. Kind of one of those large clump of sabers that all look kind of the same and are very minorly statistically different. The plank, which is basically the fragment axe, but less cool. Boon cleaver. Oh, which has a pretty good damage versus robots bonus and pretty good armor penetration bonus. Ninja blade, which is just... yeah. Dumb. Staff. Don't. It's just a long club. Got a little tiny bit of cutting damage, but not enough to hardly matter. Kind of boring. Copper, which is just a gigantic sword. A little bit of armor penetration problems, but yeah, no weapon is the best, obviously. Except the fragment axe. Everyone knows the fragment axe is the best possible weapon in the game. I don't know if I'll bother with crossbows very much. They're a lot harder to train. And they're harder to make, too. Although I do know a place where I can buy them. High quality ones, too. Oh. I think I'm going to crank out a ton of... I almost want some ninja blades as backup weapons. 1.26 cutting damage, no blunt damage. Minus 20% armor penetration. Minus 39% damage versus robots. How does that compare to... Fortunately, this list is not in any sensical order. Minus 30% armor penetration. Plus 4 indoor bonus. Minus 39% damage versus robots. 1.42 cutting damage. Okay. So I think these little guys would actually be better. For backup weapons. We'll make 20 of them. That should be plenty. Edge type 2, so hopefully a lot of them come out as edge type 3s. We'll sell the edge type 2s, we'll keep the edge type 3s. We'll equip everybody with one, and then we're going to start deciding what we want for primary weapons. It's probably time... Let's see, what do you guys need to train yet? Packers, heavy weapons. I think I might make these 3 my heavy weapon guys. It's probably time to pull them off the roof and have them start training heavy weapons. They're all at 25 turrets out of the max they could train of 30 anyway. So let's go ahead and get started on the final training cycle for this group. Because I hate buildings that aren't perfectly flat, I should check out the slopeless mod. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody had made a mod to fix that problem. I too have a mod to fix that problem. It's called the DevTools. But I should probably check that mod out. Because just because DevTools are a solution does not make them the solution. Also, we're going to have to restart food production soon. Well, not really. Blick, what is wrong with you? There we go. Got stuck somehow. Alright. Time to feed the prisoners. We're gonna keep these guys using sabers for now. Partially because I'm lazy. Partially because I think I might end up using a saber type weapon on them. Okay. Close the door. Check that they're all reasonably well fed. Should be good enough. I don't think I equipped these guys with weapons yet. Did not. That would be a short training session if I left them set up like this. Okay, heavy weapon. Good old boring training planks. Looks like we have a trade caravan to deal with soon. Okay. Training is good to go. As soon as we deal with these little problems. AKA the caravan. I highly doubt you have anything I care about. You don't really. I wouldn't mind buying these ration packs, but they're ridiculously expensive for what they are, so we're not going to do that. They have no money to buy anything unless I buy something from them, so it's kind of pointless. Okay. Doors sealed. I'm actually going to check out that mod before I forget about it. Go. Allows you to level buildings without development tools or having to carefully drag it. Buildings with natural and realistic look can play very well. Okay, yeah. Used an uneven terrain, but it works just fine. It's much as inside hill walls should work well just by any mods. Okay. I think I've looked at this mod before. Completely removes slope requirements for buildings to make placed in any terrain. Terrain gets removed from inside the building. Yeah, that's a vanilla feature. So it can be placed as much inside mountain walls, which yes, but it's kind of weird if you do that. Increase vertical position tolerance. That's nice. Adds a second version of gate structure group called Defensive Gate Single Mode. It behaves exactly like the usual counterpart, except they are placed like normal structures. For additional building freedom. All that can be done without development tool. Don't need, okay. Yeah, you can just use development tool too. And it's even more flexible. Ah, known issues. This is the fun part. Addition of gate single mode is made unnecessary after an update, but it wasn't deleted. Now both gate versions should operate the same, cluttering building list a little bit. Why? Just make it unbuildable. Existing ones will still be there, but anyway. Constructions that are too much inside hill walls or other harsh terrain will behave weirdly. Yes, that is well known. You can use dev tools to shift things into structures and then they get weird. Buildings still follow slopes. You just gotta hold the change slope hotkey and it snaps perfectly. Okay. That explains how they got around that problem. Buildings with balcony inside the terrain mess up. People can go upstairs and teleport above ground, and that screws up pathfinding. Don't use buildings with balconies inside hills if you want that to happen. That sounds pretty typical. Most of these sound like the kind of problems you would expect from working around vanilla problems. Doesn't help much with walls. It does allow you to place them anywhere, but it still looks weird. Remove building collision with other buildings. Overlapped building behavior is such that both buildings keep its collision and textures. The overlap sections have no pathfinding. How exciting. Also a little bit of overlapping, specifically as long as it's unreachable parts, can actually make sense. It's completely harmless. Yeah, that's not a big deal. When trying to zoom and look from inside buildings, inside cliffs, the camera collides with the hill. Yes, that is part of the weirdness of building in a hill. There have been complaints about buildings moving after placed. This happens when you update the mod, peaking certain values. All I can say is working on some other thing. Okay. Yeah. It looks useful. I don't think I'm going to install it because I'm comfortable with using the dev tools to move things around. I don't really need to. But it looks like it would get you a lot of what moving things around with dev tools gets you without having to use the dev tools. I'm going to need to set everybody back on passive before I forget. Boom. That should be everybody. Yep. Okay. Let the combat begin. Go heavy weapon training. After this, I will declare training done for these three, and we'll move on to Polar Cannery and VATS. Copper ore drill is done, which means we need to assign VATS to haul to the copper storage whenever he's not hauling to anything else, which, yeah. I guess he'll do that occasionally. Gonna get a good amount of athletics. He's up to 85 athletics. Yeah. As far as my quick look through the issues, could tell. All the issues with that mod list are issues that you can very easily get with the dev tools if you are not careful how you move things around. So it's not like it does anything weird or unexpected. It's more of Benchy has a bunch of weird bugs related to building positioning, then that mod has weird bugs related to building positioning. Although, of course, it doesn't list the perennial fan favorite. I placed a building and now all the pathfinding's broken. Thankfully, that one happens far, far less than it used to. There were times where if you had a base this size, placing any kind of new structure was taking your life into your hands. You want to base the fraction this size. Oh, what fun. The tax collector's here. Oh, hey, how exciting, everybody. The tax collector's here. Yeah, don't throw itch in the ass. We've got pretty close to over 50 relation with UC. At 50 relation is where they start being considered allied. That's why the trading guild has stopped stopping around, by the way. We're considered allied with them. Which is kind of a interesting edge case of that mod. Two different idiots got themselves locked out on two different sides of the base. Yeah, I would appreciate if you'd get away from the walls a little bit, okay? You pay the trading guild 75k to become a member. You also get friendly with slave hunters. I don't really want to be friendly with the slave hunters, though. I mean, it would be less annoying, but yeah. I don't necessarily want to be allied with UC either. I might actually uninstall that mod that gives you plus relation whenever you pay your taxes. Like in the case of the trading guild, I don't necessarily want to be a member of the trading guild. They're kind of strong-arming me into it. But oh well. We have a winner! Get your ass out of there. Okay, we're gonna rejoin the fight. There we go. How are we doing on heavy weapon training? 54. Attack is over 80. Defense is up to 84. We're actually pretty close to on par with our little training buddies here. This one needs a bit of food. Okay. He didn't want to eat whenever he ran off, so let's run him upstairs. Okay, let's check to make sure everybody ate. I would like to click on... Okay, there we go. Yeah, he ate. Good. Alright, we don't want to let them get malnourished. I was looking around a little bit to see what kind of reactivity the world actually had. And apparently, it's pretty limited to tying a specific event to the death of a specific character. Or some other change in the state of a specific character. So you free a certain character from jail, a certain change happens to the world state. So you could, for example, show up, kill nearly everybody in a town, as long as you don't kill the leader, or whatever. The town will be fine and it'll act like nothing happened, really. I think it does change the wealth of the town or whatever, if you do things like that, but it's not particularly noticeable usually. Although sometimes if a town is less than a certain wealth, it might not have certain things available. But it's usually pretty limited, what I understand. And even with the reactive world mod, there aren't really that many things that can change. If you kill the leader of this one group of bandits, the other group of bandits will take over the group places that the first group had, kind of things. Which I think it would make more sense to make it be abandoned, maybe, sometimes. Bandit group falls apart, maybe? I guess that's not how they work it. At least there's a little bit of reactivity, but... I'm seeing quite a lot of green text to go along with the red. We're up to 65 or so, 62 heavy. I'm going to let them train a good bit, because I think I'm going to leave these 3 using fragment axes. Speaking of fragment axes. Yeah, we do have 3 edge type 3 fragment axes available to use. Nice. I should put in more orders for blackened chainmail as well. How are we doing on steel? Pretty good, actually. Okay, let's put in a bunch of orders for blackened chain mail. Yeah, 15. That'll be good enough. Hopefully that'll get us a reasonable number of masterworks. That'll be our new uniform shirt. Also, hopefully that trains up our smith a little bit more. We're definitely running low on iron ore. I should try to see if I can figure out how to put in another iron mine without completely messing everything up. Get one here with 99. That might not be the dumbest idea ever. Once we straighten it up. Yeah, that might work. Okay. Okay, I think that's about right. Two iron mines, 2 iron processors, steel processor. The knowledge that this piece right here is hovering slightly off the ground is going to annoy me forever. But I don't want to fix it because I like the way the rest of it looks. This copper drill, by the way, is a mod thing. Because for some reason copper drills aren't in the game. Seems like a weird oversight. But then I guess you don't really use that much copper most of the time, so having a little bit of manual mining probably doesn't hurt anybody. I'm actually going to remove hauling to the copper storage from Bats' jobs because he's clearly far too busy to handle that. And I'm going to add it to Zumi's job because she runs the electrical workbench anyway. And that's the main consumer of copper at the moment. So it kind of makes sense. Also, free strength and athletics training. Not much strength training. One piece of copper is nowhere enough, actually, so it's just pure athletics training. I should set up a strength training thing somewhere. I need to see if the old order them to haul between two storages still works fine. I need to probably recruit a couple bandits or something to help out. Up to almost 70 on heavy. Okay, so I'm curious. I've heard it's better to train with large backpacks or something similar. Don't know if it actually works so that their training speed is based on here, we need to check these guys, make sure they're eating fine. I don't know if training speed is based on base stats, which is what it should be based on, or if it's based on current stats, which it probably shouldn't be. Because if you have it based on current stats instead of base stats, it makes it too easy to do things to reduce your current stats and train at a much faster rate than you should be able to, and thereby rocket up to high level. Then you just wait till you get to, so it gets to the point where it's too slow to train, and then you stack them up with all kinds of things that reduce their ability and then keep training. Or it could be that the idea is to reduce your skill effects so you get hit more or something. I'm not sure. I should probably test it and find out how it works. Or look it up somewhere. And it probably wouldn't hurt to, for strength training, try fighting while encumbered. Which I guess is part of the reason why we're wearing armor. We are considered heavy. Moderate encumbered. We're using heavy weapons. A few steel bars would push this up pretty fast. Steel bars are like, oh, they're only 4 kilos apiece. I thought they used to be more than that. Maybe they reduced it. Actually, copper would be fine too. Steel bars are long and skinny though, so they fit in the inventory better. There's a lot of edge type 2s, only one edge type 3. Sadness. What's the actual chance? 28% chance of critical success. Alright, that's not great. You just want a mod that lets you rotate items to better fit the inventory? Unfortunately, I don't think there's any possibility of that. This game's kind of limited in what you can mod. It's not like a Unity game where you can reach in and actually adjust the code. If I remember correctly, this was made on the Ogre 3D engine, which is not really an engine that you hear much about. Or that you honestly ever really heard much about. It was/is an open source engine that never really went anywhere. Okay, we need to open the door. Get out of the wall, you dumbass. There we go. The good news is he was going to need feeding and he ate something, so. Meanwhile, Jack's trading partner is still fine. Okay, good. Anyway. So the game, I think it's written in C++. And there's no real possibility to easily reach in and change anything the game doesn't let you change. Theoretically, you could, but the amount of work required would be not worth it. Okay, get him down off those stairs. Being up on the roof is nice and easy, but it also is annoying because I can't keep track of all 3 guys, and one of them is running around up there. You can't really see him very well. 73 heavy skill, 73 heavy skill, 73 heavy skill. Okay, I'd like to get up to like 80 or something if I can. It's gonna take quite a while though. We do have everybody else starving because they're too stupid to get food while there's combat going on in the base. Now that we've figured out what the problem is, that's easy to fix. There. Important. Oh, let's see. Okay, I was about to worry about getting those away from the wall, but they handled it themselves. Like proper adults. Okay. So these 3 need training yet. All of them are slightly competent already, but they could definitely use some more competence. I need to get a person who's dedicated to handling the iron refinery and stuff. Iron refineries, I guess. Second iron mine is up and running. Seemingly flawlessly. How are we doing on power? 400, 349, 450. Okay, so we got plenty of power. Not a problem. Get away from the wall. Just need an auto rifle run and you'll be all emerald. Oh, that's cool. I still have that just one diamond weapon. I need to play more crab soon. Oh, tomorrow will be the delayed Red Alert 3 stream. And then I don't know what is happening with Barotrauma. Last time AF just didn't do it. I don't know if he's tired of it and wants to stop, or what the deal is with that. There should be at least some time prior to that for try some crab. I have a shit ton of drop frames right now. So multiplayer is not going to happen. I need to complain loudly to the ISP once these holidays are over, aka tomorrow. But anyway. How are we doing on, okay, 76, 76, 76. Okay, we're up to 88 and 86 attack and defense respectively underneath this guy. Toughness at 33, which isn't bad. Dexterity is 87, strength 43. Although it's not that high on the other two. Dexterity's pretty even across everybody though. Kazumi needs some food. Why would you go drop off the food I give you, but you won't go get food to eat? Sometimes this game is weird. All the time this game is weird. It's so close. It just didn't receive the polish it needed. Like any of it. Oh, hopefully Kenshi-chu. I'm not going to hold my breath, but hopefully Kenshi-chu. Yeah, these guys got dexterity of 92. That one does. I think they're all 92. Yeah, they all are 92. Toughness of 40, toughness in the 40s. Just from slowly building up. Strength in the 40s. Which means that's not amazing. There's plenty of characters out there who have toughness in the 60s and such like. But that's a really good base to build on. '92 melee attack. When we throw in another group of noobs to train, it's going to be exciting. Going to get the shit beat out of them, let's put it that way. But that's fine. That just means they'll learn melee defense really, really fast. Oh, even these guys are still struggling. They're getting hits in, but they're defending themselves pretty well. But they're certainly still taking a lot more hits than they put in. Admittedly, it is heavy weapons versus sabers. And the heavy weapons will probably be a little slower. Cool thing the heavy weapons have is that you can take on whole groups of them because they have a sizable AoE. For these guys with their fragment axes, particularly the high level fragment axes they're about to get, they will absolutely lawnmower bandit groups. Like, oh, you've got crappy armor and cheap swords? How cute. Sucks to suck. Bubble shot in Island 4? Oh, that sounds like a good start. For the bad old days when bubble shot sucked. I remember when bubble shot sucked. Yeah, one problem is if we want to make effective use of our combat group, we're going to have to take everybody off to go fighting. That's an important part of training as well, is to actually go fight live enemies. Because that, A, gives you a better appreciation for what kind of enemies they can take on successfully. And B, it helps train important skills that are hard to train this way, such as, for example, toughness. Which is a pretty darn important skill to be able to train. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that toughness is actually the most important attribute in the entire game. And unfortunately, it is distressingly hard to train sometimes. Incredibly easy to train in other ways, but usually a little bit dangerous. Okay, it looks like we've successfully caught up with our iron production and our iron ore production and our steel production. Not producing much chainmail though. Man, is it slow producing that stuff. Oh. We have had an escapee. I see. Well, in that case, I do believe our door is being beaten down by outlaw farmers. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's open this door. Jack, you come out here and subdue your training partner and take him back inside. As soon as he's busy, he's attempting to escape. No. Do not allow him to escape. There we go. This is fine. No, it's not fine. Get back here, you scumbag. There we go. So, if I hadn't noticed that our front gate was being assaulted, then we could very easily have lost our extremely valuable, very highly skilled melee trainer. And then we would never seen them again, probably. Good thing we've never given them a real weapon. Because I'm pretty sure they would have won this fight already. Also, this is taking so long, they're healing, damn it. Knock him out. Hopefully nobody's trying to escape back at the main base. Okay, there we go. Pick him up. Back to base. It looks like Dredd and his training partner are outside. Okay, Zumi, get your ass over here. Apply first aid to our training partner. Close the door. Zumi, apply first aid to our training partner. Jack, you are now on passive. Alright, you may leave. The front door is closed, nobody can escape. Dredd, attempt to lure your training partner. Back into the building, please. There we go. Close the door. Yeah, what happened there is that they phased through the door, I think. Okay, Dread, reoccupy your training partner. Jack, run over there. Unequip the club. Re-equip your training plank. Put your training partner down. Attack! There we go. Looks like we lost a little bit of XP. Gained a bunch of blunt experience though. 75% of the way to blunt heavy weapon 79, whereas everybody else is about halfway through, and yeah, about halfway through heavy weapon 79. That's actually a considerable amount of experience loss. Not that it really matters, but it's only about 3/4 of a level behind in exchange for roughly 10 levels of blunt. Anyway, I need to decide what helmets we're going to use. So they decided samurai helmets weren't good because of the massive perception loss. Which I don't. Perception appears to only really affect ranged weapons, so I guess it doesn't really matter if you have minus 20 perception on a melee fighter. Honestly, I don't really like the way they did the stats in this game, because the attributes are either incredibly important or incredibly unimportant. And there's not much in between. Strength and toughness are just so incredibly fundamental to everything that, well, they're just incredibly fundamental to everything. Dexterity, cutting weapons use it. It's pretty useful for combat, I guess. Perception is like, oh yeah, we added ranged weapons. I guess we should probably add an attribute for that. Look, get away from the door. We had enough trouble with those already. Speaking of which, let's check everybody over here to make sure they're not starving. Dread's partner must have got smacked with a blunt weapon at least once. Okay. What are we going to call training? I kind of want to get him to at least 80 heavy weapon. Roughly. Because if these three are going to use heavy weapons, then we want high heavy weapon skill. Also, get away from that damn wall. For auto rifle, supercharged, damage shot, or collector. Collector's pretty juicy, but it depends on how many islands in you are, whether it's amazing or just good. Damage shot's just plus damage. And that's always good. But it's percentile based, specifically 200%. Which is a lot of damage, but it's no sharp shot. And supercharged, it depends on how much ammo, don't use ammo type stuff you have. if you're already starting to build a little bit of ghost ammo or something, then it's automatically better than what it would be otherwise. But even without that, it's still good. I don't know, it's kind of a hard decision. Not sure which I would take. Depends on what my damage felt like, I think. If my damage felt okay, and I wasn't terribly worried about an upcoming boss, I might go collector just for the long run. Yeah, it depends though. Or if you have a lot of perks already, then that makes collector automatically better than what it would otherwise be. Only 5 so far. Yeah, I guess it would come down to what kind of damage mods you already have. And whether you felt you really needed damage shot right now. And whether or not you really felt like you needed the fire rate, for that matter. Like if you're taking anything that reduces fire rate and stuff like that. Those are all 3 really good picks. Iron industry is cranking. Man, chainmail is so slow. Uh-oh. Where is Jack's training partner gone? Damn it, don't tell me he phased through the wall and escaped. No, he's over here. Okay. Although... we do have a guy here who's trying to get out. And a dude who's trying to get in. Azumi, could you go up top of the tower and smack this dude with a crossbow? Oh, I have to turn you off passive first, of course. Wow. We smacked him in the leg and insta-killed him. That leg is gone. First shot. Well, not first shot, but one of the first shots. You can see a few other arrows around. The first shot that hit him. Shot in the ass and bam, he's dying. Okay, I don't suppose you can hit the idiot inside the walls, can you? Here, maybe switch to this other crossbow. Does that work? No? How about over in the other tower? Probably not. No. Line of sight would be blocked for that. We need to put one back here on this tower, aiming out that way, so we can shoot guys who are thinking about coming through the gate after they've come through. Okay, you're on passive now. We'll open the door and let this dude out. Alright. Bland. Have him deal with this problem, please. Thank you. We have a whole bunch of wooden sandals laying all over the place. In completely unrelated news. I am going to go ahead and actually install a few defensive crossbows back here in this building if I can. We can put one there. Technically you can put them places other than the hard points, but I kind of want to put them on the hard points. And then we'll put a light mounted Mark II crossbow like that. That should be good enough for most purposes. Also, on top of these towers, I probably should scatter around a few more crossbows. Like that, I think. Just the basic Mark II mounted crossbow. So they can pew at any targets that may appear on the walls or whatever. And farther out away from the walls. That's probably more crossbows than are really worth it, but anyway. Zumi, what actually is your mounted crossbow? 3. Okay, we probably should train that up some. To that end, let's actually go inside. And you can go up top and train while everybody else is down here training. Yeah, that'll be fine. Although I should give you a little bit of food. There we go. Got some crossbow skill going. Or not crossbow, but turret skill. We already trained these 3 up to 25. No, I probably should train Slick as well. He's not doing anything useful at the moment. Okay. Red's sparring partner is hungry and isn't likely to eat. No, he isn't going to. Alright. What are we up to? 81, 81, 81 heavy. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch everybody over to blunt. And let's go ahead and end training for now. Any more skill gain is just going to take a really long time. Oh. There we go. Pick up. Put in the cage. and go help one of your buddies. Wow. And stay down. Holy crap. Pick up. Pick up. Put in the cage. Put in the cage. Open the doors. Azumi, you can stop training right now and come down and first aid these guys. Okay. Good deal. Go ahead and put the subdual sticks back away where they go. And then everybody can get their weapons back, except not really, because these weapons are all going to be retired, and you can all go get your bright, shiny, new fragment axes from the smith room. Edge type 3 fragment axe and an edge type 3. I don't think you pronounce that word. Not even gonna bother trying. I don't care enough. Those are the absolute best we can currently craft. And I think they're the absolute best we will ever be able to craft. There we go. 3 highly equipped and ready to go forth into the world and smack people. Soldiers. With silly hats. We should give them proper helmets. But I need to decide what proper helmets involve. Oh, let's see. Do I have them training turrets while they're not doing anything? Yes, I should. So technically the visored helmet is medium armor. Okay. Let's see. Paladin's heavy hatchet gain. I shot that's actually produced. 90% head coverage. 28 for resistances. It doesn't offer any weather protections though. Samurai helmet offers 100% dust storm protection, but that's eh. Lots of things offer dust storm protection. Acid protection is much more valuable. Mask type 3 offers dust storm and gas protection, but it's not really particularly good armor. It's light armor. Swamp ninja mask, dust storm and gas. Eh. Is there anything particularly good helmet-wise we can make with chainmail? Probably not. No. No. Well, actually, the armored hood, 90% coverage. It does reduce melee attack and defense by -2. Got surprisingly good cut resistance. And it offers 25% protection from dust storms, acid, and burning. Hello, Colo. But I don't think so. I think we're just going to keep our current hats for now. They look silly, but they've got 50% dust storm and acid protection each. 80% head coverage with kind of really mediocre cut and blunt resistance, honestly. Like, really mediocre. But the dust storm and acid resistance. Very tempting. Good for exploring. Yeah, this perception probably doesn't hurt anything. Okay, Izumi. Go train on turrets. Blake is already training on turrets. Kumo's busy making weapons for a while longer, otherwise I would have him training on turrets as well. Actually, how much longer do we have to train on? Okay, he has 2 more weapons to make before the current set is done. I should have Slick load up with all the stuff that isn't quite up to snuff and haul it away. Oops. That's not who I wanted. There we go. We actually have 2 more Edge Type 3s in his inventory. Okay. Because the Edge Type 3s are what we want. They're the absolute top quality, best we can make. Edge Type 2s are good, but they're no Edge Type 3. Because why settle for the second best when you can only settle for the best? At least that's the idea. Although as long as it takes to make this blasted chainmail, we're probably going to be doing a lot of settling for the second best there. Man, this is so slow. Still at 93. Really hard to level up when you get into the 90s. The other thing I need to decide, do I want to maintain everyone's natural limbs, or do I want to go for fancy legs? Because if I decide to try to go for fancy legs, then we're gonna have to see if we can buy a whole bunch of scout legs. And then it's not gonna be worth wearing boots. Well, we won't be able to wear boots. Here, actually, what is your current run speed? 13 miles per hour. As currently loaded. But we're not gonna be able to run away from anything with these guys. Okay, what kind of modifiers do you have on that? This guy's only 12 miles per hour. Minus 46% for encumbrance, minus 5% for armor equipment. Okay. So a lot of strength training will offset that encumbrance, which is good. What is your current strength XP? 10%. Okay. So we need to load these guys even heavier and just go run around for a while. Well, to that end. Unfortunately, backpacks reduce encumbrance by 50%, 60%. Which means while we could fit a lot more in backpacks if we were going to do it that way. Depends on the backpack. These are 60%, the others are 50%. We'd have to load them up with twice as much stuff. You know what? Let's offload some of this food. We don't need more than like 2 units each. For now. And then let's load up with... Oh, the most space efficient thing is probably still steel bars, honestly. Four kilos per inventory line. Actually, raw iron would take up the same amount. Or no, more. Because it's 9 kilos per lump. Okay. Raw iron's better then. They're not as heavily loaded as I would have hoped. Oh no, it didn't update while I was paused, that's all. They're now considered heavily encumbered. And that gives us 24% strength XP when moving. The wood bags and load them up with steel or iron. Yeah, if I had enough wood for that. Okay, let's set them to in company. And let's just go ahead and run around circles for a while. And see if this is a reasonable way to raise strength. It'll probably be smarter to order them to travel long distances across the desert. Because this is going to be rather slow. Okay, you know what? We need to open the gates anyway. No, I'm not interested in supplies because we have everything we could ever want in this base and then a few more things. So go away. Alright, we're going to order this little group to travel, to bark. Alright. Yeah, he was smacking our gate. It's been fixed already, thankfully. The lowest strength is 39, highest 46. And it's going up very slowly. We'll do a tour of the towns on the way back and we'll see if we can get some wooden backpacks that we can load down for more weight. And we might be able to stop and attack a few things along the way. Assuming we see anything that wants to attack us. Just in case you wondered, this thing here is how you change your movement speed. And this movement speed is in company. In other words, if you select a bunch of guys and order them to move somewhere, they all move at the same speed. Died in Island 27? That sucks. Pretty close to the end. Pufferfish spawned around you and blew you up. That sounds like a pufferfish. Bastards. They live to ruin your run. Or my run. But anyway. Normally trying to order a group to move together, you could select like all but one guy and... Hey. And what do you think you are doing? You are shooting crossbows at us. These guys are wimps. Let's go beat them up. Oh, onset passive. Wow. Did you see flying limbs that I saw? They got smacked. Alright, does he have anything that's even slightly worth taking? Yeah, because I didn't bring any medical supplies with us. Well, let's correct that error. There, you were stupid enough to shoot at us with a crossbow. So, congratulations. You get to lose your medical supplies. There. Okay, we made it maybe a third of the way there before we got attacked. What's over there? That looks like probably UC. Yeah. Bunch of UC samurai. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of very high quality heavy weapons. Those guys did not stand even the slightest of chances. And neither do these guys, honestly. Okay, Jack's out of medical supplies. Flick still has plenty. Red has a reasonable amount. Good training. Go do a little bit of looting. Hey, worst case, we can always eat a little bit of raw meat. Alright, we didn't get to loot them all, but good enough. Who are you? A sand ninja who has a bounty for 6,000 on his head. Well, guess what? You are going to be strength trainer fodder. Yeah, you better run away. How badly beat up is he? Actually, not too badly. Okay. Red, pick him up. Click. Heal him so he doesn't die. We're gonna turn him into the police. For our dinky little bounty. I haven't done that yet this game. Not sure why a sand ninja would attack 3 heavily armed and relatively experienced guys. But sometimes they engage in stupidity. Oh look, there's Nurse Skimmer. Do you think it'll tie us on? If it does, it's an idiot, but... yeah, I never can quite tell with these things. So this is the other way to travel. I've demonstrated lots and lots of the just run so fast that nothing can possibly catch you method of travel. This is the slowly travel along with some very, very heavily armed guys and beat the shit out of anybody who tries to stop you method. Over already? Okay, we're not even gonna bother trying to loot that thing. We don't have the inventory space. Oh, look, it got up already. It's probably gonna end up dying anyway, but... what is this toughness? Yeah. A little bit of deterioration, and it'll fall over dead. That one got smacked like once, maybe twice, and then flew off into the distance. Keeping in mind that we are moderately skilled. Kind of probably on the highish end of it. I would expect to be close-ish in direct combat stats to a pretty decent gate guard or something, maybe. Toughness is probably a bit low for other stats. Well, no question about it. Toughness is low. Oh, hello. What do we have here? We have a large group of outlaw farmers. Okay. Remember how I said that with our fragment axes, we're just going to lawnmower enemies down? Yeah, about that. Alright, these guys don't even have medical supplies, do they? Nope. Alright, are any of them particularly interesting? There's no bounties or anything around here. Oh, these two are outlaw swordsmen, which means they're probably a little slightly better quality. Let's go ahead and pick those two up. For strength training dummies. And then Flick. You heal Jack's lovely assistant. And Dread. You heal Flick's lovely assistant. Okay. Everybody's healed. How much medical supplies do we have left? Oh, we've gone through about half of what we looted. But hey, we're almost to town. And this will increase everybody's load and increase their strength training. We get a plus 200% boost because we are carrying someone. So carrying someone when you're trying to strength train, very worth. Look how fast that's going up relative to what it was going up when we set out. We're probably going to add some backpacks to this, and hopefully put some stuff in the backpacks. And then we're going to see about, what do I call it? We might even buy some food for our training dummies. Keep expecting a sandworm to come attack. Nope, no sandworms. But this particular strength training dummy is going to get turned in town for his almost 7,000 cat bounty. Okay, there's the main gates of town. Down here. Actually, wait, no, there's another gate over there. We'll just use our one's closest. Narcotics? What? Oh. What the heck? Now they're attacking us. That's seriously buggy. We definitely paid the what? Okay, well, we're probably gonna reload this. Oh yeah, we're gonna reload this big time. Check this out, we're actually kicking their asses. I don't think it's gonna matter in the long run, but oh wow. We actually kicked the gate guards' asses. And we didn't even take that much damage. Okay. Let's run. Okay, let's not run. Ah, flick is down. Well, we're gonna reload this anyway, but if we hadn't been so heavily loaded for strength training, we would have absolutely slaughtered those guys. Because our attack and defense is so much higher than theirs. Our toughness is a good bit lower. Our strength is kind of on par, actually. Dexterity is just insanely higher. We just really need to train toughness and strength so we can go faster. Anyway. We are definitely reloading that game now. I paid his damn bribe. Not sure why he attacked. Okay, we're being attacked by a sand ninja who has not the brains given to a baby chick. Apply first aid to idiot so he doesn't die before we can get him turned in. And across the desert we go. This is unfortunately before we met up with those lovely farmers who contributed a few more people to our strength training endeavors. But that's fine. Hey, those three guys look really heavily armed and armored. I should attack them solo. Yeah. I don't think that the AI has any kind of survivability built into it. Or survival instinct, maybe I should say. There's another bounty. Head over that way. Hey dude, over here. Yeah, over here. Trust me, it'll go fine for you. Yeah, over here. Yeah, you attack us alright. Thank you. I could use that bounty. Apply first aid directly to Fool. Actually. Heck yeah. I'll take that. That actually surprised me. Oh, he had a pair of swords on him. Interesting. Well, not for long. Whee! Okay, inventory. I'm just gonna drop that. Okay, that's one dude looted. And here's the other dude. And we can loot him as well. I guess maybe they can actually use two one-handed blades like that. I don't know if it works or not. They certainly wear them crossed on their back, which is interesting. I've never really tried it, so I don't know if it works or not. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Well, there's some kind of big battle going on up here. There's an outlaw swordsman who's down recovery coma. Can you say a third helpful individual to help us with our training? There. How kind of him. These are slave traders. I'm almost tempted to take them on and kill them all. If they look at us funny, I will. Because we outmatch them so much, it's not even funny. But anyway. There's a shinobi thief, wandering assassin. They're friendly. We're definitely not going to tie them on. Shinobi thieves are pretty cool. They sell a lot of very useful things. They're all over the world. And they helpfully will, oh, here, wait. Hold up. There. And they will helpfully, sell you a lot of very nice items. And buy your stolen items and other fun things like that. Not that you generally have much trouble selling stolen items. Most shops don't care. As long as they weren't stolen from that faction. I'm kind of tempted to try to do a run at some point after this one where I don't build a base, except maybe a small one somewhere, but like don't build weapons and all that kind of stuff. Maybe not even build any kind of base. Well, no, I shouldn't say no kind of base, because I'd like to build a small training camp somewhere. So I can do a little bit of research occasionally. Problem with that is there's really not that much reason to explore except to get science stuff and maybe better weapons. That guy has an actual name. Alright. Not hassled by the guards this time. Where's the police station in this place? There is a police station in this place, right? I'm beginning to wonder if there is. Okay. There might very well not be one. Interesting. Anyway, let's feed our outlaw swordsman so he doesn't starve to death while we travel. He'll just have to suck it up and enjoy raw meat. Maybe he doesn't. Tough. And let's go to heft. Now let's see if we can turn our bounties in there. We have a noble hunter, a bunch of noble guards. Okay. Meanwhile, how is our strength doing? Strength XP, it says it's 50%. We're up to 43 strength, 44 strength, 49 strength. So that's gone up a good bit since we left. I don't remember what I said the strength was at the start. I think it was 39 is the lowest. We've gained at least a little bit. Not as much as I might have hoped, but... Current total speed is 8 miles per hour. 7 miles per hour, 8 miles per hour, 8 miles per hour. We're definitely, athletics XP rate is really low due to encumbrance, but that's expected. Who are you? Mercenary Guild. Okay, not interested in dealing with you. Yeah, our current stats put us a solid cut above most of the standard bandits we'll run into. Or most of the standard anything we run into. Like these manhunters, their attack and defense is only in the 20s. They basically would stand no chance. UC Samurai are more like 50s and 60s. And we're currently in the 70s and 80s. Almost 90s. Oh, what do we have over there? A drifter. Okay, we don't care. If we see more guys with bounties, we might as well stop and pick them up. Free money. I don't know if you can just turn in normal bandits for bounties. I don't think you can. And even if you see somebody committing a crime, it doesn't count. Only if they have an actual bounty. I think that's our objective off in the distance. Yeah, it is. Got a ways to go till we get there. Since we are rather slow. When it comes time to actually start going on voyages with trained combat troops, we will be using small thieves backpacks because they have basically no downsides. And then we'll load all of our food and medical supplies. And these guys probably won't be carrying any medical supplies. Because if we go, we'll be taking most of our group. Probably the whole group after everybody's trained. Warning, tax collector moving towards 3M base. How exciting. Everybody loves tax collectors. There are a bunch of outlaw farmers. Are you sure you don't want to attack us? No? Okay. The outlaw farmers and starving bandits tend to be pretty much pushovers. It doesn't take much before you can take them out. Now, what'll really be the test is if we can take on Holy Nation, paladins, and things like that. I'm guessing the answer to that will be a very qualified maybe. And probably with more of our guys. If we can take them on with just these three, I would be astounded. Oops, no, don't close the door. Okay, police station. There we go. Let's go ahead and save the game just in case. Into the police station we go. There's the police chief. Yes, I want the reward. Take him. Ta-da, we get money. And the police chief runs upstairs. Sticks him in a cage. Runs back downstairs. And then we step up with the next dude. It looks like you've caught a bounty. Yes, here you go. Goodbye, strength training weights. You'll be missed. You see are now your allies. That's nice. Got some confiscated goods for sale. Not that I care about any of them. They're all crap. Okay, so we can't turn in this guy for a bounty. You want to see something funny? They still want him, though. And I don't feel like dealing with him, so problem solved. Alright. Eventually we'll probably want to collect more strength training weights, but we can get ones that are still not hungry. What we are looking for is over at this end of town where there is a Tech Hunter travel supplies store. Where we can buy, hopefully, the backpacks we want. Tax collector has arrived. Okay, let's go deal with this problem. Open the door. Let's not open the door. No. There we go. We can close the door back up. Izumi, turn off passive, get your ass up to the top of that tower and shoot these assholes. I don't think we let any of them in. No, we definitely let some of them in. Uh-oh. Dang it. We still have to pay even for ally. Oh, we get healed too. That's nice. Alright, well, let's open the door. Yep, it looks like some of those guys got swatted by the old crossbow while they were inside. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled... Actually, who is Izumi firing at? There's a rebel farmer's bone dog out there she's apparently trying to aim at. Alright, anyway. What is your turret skill, actually? I had you training for a while on turrets. Is it even going to show it? Guess we'll have to look. 27. Okay, that's plenty high. Blake, what is your turret skill? 27. Okay, well you can stop training too. And you are fully welcome to come in here and get on this turret. And prepare to do some swatting. Let's go around and get these pointed the correct directions and shut off. Oh yes, I need to turn off passive first. Oops. Turn off those spotlights. Okay, we have 2 assigned turret gunners right now. And they are going to make things interesting for anyone who shows up and tries to do terrible things to us. Hopefully. It looks like that poor sucker is getting shot at. And they're mostly missing. Mostly missing. But not entirely missing. What are you shooting at? Something way over there, apparently. That poor bone dog didn't make it very far. Alright, anyway. I guess this is a great time to get some more turret gunner skill. He's gained at least 1 level. Meanwhile, back to town, where we have these people waiting. Let's go inside and say hi to the nice tech hunter dude. Oh, he wants to close the store. Oh, okay, let's not say hi to the nice tech hunter dude. Oh, it's 5 a.m. That's weird. He opened before he wanted to open? That's weird. Anyway. No, just stay on this side of the counter. You can talk to him across it. Okay. Ooh, we can't actually buy enough wooden backpacks. Nice. They still have tons of desert sabers that we probably sold to them ages ago. Maps, we already know the locations on everything, of everything on them. Yeah, there's nothing useful there. Okay. Let's just go ahead and buy these wooden backpacks. Now we'll get back here. There we go. Okay, those are going to reduce our combat skills by a little bit. And our combat speed by quite a bit. But ultimately, it's not that big of a deal. Now we need to travel. Oh, you can see all the UC places highlighted in green now. That's cool. Alright, let's head back to base. So this turret Range 151 meters. Height bonus plus 49%. It's finally listing it. And having height distance 29 meters above the last target. Okay, so this tower is 29 meters tall, which makes sense considering it's about 3 stories. That means this has a commanding range. The range on the harpoon turret is only 121. Okay, so these are the better choice for the pick things off way out in the desert range things. And hopefully with the shoot first and ask questions later thing active, that means that they will shoot at any annoying creatures that run past. Because I wouldn't mind gaining some experience shooting skimmers wherever. Very slowly walking across the desert from Haft. Let's kick his speed up a bit. We could use a couple more bandits to carry. Strength XP, 36%. I'm gonna see if I can load these backpacks completely full of raw iron and what that gives us. Hopefully a lot. I don't know what dust storms actually do. We have gear that protects us from it, partially. What is that Garu doing to that bone dog? It's a herbivore. Anyway. Our guys are almost completely healed from the minor injuries they took fighting out in the desert. There goes the Garu past us. He is not shot by the turret gunners, I don't think. He might actually have been shot at, but they missed, probably. There's a dead bone dog. Variety of dead bandits. I would appreciate if the person whose job it is to clean that stuff up would actually do that. Where even are they and what are they doing? They're standing around doing nothing. Here, I've got a job for you. There. Alright, we have returned triumphant from our little trip across the desert. Let's go load up on iron. That should be easy enough to do. We have a full inventory of it. Oh yeah, look at that weight climb. Now, how much does this actually give us in strength XP? 25%. That's actually worse than it was... What? Okay, is there such a thing as too much? Oh, here, wait. Let's put those back. Okay. Strength XP, 25%. Jack here has strength XP, 21%. Okay, so it's... No, it is more. when they're weighted down properly. Alright. Alright. Let's fill the backpacks completely. I should only fill them to exactly the point where it's 25%. Which, there we go, with just 2 rows filled. Okay, so let's empty some of this backpack, because we don't need to carry more than we need to carry. So it looks like about 280 something is about where we want to be. Actually, let's just try 2 rows here. Yeah, that's 19% strength XP. Let's keep loading. We're probably going to need to load some people heavier than others. Okay, he's still at 19%. Another 2 rows. Your brother's keyboard died today, and like you're using the old one, so it works like new. My experience, keyboards tend to last pretty long. Why is he only at 19% encumbrance bonus? Because he's just not that encumbered, I guess. Oh, let's keep loading. Still at 19%. Wow. Oh, wait. There we go. Rocket up 25% once I unpaused. Because it doesn't update while it's paused, that's why, you idiot. Let's unload back to we're down to the same point everybody else was at. Okay, 25% strength XP. Let's try downloading a little bit more and see what happens. %. Okay. So we do need at least 3 stacks. 25% strength XP, okay. We'll take 4 stacks anyway. Because why not? Now, run over to here. Now we're going to want to find a handy, helpful person to carry. Get that sweet plus 200% multiplier. Let's dump all of our meat and claws in here. Go. Let's go over here to the hospital and we can pick up medical supplies for the trip. Get rid of our old ones, which were all looted off random bandits and aren't that great. Okay, for everybody we will take 2 standard first aid kits. That's it. No need for anything more. You don't need splint kits or anything like that, really. Not like our medical skills are all that high. They're all kind of poop, actually. Okay. Now, let's go find some helpful training partners. I'm tempted to load Flick and Azumi down to the same level. I don't have them trained, though. I mean, they are trained, but I mean, I don't have them equipped, I should say. And I haven't decided what I'm going to equip them with, either. For Azumi, it would almost make sense to equip her with a crossbow and have her stay back. But I don't think we're doing crossbows right now. I do have secondary weapons for 2 more people. I have not made desert sabers or anything similar. Okay, what do I actually want the main weapon for my main group to be? polearm might be tempting. See? Let's make a couple exemplars. Let's make a polearm, a heavy polearm, Naginata Katana. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, and I'm probably not. And a Naginata. Yeah, the problem is there's only one set of animations in this game, and all weapons use it. So the same exact animation set they use for this short sword, they use for the fragment axe. And the same animation set they use for the fragment axe, they use for the spears. It looks derpy, it's stupid, it's the Kenshi way. Anyway, let's get Slick and Ken and Izumi off their tower and get down here. They need to get their stuff sorted out. Slick, first let's go have him visit the trainers in here and ensure that they're all fed properly. Drop off all their food. I won't have to deal with it later. I should have grabbed more food. We're gonna have to make more food soon. Also, I should probably take away their weapons. No. Okay. One of you fools go out and talk to the trade caravan. I don't care for any of the things you have. Please leave. Okay, Slick. Go ahead and collect their weapons as well. Actually, technically this is making them more dangerous instead of less dangerous. But that's fine. We're not actually doing this to make them less dangerous. We're doing that because the next time we train, we're probably going to want to give them different weapons. They've been doing plenty of training with those. Alright, let's go ahead and pitch that food. Then we're going to want to go, oops, not in there, in here. And get our journey pack. Although we don't actually want to carry the journey pack because this is for strength training, so we'll put that back. Got a wooden backpack. Let's grab 2 rows of iron. We might need more than that, because we don't have heavy armor on this character. And we're probably not going to either because he's our stealthy one. Yeah, we're at 25% strength XP. Good deal. Okay. Now, Izumi is our medic, and there's no particular reason why she shouldn't have heavy armor. And so therefore she will. Complete with a masterwork grade chain shirt if I can find one. Doesn't look like one exists. Nope. All we've got is specialist grade. Okay. And it looks like our smith has managed to wander off to who knows where. Get back here, you dumbass. He's not smart enough to know how to put weapons away when he's made them. Edge type 2. Damage versus animals, 50%. Armor penetration plus 30%. Unfortunately, it's not edge type 3. It'll be a little harder to do comparisons. If some of them turn out to be edge type 3 instead of edge type 2, that'll be annoying now. But yet we want them all to be edge type 3 because that's the best type we can currently get. Still 93 weaponsmith. And he's nowhere close to 94. It's basically like we've almost hit a hard wall at this point. It has not gone up by a notable amount in a long time. Same way with our armor smith. It's so slow. If you sit and watch for a while, you can watch it go up 1 pixel at a time, but someday we might hit 100. Don't count on it though. Anyway. We're going to want some lovely assistance for strength training. The only reason why we're doing strength training with these 3 right now, instead of waiting till we can do it with the whole group, is because with these 3, it's really going to matter a lot due to their heavy weapons. And we're just throwing these 2 on because they're easily spared and they're not terribly important for anything. So they can just go off and do strength training without it being a big deal. Everyone else is kind of busy here at work. Back at the good old camp. I thought I turned off the lights on these. Must have missed those 2. Or these 3, I guess. I swear I shut them all off, though. Maybe the game's just being weird. That's quite likely, honestly. I don't think I'd bother to build the ones with lights on them again. Maybe I would. It doesn't seem to make any difference, though. At least not over any kind of range. Alright. That's edge type 3 heavy pole arm, which means it's going to be hard to compare to the normal pole arm. 3. It's actually lighter. It has half the animal bonus. Same armor penetration bonus. It has less attack bonus and less penalty for using indoors. But it just seems like it's less of a pole arm. I'd probably use it in its current state though, simply because of its higher quality. I'm curious how this one turns out. This one's more of a blade on a slightly longer rod, which is kind of silly, but anyway, moving on. Hitting the caps lock while typing. I usually have the caps lock just outright disabled on my keyboards. well, I don't usually disable it so much as I bind it to F23 or something like, or not, F13 is usually the one I use, or some other key that isn't commonly used, but that I can usefully bind to things. Because yes, believe it or not, in the keyboard spec, there's a whole extra row of function keys. Pretty much no keyboards have them, mind you. But, okay, so this is another, it's a pole arm, but it's not really a pole arm type weapon. I never did actually train those guys with pole arms though, so maybe I shouldn't use these. Yeah, it's once again got 25% bonus, but 25% against humans and animals, but it has an armor penetration problem and not great damage against robots. So we might be better off going with what's it called again? I should probably make like a ringed saber or a hold saber or something. Let's order a hold saber. And a ringed saber made. We can compare them side by side more easily. I don't really like the katana type weapons. They just seem weak. There we go, ringed saber. You bind the extra buttons in your mouse to the high F keys to make them easier to bind in games. Yeah, I don't do that because I like to be able to use them for their hard-coded functions. Namely, I like being able to use back and forward buttons, which is what I guess buttons past those two side buttons be useful bind that way, on second thought. This actually looks like a pretty solid weapon, the Naginata. Plus 50% damage versus animals. Very bad indoors, but that's fine. I think we'd probably use at least a few guys with these. Probably give them to the farmers, actually. That'd be kind of funny. Equip the farmers with these, but not for the main group. For the main group, I think we're going to use, like, sabers. A hold saber, a ringed saber, maybe a horse chopper or something. Speaking of which, I need to load somebody up with a large backpack and go take all those to sell. And Azumi, you need to load up on some weight if I can. We're not going to be able to fit much weight with that backpack. We probably should store her normal backpack somewhere and just take a special purpose backpack for this trip. Get some strength training going. Okay, we don't want to put it in that container because otherwise I'll forget it's not special. Azumi's backpack is special because it's full of medical supplies, because she's the medic. We'll give her a large backpack, because we don't have any remaining wooden ones. And we will load her to... Where? Oh, we're paused, that's why. Okay, hopefully that's enough weight. 25% strength XP. Alright, perfect. Now, we will take an advanced first aid kit, actually 2 of them, and we'll actually take an advanced split kit as well. And we'll turn off jobs. Okay. Additionally, Jack gets the job of being the food mule. Only one person has to carry food because they will share it amongst the group. Speaking of which, we need to restart food production. There we go. Food production restarted. Now, except for these guys' primary weapons, which I've not made yet. Edge Type 2 Hold Saber. Makes it slightly faster, more maneuverable. Most swordsmen can't notice the difference, others swear by it. +6 defense bonus, +4 attack bonus. Okay, let's actually just... I wish there was a way to set this to only display one type, instead of listing the different quality grades. I can more easily find what I'm looking for comparisons. Okay. 158.38. 158.38. 158.38. Okay, so it's identical to the horse chopper, except its attack and defense bonus. And the attack and defense bonus is a +6 instead of a +4 defense. That is the entire difference as far as I can tell. It weighs 6 kilos. The horse chopper, if I can find the damn thing in the list, because it's not sorted by anything that I can tell, weighs 7 kilos, so it is slightly lighter too. So the ring saber is just straight up better than the horse chopper. Not ring saber. The, what do I call it? Hold saber. Now, the ringed saber, if I can find it in the damn list, there we go. 189.38. And it's a -2 +4. Whereas the hold saber, which was somewhere down here to the bottom, 158.38. Okay. So the ringed saber is probably better. We'll go ahead and order a couple of those made. Like 5 more of them. Fortunately, we got Edge Type 2, which I guess partially to be expected. It's pretty low chance of actually getting an Edge Type 3 out. Let's get all these fools over here, and let's load them down with extra weapons. That we can go sell. Wait, that's an Edge Type 2. Did I never give you guys Edge Type 3? Okay, there we go. Now we fixed that problem. Okay, Slick is not properly armed. Azumi is not properly armed. Dread is. Okay, all these are too big to fit in normal inventory. Or backpacks, for that matter. Okay, so Slick and Izumi both need a ringed saber, of preferably edge type 3. Wait. That's an edge type 3. That stays. Make sure I didn't equip any others for sale. Okay, I did not. Good. May as well buy a new one now. Well, I've been thinking about getting a new keyboard. Mine isn't even worn out. It's still going just as strong as the day it was new. But I kind of want a keyboard that just has simple lighting, fairly dim, single color, you know, no. Or if it is RGB, then is... What I really want is open firmware. Not because I care about open firmware for the sake of open firmware, but because I want open firmware so that I can program the damn keyboard to do exactly what I want the keyboard to do. And then I can, no matter what I plug it into, it acts the same. So that the macros and stuff like that are all on the keyboard. Not that I have many macros or anything of that sort. But still. Things like the caps lock key not being caps lock, I would like that to be built into the keyboard. Matter of fact, I'd kind of like that to be a blank keycap or something like that, instead of saying caps lock on it. And, you know, a few other little things like that. All of them very minor, not really worth worrying about. But next time I manage to scrape some money together that I don't have the brains to spend on something more useful, it might end up getting wasted. I need to test these training binds too. Not sure why I have an edge type 1 training bind and an edge type 3. Must have been crafted right at the point where... Yeah, anyway. Do sabers benefit more from dexterity or strength? I don't actually know. I really don't have no idea. I tend to like the sabers because they seem like a good middle-of-the-road weapon. The katanas all seem kind of weak because of the minus 30% armor penetration and the damage versus robots. Whereas sabers tend to have more boring, straight, plus minus bonuses to your direct combat skills. What I really like is the fragment axe and other heavy weapons, because those things just smack people. Well, they are a bit hard to use. If you try to give a low skill guy those things, they tends to not go well. Edge type 3, hell yeah, finally. Now we just need another one of those. Go ahead and give this one to Izumi. I really like the Desert Saber, kind of irrationally. Just because I like the way it looks and stuff, such like. And also it has that plus bonus to spiders, which is cool. But honestly, depends on where you're staying, you don't actually run into that many spiders. Oh, somebody just got wrecked. He's got a bounty on him, actually. I think everybody except those guys have passive on them, so. Yep. Sucks to be abandoned. Aren't any of these bandits severely injured? As in, they're going to die? Or losing missing limbs? Okay, they're not. Good. Let's actually pick them up. Because you get a pretty large bonus for carrying somebody. The strength training. And that's kind of what we're here for, is strength training. Okay. So Zumi, run around and first aid up everybody's strength training weights. And then we're probably going to want to feed them a little bit. So that they don't die. And who knows, we might recruit them afterwards. Who was carrying the food? I think it was Jack, actually. Yes, it was. We'll give them each 2 dust witches. Okay, we'll give them 3 dust witches. Not like we have a shortage. And why is Slick not carrying anything? His backpack is supposed to be almost full. Okay. Well, let's fix this problem. Oh, Zumi, your backpack is still full, right? Yes. Fred? No. Jack? Yes. Why are you fools not carrying the stuff you're supposed to be carrying? Probably because they're still in base and they haven't been told to empty their... They haven't been told to keep their inventory full. I mean, they have been told not to dump their items. But I think when they go try to pick things up and their inventory's full, like say because they're carrying a ton of trade goods, just waiting to leave. I think I needed 3 rows on Slick because of his, because he wasn't wearing heavy armor like the rest of the group. Yeah. Alright. So I kind of want to do... Oh, good. Another Edge Type 3. Awesome. That one goes to Slick. Everybody is now fully equipped. Gather them all here by the entrance. Check everybody's inventory. Make sure nobody's managed to ditch their strength training weights. Check everybody's strength XP. They're either at 50% or 25%, depending on whether or not they're carrying somebody. Okay, select the whole group. Make sure they're all set to in company. And off we go. Close the door behind us. And we're going to travel to Dote first to sell these weapons. And then we're just going to kind of go across the desert. Seeing if we can smack anybody that looks at us funny. So here we have our 3 designated heavy weapon troopers for the future squad. We have our sneaky dude, who may or may not keep using this saber. And we have our medic. Additionally, we're going to have our engineer and our 3 smiths, also probably armed with sabers. And then we're going to have the farmer group, who's going to be armed probably with some kind of pole arm. For a nice, reasonable weapon mix. And then when I get nice and good and bored, yeah, let's go rescue a peasant. Azumi, you may first aid his bot, and then loot him. And actually, wait here. Who has all the food? Give him a couple dust switches. And Slick. Pick him up. Alright, there we go. Off across the desert we go. Now we're just 1 person short for total strength training. Because it gives a considerable XP boost for carrying an extra person. We're about to run into a group of outlaw farmers though, so maybe? I'm going to save the game, just in case this is dumb. And we're going to go say hi. Hi guys! Hey, aren't you interested? Oh yeah, you're interested. Alright. We did take a couple hits. Because we walked through the group like dumbasses. Let's check to make sure our training dummies are of sound body still. They are? Okay, let's go pick another training dummy out of the group. Oh, we have quite a collection here. There's an outlaw swordsman. There's another outlaw swordsman. We have slightly higher stats than the rest, I think. But usually it's 2 outlaw swordsmen and a bunch of farmers. So one of the outlaw swordsmen is in very bad shape. And the other is actually not bad shape at all. Okay. Azumi. First aid your brand new lovely assistant. And collect him. Okay, Jack. Loot. Apply food. And let's go. Oh, wait. There's a dumbass who is more ambitious than he needed to be. Azumi, I swear you have robotics. Oh, I forgot to bring a... Damn it, I knew I forgot something. I didn't bring a robotics repair kit. We'll just buy one in town. We have tons of money. Anyway. Hardly any damage was taken of any note. And everybody is now fully loaded up for proper strength training. Where are you guys going? Get back here. No, no, no. Stay together. Where are the gate guards? Oh, okay. Let's stop at the bakery. We could do with buying some more food. I successfully sold pretty much all of it. Or rather gave it to our strength training assistants. Okay, the shopkeeper can't afford that, huh? The fast way to do this would be to close the shopkeeper interface, move things around, and then reopen it. But since when have I ever done things the fast way? Alright, now, Azumi. You sell as many as you can, which isn't very many. Alright. Let's go talk to the friendly, local. Nope, he can't buy very much at all. Largely because we have so much to sell. Go talk to the weapon dealer. He can actually buy quite a bit before he runs out of money. Let's go talk to the clothing dealer. Okay, we definitely don't want to sell that one. No? Okay, we've succeeded in selling everything we don't want. Alright. Let's run just down the road to the mechanical shop, I think. It's probably the best place. And let's see if we can buy a skeleton repair kit so we don't have to run all the way home and pick one up. Yep, he's got a skeleton repair kit. Oops, I shouldn't have bought that with Flake. I should have bought that with Ozumi. Goes in the right inventory. There we go. We'll buy 2. That's way more than we need, but we'll buy 2. Okay, did you repair him already? Yes, you did. Okay, let's get on the road then. From here, we might as well go to Shobati, or however that gets pronounced. A nice long journey. Carrying our lovely assistants as we go. Strength 55, strength 40, strength 49, strength 50, strength 54. What's reducing? Oh, for a bit it said strength reduced by 1. That was weird. Anyway, the higher we can get strength, the better, because that'll allow us to carry more, which is good. We want high strength on our sneaky dude because if he loots heavy things, this will help him carry him out without creating too much of a problem. High strength on our medic, because she'll probably end up being the one carrying the food and all the medical supplies. Ooh, we're running right into a group of slavers. Okay, they're particularly smart slavers. They haven't decided they want to tango with us. They haven't been attacked by slavers for quite a while. Manhunters, yes. Slavers, not so much. Flashbox, a tech hunter. Oh, okay. Tech hunters are cool. Just a skeleton out running across the dunes. Doing an all-skeleton group is interesting. Surprisingly hard, but interesting. Because it takes a lot of tech before you can make yourself medical supplies. And also a lot of tech before you can heal wear damage easily. Depending where you settle, you might have to travel a long ways to find a repair bed. Anyway. Bought a new keyboard. Razer Synosa. Sounds interesting. Main reason why I haven't bought a new keyboard is because I'm just not sure what I want. Well, I know what I want, but I don't know what I want, if you know what I mean. I have an exact feature list I'm interested in. And I'm not sure what offers it that's actually of good quality. Our strength is actually going up quite quickly. Arguably the best way to train it is just get a group together like this and tell them to go from one very distant location to another while you just ignore them and do whatever off in your base. But I kind of want to pay attention to these guys to make sure they'll be able to handle themselves, no problem. It looks like the answer to that is very much yes. Well. Yeah, I doubt we're going to bother looting those guys. They don't really have anything that's that worth it. Nope, nope. Get back here, Zumi. Oh. Okay, everybody's been healed. Everybody's been healed. On down the road we go. Now, what am I here for? Nothing, really, honestly. Let's get out of here. Hot swappable switches, detachable 10 key, a solid feeling build. If I get another keyboard, I want another full-size one. Because I don't like the current fad for tiny keyboards. Hot swappable switches would be cool, but it's not a requirement. I do want something that is ruggedly built. Nice solid aluminum and all that fun stuff. If I can find it. I wouldn't mind something even more solid than aluminum, but that's unlikely. Oh. You've been attacked. This is the one reason I'm paying attention to these guys. They're too slow to run away from anything. And so things can go to shit in a hurry. Whee! Okay, everybody's been healed, fixed up. Yep. Don't go into the mist. What mist? Oh, unless you have a hive lantern with you. With one you can go back. Mists where? North of Vane, north of the hive. Full of ancient treasures, but you need a lantern to travel through. Okay, Lanterns of Radiance. I don't know if they actually do anything. I'm gonna light him. Hmm. Wow. No, I don't want to buy anything from you. Holy crap, leave me alone. Hybrid caravans are really annoying, honestly. If I wanted Lanterns of Radiance, I would just buy some. I don't know if they even do anything. Probably should look it up on the wiki. But I've seen them for sale other places, so it's not like it's a special item you can only get from that event. Where are you going? Yeah, you're just taking a weird and unusual detour. But anyway. Also, I'm not quite sure what kind of key switches I would want. I've had MX Browns ever since I've got a mechanical keyboard. I'm not sure if I want to stick with them or if I'd want something completely different. But I've never really used anything else. Except terrible membrane switches, and they don't really count. I just was going to say something about how that Sand Ninja's smart. He decided not to attack us. And here he is. Our wannabe Darwin Award winner of the week. A different Sand Ninja. Why are you so dumb? I'm not even bothered picking him up. He's got a bounty. I don't care. It's a tiny amount of money. It's of absolutely no consequence to us. Basket head. I guess. I think that helmet looks really stupid. Maybe it has a negative effect on the intelligence of anyone wearing it as well. It does offer 100% dust storm protection. Here we've got a little bit of iron. Oh, here it comes. Another creature that wishes to die. Oh, that one really got air. Must have been smacked by something. Tech hunters. Okay. One reason why we're seeing so many people is because technically this is a road. And if you would look in the in-game editor, you would see a road drawn out somewhere around here probably. Even though there's absolutely nothing to indicate that this should be a road except all the people following it. Basically, it's just a pathfinding convenience. There's a line drawn in the sand, quite literally, that specifies you should walk along here. What are you running after? Outlaw farmer. Oh. Red got knocked unconscious and lost his weight training aid. Uh-oh. Well, that's unfortunate. He'll be up soon, though. And who do you think you are? No. Yeah, you better believe it. So much for that group. Alright, hey, we can replace our weight training. The caravan boss is a bit beat up. Let's see, is there anything particularly interesting in that group? Aside from the caravan boss, who is missing some body parts. I want my weight training aids to be complete, thank you. Flavor Heavy Guard. Okay, that sounds like a more interesting one. Dread. Go collect your new weight training aid. Inazumi. Provide first aid to said weight training aid. Alright. Back on down the road we go. Yes, they tried to grab one of my guys right in front of me. And it did not work out for them. We hardly took any damage from that. Dread's head damage here was pre-existing. For some reason he's been highly unlucky and been smacked in the head over and over again. Hi guys, there's a bunch of scummy slavers down that way if you want to take care of them. Unfortunately, the UC are allied with the slavers. I wonder if there's a way to exterminate the slavers without exterminating the UC. I know there are bandit groups you can support. Okay, we've reached Bark, which was never anything except a dot on the map that we were headed past. There's no reason to actually go there. This place doesn't really have anything interesting either. Yeah, don't go by the gate. Okay, they were just following the road. Up to 47 strength on Izumi already. He was a lot lower than that when we started. Another group of tech hunters. Pretty okay with tech hunters. Our toughness is pretty low. I need to find some way to train that easily. There's a shinobi thief wandering assassin. Those guys are friendly. Because we paid them 10,000 cats and they happily allied with us immediately. It's easy to get on the good side of the thieves. But anyway. But I wonder if somewhere there's a slaver captain or something who can be killed who will cause some of the anti-slaver groups to take over. I know that you can kill the leader of the UC, and that helps if you free certain other people and such like. You get to Tengu's vault here. Sadly contains no treasures. Apparently it's a prison where he keeps his I don't know, most prized prisoners. Anderby is being attacked by Western Hive caravan drones. What? No, rebel farmers. Okay. Gotta say. What in the world is going on? Okay. Sonic here is assigned medic. Rescue Anderby, please. And put him in bed. Wait, who did you put in bed? That's a dying swordsman. Okay, what the hell? You know what? Screw it. I don't feel like correcting that mistake. I selected the wrong person in any case. But Anderby has walked himself to bed, so... Problem solved. Close the door. Do I have somebody who's not working anything right now? Who's in base? Actually, Kumo, you should go and practice. Bats, you should go practice. Yeah. Get a little bit of turret training done. There. Listen here, you scumbags. Okay, fine. You guys can go get your turret training the easy way. Namely, live right here at the front gate. No, because you're set to passive, so you won't do that. There. Solve the bandit problem, please. Thank you. Now, for our little group out here in the middle of Nowheresville, continue on to Heft. We have another customer. Oh. Up a dune, down a dune, up a dune and down a dune. Lost drone. No faction. Well, he's going to get his ass kicked, and then we're going to kick his ass kicker. We need to get our guys proper helmets. Because we get unlucky and get hit in the head. Which is not very likely, but it does happen. Yeah, stay together, okay? There we go. Okay. Man, this travel's so slow. Zoomies up to 49 strength, which is pretty good. Blake is 60. I think he was pretty high already, though. Dread is at 54. Actually, 56. Jack is at 58. And Flick is at 60. 60 strength already? I guess he had a good bit to start with. And it's ticking up pretty quickly. She was definitely the lowest when we set out, and she's at 49 already. So this is pretty effective. We're still at 50% strength XP, which is good. I think it must cap at 50%. Unless that carrying someone 200% bonus does not work at all the way I think it might. Looks like there's another bunch that could... Yep. Okay. Yep. The fools attacked us. Okay, wait, Izumi heals everybody, which is pretty quick. Nobody took much damage at all in that little battle. Off we go. I mean, if you're gonna keep getting up and attacking us, I will happily keep swatting you. Not very smart. Just saying. This is revenge for all the times when those stupid bandits caused problems. Don't want to do anything in Haft. Not really. Yeah, how about no? Let's just keep going. There's a little raider camp outside of town. Oh, it looks like we're about to be swarmed by bugs. Okay, they keep changing their mind. Let's go over to the raider camp and see if we can say hi. Keeping in mind, of course, that we're fighting encumbered while carrying somebody. This is probably not ideal if there's actually any raiders here. There kind of aren't. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. Alright, is there anything lootable around here? Not of any value. Okay. Down the road we go. Are we seeing Trader's Edge? Yeah, we must be, because right there is our own base. Okay. We're about to enter the Hang region. Not sure how it's actually pronounced. I'm not sure any of the places in this are pronounced, honestly. I just wing it and call it good enough. And if it's not tough, you have to put up with it anyway. It'd be kind of fun to stop in at South Stone Camp and murderize the whole place if we could, but I'm not going to. One thing, I'm pretty sure it's owned by UC Noble. Yeah. And we'd have to deal with that whole mess. Currently on a mission to send a skeleton skin bandits in hopes of getting the Peeler blueprint. The skin bandits, everyone's favorite. Well, you know the secret to making skeletons not slow, right? You just remove their limbs like you would anybody else's. And you give them scout legs. I really, really wish that skeletons came preloaded with limbs. And you could just swap them out. Like, most would just come with some generic limbs that are kind of boring, but competent. Yeah, they can lose limbs just like anything else can. We got a mercenary camp here. Don't feel like messing with them. They don't mess with me, I don't mess with them. Okay. And we're about to run into a large group of very unhappy and annoying people who totally deserve everything that just happened to them because they annoyed me. It's a little bit harder to lose limbs with a skeleton because some of the easy methods that you would use for a normal person don't necessarily work. Like, normally the easy way to lose legs is to, we've got some Empire peasants, we've got Slaver caravan. If they so much as look our direction, we're gonna swat them. Okay, they didn't. Anyway, normally, like, to lose legs, you could just go stand without shoes on a area with toxic ground, or to if you're lucky, you could just get swatted a few times until you start have deteriorating injuries on your arms and legs, and then well, it depends on what your difficulty level is, I guess. How hard, what your difficulty level for amputations is. I have it set to default of just as soon as it hits minus 100, boom, that limb is gone. But there's more difficult levels where it has to be minus 100, and then you have to take more damage from a cutting weapon. And I think there might even be a... Actually, what all options are there? Let's check. Dismemberment. Frequent means that limbs are lost whenever HP drops below minus 100. Rare means limbs are only lost when hit and the damage goes below negative 100. With either setting, limbs can also be eaten off. Never means limb loss is disabled completely, which, as they note, is boring. I prefer frequent. It's not actually that frequent. Well, okay, it is. It happens a lot. But it's not actually that frequent that happens to your guys and you can't control for it. With skeletons, though, it is a little harder. But I've definitely had skeletons where I deliberately removed all of their limbs and equipped them with new ones. All right. Home sweet base. In we go. Izumi hit 53 strength. Red's at 59. Back's at 60. Flick's at 62. Flick's at 62. I think we're going to call that good enough for now. If we do any future strength training, it'll be as with the whole group, probably. So, let's all dump our inventories. Turn Izumi's jobs back on. And more importantly, let's dump all our prisoners in the cages here. And decide what we're going to do with them. Let's see. Empire peasants. The guy actually has a name. Slaver trader, heavy guard. Most of these are just outlaw farmers and such like. Okay. Now, inventory. Unfortunately, we now have a ton of iron that we can't easily do anything with. Now, we could just dump it on the ground. That would be wasteful. First, let's get rid of all this food in our inventory. Oh, wow. These guys are just wrecking those. What are they? Slave hunters. Committing burglary. Yeah. Good luck. Assholes. We could collect a few more possible recruits if I cared, but I don't. Also, they're really low stats. Do I care to recruit any more people? Probably not. Because we have 3 amazing recruits in here. You know, it'd be fun to do. Get 2 guys who are in opposed factions, lock them in a room with training weapons, and see what happens. See if they just fight endlessly. They probably don't, but it'd be fun anyway. See if you try it out. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a problem eventually, but we're now stuck with vast quantities of raw iron and nowhere to put it. I could build a new iron storage, but that seems like a dumb idea. I think we should probably just drop it, honestly. Is there a button I can use that just drops immediately? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Alright. Cool thing about dropping it is that guys will actually go pick it up if they need it. So it's not totally wasted until such time as it despawns, which I think happens eventually. It certainly used to happen eventually. Okay, we're not going to drop Dread's stuff because he's currently inside of a building. Okay. I can drop whole stacks at once, which is nice. I guess we could have went and sold this too, but meh, iron doesn't sell for much. Okay, if you guys would get your ass down here to the research building, and we can store all these backpacks. I'm probably going to give all these guys I'm gonna give them large thieves backpacks because only a -2 combat skill reduction, and at this point they're strong enough that it really turbo does not matter. Okay, Azumi gets her backpack back, the one that is full of medical supplies normally. That's a bit fuller than it should be at this point. And Slick gives up his backpack completely. Oops. I dropped it on the ground like a dumbass. Okay. Because he has a preloaded journey pack in here that we only carry around when we're actually going on a trip. He swaps out backpacks according to what the current task is. So these three have completed their trip, and I'm going to now assign them to various turrets around the base. So Red gets that one. Jack gets that one. And Flick gets that one. Bats, you're unassigned. Kuma, you're unassigned. We now have permanent turret people for a while, at least. That should lead to the base being much more secure. Azumi, of course, is the medic, researcher, all that fun stuff. Flick is his job do supply running. So let's load him up with a backpack and let's see if we can get rid of some of this armor and shit that's been piling up. Okay. Don't think I want... Do I want samurai helmets? They are really good helmets. They're far from the best helmets in the game, but they are really good helmets. Ooh, there's a Masterwork chain shirt. 2 of them. Well, we're going to get rid of these specialist plate jackets. And the wooden sandals. Technically, a lot of people think the wooden sandal is the best sandal in the game, or is the best shoe in the game. Because there's no foot body part to cover. So they're just extra leg armor. And depending on what you're wearing, you already have multiple things that cover your legs. Like with samurai armor, you have full coverage on your legs from your leg blades. And then only like 40% what you get from the boots. And samurai boots are the best protective boots in the game. So technically, instead of wearing samurai boots, you can wear the wooden sandal and get that extra athletics effect. Oh. Red, I forgot to unload your stuff. Over here. Stay in the middle of this iron pile. Please. Okay, there we go. Dump it on the ground. And then we swap out your backpack for your actual permanent one. Okay. And you can go back to your job now. Nice. Yeah, you can't actually have slaves in this game. The AI can, but the player can't. You can take prisoners, but you can't do anything with them. In the vanilla game, you can't even recruit them. I have a mod installed that lets you talk to prisoners and possibly recruit them. Through various methods, depending on which faction they're from. There's a dead skimmer in here somewhere. Dead slave hunters. Yep. They got smacked, you might say. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on food. You should probably stop making food soon. We're actually out of bread. We're out of cactus. That's kind of surprising, actually. I didn't know there was an end to the cactus. We're not out of flour, though. Anyway, get Slick back in here. Let's keep loading up on armor. We don't really want these black cloth shirts. We do want those chainmail. Those boots go. We'll keep that basic uniform for now. No, we'll get rid of these black cloth shirts. Because they're just... yeah, the chainmail are better in every possible way, except for the people who want to be stealthy. These are pretty severe minus stealth effect. Which I'd rather not have to deal with if I didn't have to. There's not much leg armor that doesn't hurt stealth in some way. Actually, I should just... there's just not much leg armor, period. There's only a few kinds. Oh. Like... those are manhunters. Oh, he's kicking their asses. Hey, he got shot in the ass by one of his friends. I guess this is the danger of firing into melee, hmm? No! Uh-oh. Open the door. Azumi! Azumi! Run! Rescue poor Slick, who is severely wounded. Would you please stop shooting my people in the ass? Honestly. Okay, you have a find and rescue order. Are you going to do it? Yes, no. Maybe so. You're gonna repair his leg first. Those crossbow bolts certainly come in with authority. They're shooting at that dude and they're coming uncomfortably close to our guys here. Uncomfortably close. Okay, here. Let them shoot at that all day long if they wish. You have orders to find and rescue people and find and put in bed. Apparently, you're not smart enough to know how that works. That order's never worked right since day one. Anyway, good news is Bland's actually cleaning up the mess. Yeah, we got smacked really hard in the leg. Not good. Flick's trip to town is postponed. Those crossbows are absolutely murderous when they actually hit things, which is unfortunately not as often as I would like. What are you doing to that crossbow? I thought I ordered you to use this crossbow. You're not using the crossbow I ordered you to use. You're using every crossbow except the one I ordered you to use. What? What? Okay, now he's using that crossbow. If I order him to go, he has a permanent order to use this specific crossbow. No matter where I tell him to go, he will always grab a different crossbow than this one. Same deal here. Weird. Flick, on the other hand, also won't use their ordered crossbow. What? Okay, well, let's get them on their specific crossbows because I actually want them to use these. Because they are the most accurate, longest range crossbows we have mounted currently. And I actually do kind of want you to use this harpoon turret. Weird. I explicitly order them to use a crossbow instead of letting them use the guard order. Then they will actually go use the right one. But if it's a guard order, they'll use one of the ones nearby without using the right one. That's definitely incorrect. There's something wrong going on there. Get in bed, you fool. How long has this dude been laying in bed anyway? Jump on the ground. Okay, Zumi's back up. I was thinking about giving her a go-man crossbow order to do when all of her other tasks are done. But okay, let's actually do that. Current guard, mounted crossbow Mark II. This one right here in the end. Let's watch her go to any other crossbow. Zip. Just pick one at random, I guess. At least it's on the right wall segment. Maybe they have a weird thing where they... No, that doesn't make sense. Because you park them right beside the closest one, that the one right beside the one they're actually ordered to use. They'll still go to a different one. Apparently there's... I have to test this. And I don't feel like it. But I should test to see what happens if I... Okay, if it was my game and I was a beta or like a tester, I would build two buildings beside each other, like two wall segments, and put one crossbow in each and see if they at least always go to the right segment. Or if they always go to the wrong one just within a certain range. And then I'd look through the code and see what could be causing that. Considering those are manhunters, I'm a little bit surprised they're not pinging away at them. Technically, manhunters probably aren't supposedly bandits, but they're bandits. Oh. They just shot a city hero. Oh no. Well, I guess he must not be as heroic as you would like to believe, because he just got pinged by a crossbow bolt. I don't know anything about the city heroes, whether they're actually heroes or whether they're just or what they are, what kind of faction they are. Okay. Bland, I have a job for you. Go clean this mess up. Click. I have a job for you as well. It is time for you to go to Stoat and sell that shit in your inventory. Cross scissor we go. But anyway, since I am not a game tester, and I do not particularly care to spend my time building things just for testing purposes, I will not be attempting to see whether it's limited to building or if it's within a range. Let's go to the weapon dealer. No, don't go up there. Sell as much cheap clothing as we can just to get it out of our inventory. Okay, we actually could sell the entire stock here. Back to base. Our lovely little walled town in the middle of the desert. Or at least walled industrial compound. If I scattered a couple small buildings around and named them residences without actually decorating the interiors, then I suppose it would be every bit as detailed as the in-game towns. Anyway, let's close our doors. There's no reason to go out there. Yeah. It looks like some of this iron pile has been disappearing one way or the other. I did not realize that items dropped into the world actually had physics. Okay, that's interesting. We probably have enough chainmail to equip everybody. Let's go ahead and do that very thing if we can. Most people are just going to get specialist grade because I can't be bothered to make enough fancy stuff. For the same reason why some people still have high grade armor. Okay, those are masterwork grade. We're not wasting that on him. We're going to give those to our actual experts and other incredibly valuable people. People who actually get into combat more often. I should give you a proper full set of armor too, instead of whatever half-assed collection this is. We'll keep the Ashland hats on for now. I keep saying I'm going to get rid of them and then I never do. Oh well. How are we doing on weapons? We should start making more. I think I decided on ringed sabers for most of the remaining group. Okay, we need 4 more ringed sabers. So we'll order like 10 of them. That should make sure we have enough. I can find the damn things in the list. They were fairly close to the top, I thought. There we go. Okay, we'll order 10 ringed sabers. And then I want to make... Well, that Manhunter group didn't get in. Quite the opposite. And those slave hunters aren't getting in either. We may be accumulating a bit of a pile in front of our gate. Okay. We're probably going to want to open the gate after a bit so that the mess can be cleaned up. Actually, I guess I don't really care, because the only reason to clean the mess up is to not attract animals, and we can just shoot the animals too. Sounds like solvable problems. Alright. So did I equip everybody with a chain shirt now? No, I did not. We were working on that when I rudely interrupted myself. Okay, we do have a couple more masterwork grades. We'll see to it that all our smiths have masterwork. And our hedge engineer has masterwork. Flick, I don't know what I'm going to do with him. Azumi definitely deserves a masterwork. She can trade in her specialist one. Come on, I ordered you to come over here. Get your ass over here. What are you doing? Get off the damn crossbow. I think she's stuck. There we go. Okay. Get off the crossbow and come over here for armor fitting. I know you want to shoot bandits, I know it's fun, but sorry. You need to swap to masterwork grade armor. Okay. So we have one... No, we don't have one last masterwork grade. I thought we did. Okay. Well, considering we have one more in queue now, but I've canceled the others, we might get another couple masterwork. We're not getting... No, we might get another masterwork, but probably not. We're going to have enough to equip our planned recruits there in the training hall. No problem. Oh, somebody must have tried to stand up. You flies. Let's open the gate and clean this mess up. Okay, now. Continuing to equip our people. Getting the smiths into actual armor. Preferably masterwork here, since we have enough of that. Anderby was already swapped. Okay. Now it's Kumo's turn. He already has masterwork grade armor. Blick doesn't get it because he's the sneaky dude. These guys already have it. Okay, so everybody in this group except Slick is equipped with absolute top tier. What's going on? Manhunters got inside the tower. That's what's going on. And they are getting their asses kicked, hopefully. They are getting their asses kicked. A bit at a time. I should remove these harpoon turrets. Because honestly, I don't really want harpoon turrets up there. But since they're going to refuse to go back to the right turrets anyway. I think Slick was the only person who took any major damage. Probably because he was wearing backpack. Actually, that backpack, what's it do exactly? 20% slower combat speed. Yeah, that's pretty big. Alright. I'd like to make better armor for Slick. Wait, he doesn't have any weapons. No wonder. What happened to his weapons? Alright. Somebody must have tried to steal his weapons. I suspect one of the manhunters knocked him down and stole his weapons. Or something dumb like that. Well, that annoys me because he had really good weapons. Emphasis on had. Well, now he has at least a backup weapon. And he had ringed sabers, which we're currently producing, so... Although we only have edge type 2s currently. Well, that manhunter didn't make it very far. What are you shooting at? Oh. This idiot. Well, that manhunter didn't make it very far. They're not exactly the smartest bunch ever made, now are they? Anyway. I thought you died when body parts went under minus 100. Does that have to go down to minus 200 or something? No. Oh, he was a stack, so I had to go to minus 125. Okay. Burp. Alright, door's closed. All that mass of dead bodies outside the gate have been cleaned up. There's still a few dead bodies and future dead bodies inside here, but we'll deal with that later. I'm kind of curious, if they always refuse to go back to the crossbow, you order them gone. That was a bit of a debacle. Can I order them to mount all the crossbows except the one I want them on? And then I'll force him to use that one? Because that'd be funny if so. No, now they will actually use them. Okay. What about if you order them to go on 2 of them? No, they'll just go to every single one except this one. What? That's the only one I want them using. That's the only one they won't go to. That's really annoying. Here, select. He's pretending. Smack him. Nope. Okay, when he becomes conscious again, he'll get promptly smacked by crossbows from above. It is really annoying how much they refuse to use the ones I want them to use. Oh well. Actually I should check to see if that's a known bug. Or rather, if it's a known bug with a possible fix. Okay. Turret guards won't do this. Turret guards won't do that. Whole long list of things that turret guards don't seem to be doing properly. Is there a good solution to turret guards starving themselves? Okay. Um. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. The real solution, of course, is just to hire skeletons and put them up there, because you don't need to feed them. Then you can assign a skeleton to a specific turret, give him no other jobs. They'll never have to leave. He can just stay on his little happy turret forever and ever, amen. Problem solved. Unfortunately, I don't have any skeletons, and I don't probably really feel like going to recruit any. Actually, I probably should go recruit at least like 3 or 4 skeletons, just to be permanent base guards. An interesting idea. Yep, the old skimmer got smacked before he even could get close. Love it. Yeah, it would be interesting to get 4 skeletons, put 2 on the walls, 2 on the towers, and they would just constantly guard the gate under all conditions. Maybe a 5th one assigned to engineering, so he constantly repairs the gate. Actually, that'd be a great idea. A 5th one assigned to engineering. You'd have to train them all. Make the 5th one also your medic or something, or one of the, yeah. I don't know. It's starting to get complicated. You might as well just use normal guys if you're gonna assign them places and give them permanent jobs and crap like that. But if you're just gonna put them in a building and lock the door permanently. Or stick them on a wall and then remove the ramp leading up to that wall. Anyway. We're not getting anything effective done right now. Do we have any edge type 3 ringed sabers? No, we do not. Okay, so I'm thinking about full slick here. Let's go put his backpack away. I'm thinking that I might want to use, or I might want to try to give him martial arts training just because it would be interesting. And also what kind of armor I want to give him. Because I want to give him armor that'll work well for sneaking, but it has to actually be good armor. So, like, this plate jacket is pretty okay because it doesn't have any minus dodge effects, or not dodge, but no minus stealth effects. And it has some weather protection, which is cool. But I'm wondering if there's some good stuff here in the... Okay. Samurai cloth pants are one of the best coverage leg armors. But I think you can make those at a clothing bench. So there's no real reason to make them here. Yeah. The ninja gi works really well for improving your stealth. But stealth can only go to 100. At that point, it maxes out. The ninja mask claims it helps with stealth, but it doesn't actually, as you can see when you look at the stats. Noble's robe. Stealth effect. Not very useful. We could make them, but they're not very useful. A little tiny bit of armor effect. I should make a set of these. They don't have any quality because they're not actually armor. The only effect would be to have a pair that's made by us. Okay, leather armor. The ninja rags give a pretty substantial plus stealth effect. Is there anything better than that, though? Swamp ninja rags are a little bit worse, but they also help protect from dust storms and gas. Coverage is a bit mediocre. What about the basic ninja rags? What's their coverage? Better, actually. Let's go ahead and make one set of those. See if we can get a high quality set. And let's see. The leather turtleneck. A dark leather shirt doesn't have not near as same coverage as leather turtleneck does. I think we're just going to hope that we don't get hit with this dude. We're probably going to give him a light weapon. The ninja rags have way better coverage than the assassin rags. The long coat's interesting. It covers the entire body. Actually, where are martial artist bindings? Okay, we need those actually. They protect the fists and give a slight attack damage effect. And I think they go into the shirt slot. Anyway, let's completely change Blick's armor set. Let's give him something a little less interesting. We're not going to give him a primary weapon. We're just going to keep this level 1. Matter of fact, we might not even do that. Because I want to try to train him on martial arts. So to that end, let's grab these training binds. And let's see. If we can, yeah, there we go. Give him the homemade. Okay, and then for the armor. Did he not put those away? Must not have. No, he didn't. Okay. Masterwork Ninja Rags. Perfect. 1.3 times stealth effect. Beautiful. And then we get another 1.10 from our pants. We're going to be able to offset some pretty large stealth downsides. Plus 42%. We can actually offset completely. Well, not quite. In theory, we could offset completely our robotics from not wearing the sneaky legs. Anyway, at some point in the future, we're probably going to want to do some serious sneak training. For now, though, I want to do some martial arts training. Let's grab all these guys. I note they're not eating. Let's go ahead and unassign them from the damn turrets, since they can't appear to control themselves. Oh, apparently there were some live guys inside the tower still. Fix that problem. Okay, select the whole group. Turn everybody on passive. Let's go ahead and load up on food that we're going to distribute mostly to the prisoners. We probably should store these bindings until later, because they do increase our attack damage, and that's the last thing I want. Okay. Those appear to actually go on like a weapon, which is weird. I wonder if they actually work. I guess we're going to find out. Boom. Okay, let's top off everybody's food. Might as well. Speaking of which, we should probably top off the food for our prisoners over here that I don't know what I'm going to do with. at some point. Let's see. What weapon should we fight against? They've done lots of training with a katana. They've done lots of training with a longsword. I think they've done heavy weapon training. I don't know if they've done cleaver training. Let's use a katana again. Oh, we've got damn traitors here. Okay, Izumi. Nope, not interested. Get out of here. Boom, door closed. Alright. Door closed here. Okay, we're ready to go with the katana. Martial arts training. Let's attempt it. I don't know if this is going to work properly, but I will hope so. Unconscious for an annoyingly long amount of time. Go. Wait for him to stand up. They can't escape because the door is closed. Alright, we're gonna get the shit beat out of us quite a lot. Yeah, we are learning martial arts. Good. It does appear to be working. Interesting. We will be taking some amount of damage to our limbs until we're more experienced. Which is possibly problematic. Dodge is going up super fast. Oh, I'm sure it is. It darn well better be. Now that's your entire method of not getting hit. Oh yeah. Can we build a skeleton bed? I thought I researched that. Yeah, skeleton repair bed. It's not even expensive. Why don't I have one of these yet? Because we absolutely should have one of these inside of our hospital. There, now we do. Or we will shortly. Yeah, I wasn't... Don't mean for you to go build it anyway. The drawback skeletons have, and by extension, artificial limbs, is that while they don't bleed, and while you can repair them to full, without having to wait for healing, that kind of stuff, is that every time they get damaged, a little tiny bit of that damage becomes permanent. Like here it says I have 10 points of wear damage. So no matter what happens, I just can't repair those 10 points of damage. Unless I use the skeleton repair bed. In which case it'll slowly repair that wear damage. And usually, if you're just a wandering idiot, skeleton repair beds are kind of hard to find. There's not that many places that have them. Some tech hunter bases, maybe. Places like Black Desert City have tons of them. Well, it's not so much they're hard to find as you have to travel a ways to get one. 53 dodge. Yep, already. Our martial arts skill is a bit low. Martial arts is interesting because it's a pain in the butt to train. Normally. Because it starts really weak. And you damage yourself when you're doing attacks and stuff. But if you train enough and get high level, it becomes actually overpowered. You can absolutely just destroy with it. And you don't need any expensive weapons to do it either. Here you can punch and kick limbs off. I have definitely heard the same. It is pretty wild. That's going to take us a long time before we get much experience here. Dodge is one thing. That's easy. You really should be training in really heavy armor. With max encumbrance and all that bullshit. We probably will later. Problem is, if you're not training in a relatively safe environment, like say with training weapons, then yeah. It can be quite dangerous. You go "Ooh," at the guy, and he swings his sword at you and you fall over. And then you are sad. At least until you get a ton of toughness and a ton of dodge. And get to the point where you can occasionally actually hit a person. And then maybe you can take down a weak bandit or two. It's generally much, much faster to learn a weapon. But oh, we're up to 65 dodge already. 66 dodge already. Of course, we have plus 11 from gear. Yeah, the ninja rags are really helping out here. We definitely should equip crappy armor. Here. Let's swap out our armor. Let's keep the hat. The hat doesn't do anything for us. Actually, that helmet hurts our dodge a lot, so let's put that on. This is why we have training armor in here, after all. Yeah. Alright. Now our dodge is effectively 12. I don't know how that actually affects learning speed, but it's still going up pretty zippy. Also, if you're going to be a martial artist, Scorchlanders get a 1.2 racial XP bonus for dodge. That helps surprisingly a lot. I really like the Scorchland characters because they get improved dodge, improved weaponsmithing, improved armor smithing. Not crossbow smith because that's an afterthought the devs added. apparently. You get weapon and armor smith, stealth, which is pretty handy sometimes, athletics, which is incredibly handy sometimes, or all the time, actually. I don't think you get any weapon bonuses. Although you do get a debuff on strength. But you get a boost on dexterity, so yeah, 6 of one, half dozen of another. Ultimately, I think I would rather have strength over dexterity, but still. Whereas the Greenlanders, they get nothing on any of their main stats, nothing any weapon stats. They get a boost to science. And I think farming. Science, farming, and cooking. Ooh. I really like Scorchlanders. Okay, dodge is at 61. What is our strength XP? 0%. Okay, let's get... Here, Azumi, I need your help for a second. I want you to load up a backpack full of fun and exciting encumbering items. Wow, we are almost out of iron. I am actually a little bit surprised. Well, let's just grab as much as we can from every available source in the area. Which turns out to actually be not that much. Okay, well hopefully it's enough. We have a training backpack to help our buddy Slick out here. Slick, get away from the wall. This is going to make his job much harder. And we'll see if that improves training. But some people claim it does. He's now negative 29 dodge. Ow. Strength XP in combat is 57%. Maybe we should get more encumbrance. How much does copper weigh? Only 4 kilos. Okay, that's ridiculous. Copper, which is really dense, is only 4 kilos. Iron is 9 kilos. Oh well, okay, whatever. Probably not in need of copper. We are getting absolutely wrecked. I don't know if this is doing anything to increase our XP rate for dodge or not. Dodge XP rate. Training hindered by encumbrance. Okay. Does it list the martial arts XP rate? Because that's actually what I'm interested in. Does fighting encumbered. I don't think it actually works the way... Yeah. Okay. That was worth a test. Give this back to Azumi. And Azumi, put this iron all back where it belongs. Yeah, we get strength, but there's other ways to train strength that work just as good or better, in my opinion. If I really wanted to strength train, we would fill a weight bag up and give it a shot, maybe, but... Get away from the damn door. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, we are not over encumbered. So it doesn't give us a listing for our XP rate's 100%. Okay. It doesn't give us an XP rate for this though, so I don't know if there's anything we can do to increase that. I don't think so. So we can wear armor, which greatly hinders our dodge skill. Not sure if that provides any benefits or not. I'm guessing the answer is probably or not. Yeah. What I'd like to figure out is how XP is calculated. Like, some people talk like XP is calculated based on... Okay, so I've read... A lot of what I've read says, oh yeah, the best way to train is to load your guys down to they're super encumbered and hardly can move and then go train. And that's all you ever see. It's like, are they doing that purely for strength training? Or are they doing that to lower their skills? Because I've encountered games before where the lower your current skill, the faster you gained XP and therefore levels. And so it was possible to temporarily lower your skills by a ton, gain 10 levels, and then raise your skills back up, and you were 10 levels above where you used to be. Which is ridiculous and incredibly overpowered, depending on how hard it was to lower your skills. I don't think Kenshi works that way. However, if it does work that way, then that means that encumbering the heck out of yourself and otherwise reducing your skills as much as you can by wearing heavy armor is by far the best way to train in combat. If it doesn't work that way, then you just want to give yourself as many bonuses as you can within limits. Right now, I don't know if dodge increases faster when you're getting hit, in which case it might make sense to wear things that reduce my dodge enough so that I get hit a lot until I have really high dodge, and then remove all that stuff and then go train my martial arts. It's a little bit cloudy. Okay. So if I wear this stuff, that's plenty to get my dodge way low. And if it actually just increases whenever he hits me, then this is plenty to get my dodge to a low enough point where I can get hit enough to keep my dodge going out nice and steady. We're already at 76. I'd like to get dodge up to like the 80s, low 90s, and then we can swap this armor out for my proper armor, which will rocket my dodge up to 100. No problem. Or even just keep going with this armor for as long as possible. Slows down the extra gain based on their hit chance. So the higher they have a chance to hit, the less you gain. Or the other way around. Because that would explain the incredible dodge gain early if you gain more skill when they have more chance to hit. Because that seemed a lot faster than what could be explained just by having a low level. The closer the number are together, so if you're at 60 dodge and you have 60 hit, then it's 1 time gain. Okay. So the farther they are apart, the better. Does that take effective skill into account, or is it your total skill? So like your actual skill or your current effective, the number listed here. Because if it's your actual skill as listed here, then eventually you'll converge and it'll... Yeah. Whereas if it was this number, 17, we should still be rocketing up way faster than we are, so I guess it doesn't make sense for it to be anything else. It's still going up pretty fast, though. Just not as fast as it was, by any stretch of the imagination. We're not even running at fast game speed either, I guess. We're at 80 dodge already. This is ridiculous. This is kind of what I plan to do to train dodge on guys. Just remove their weapons. And probably just set them to block or something. And let them get swatted around for a while. Yeah, I'm not sure what his 2-hit is. It is effectively 81. In reality, it's 93. Which is pretty incredible. But these three... All the weapons training that's happened in this whole settlement has been done by these three guys. I can't see their weapons ability. Because they don't currently have weapons on them. Like their dexterity is each at 93. 93 almost seems like a... I don't know, the point where the XP becomes insane or something. Because I've got a bunch of guys who are at 93 in some skill or another. '85 dodge. I'd like to get dodge into the 90s just because that'd be cool. He only has 18 effective dodge though. And look at it go up. We are actually occasionally hitting him. Enough that our martial arts just hit 24. When two opponents are fighting with weapons, it's actually melee defense versus melee defense when calculating XP. Melee attack does not factor at all in. If one is unarmed, martial arts goes level. It's that simple. Weird. The melee defense determines if an opponent is better. Okay. So technically, we probably want to weight our trainers down with things to make it so they can hardly hit a thing. Until such time as everybody has used up their massive advantage to get tons and tons of melee attack skill. And then you take the training weights off and let them smack you until your melee defense is really high. Okay. Because when I trained these three, I just stuck them in against the group and their melee defense went way up because they were getting hit so much. That's impressively stupid, actually. I guess, though, man, it makes a certain amount of sense because we're at 90 dodge already. And it's still cruising. I guess, though, since our dodge, since it's martial arts versus melee defense. Okay. Yeah, carrying a body is weirdly good for strength training because it just gives a plus 200% bonus. It's actually kind of insane. No matter how encumbered you are, carrying a body is just massive boost. Actually, if I was to set block, which technically gives me effectively more dodge, then I never hit him and never gain martial arts skill, and I'm gonna get maximum. That's, yeah, that's dumb. We're not doing that. Anyway, we're ready at 92 dodge, and it's still cruising. Of course, we only have effectively 20 dodge as far as dodging his attacks go, but... Anyway. We're actually getting a pretty decent amount of toughness XP, too. We just hit 56. I mean, it's slow, but it's actually pretty notable. Unfortunately, because we're not well, not unfortunately, but if we were actually taking damage, toughness would go up way faster. But then that would make the training much harder and it would cut it much shorter. And you'd have to stop all the time, subdue the trainer. heal the trainee, or we'd have to have somebody else there to distract the trainer so we could heal the trainee and let him. Yeah, it wouldn't work. You have to wait for the trainee to heal, and I guess if you're training skeletons, you can just repair them and add skeleton repair kits to burn. Be kind of funny in a ridiculous way. We're at 94 dodge already, and it's still climbing notably fast. I think we could actually get to 100 dodge without serious issues, unless it slows down even more as it goes. I'm guessing it probably has some kind of exponential curve and gets to be hugely hard eventually. But as long as I can see that bar moving at a notable speed, we're going to keep dodge training. Although we are getting more and more martial arts skill. Let's just set into the block. At least stops with that. Okay. I probably should set up 2 iron storages on either side of the base and just order them to haul between them for serious strength training. We're at 95 dodge and it's still going. It's slow, but it's still going. 57 toughness, climbing notably. Okay. I might have to do dodge training with everyone just to get toughness up. Get dodge up just in case they lose their weapon or whatever, because dodge actually does come into play occasionally. It isn't purely martial arts. It's chance of evading attacks while unarmed, chance of evading attacks while stumbling. Speaking of stumbling, we have succeeded in stumbling our ass out of the building. So currently we have a 40 effective dodge skill. 95 actual. Dodge training while encumbered, so toughness goes up even faster. That would, yeah, train a bunch of things probably. In that case, we would have everybody set the block. We don't care if they, because that would never try to hit anybody with martial arts. Because we want to get the crap beaten out of us, basically. We wouldn't even need the training binds or anything. Just set the guys to block and load them down with lots of weight. Get the shit beaten out of them until they have high toughness. Oh, we're almost at 96 dodge. It's going up real slow now. But we're only 4 levels away from 100, so screw it, we're doing it. Well, we're at least going to get 99. Or until I get bored, whichever happens first. Oh, we're at 14% already, 15%. Oh, stop running into the walls, you dumbass. He's constantly getting pushed back. He gets slammed into walls over and over and over again. Oh, 35%. Yeah, it's real slow. I really want that 100 dodge though, just for absolutely no reason at all. Well, partially because if I become really over encumbered, I will still have plenty of effective dodge skill. And then once we ditch this armor, here, actually, where did I put those? Here, let's make a strength training weight. And let's go ahead and see if we can, ah, shit. Now we definitely don't have any iron. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's iron around here. It's just not being collected and used properly. Hey, how much do these weigh? Only 5 kilos. No, you idiot! Don't unload all that hard-earned iron. Okay. I think I've raided every single place that had iron. There's the door. We could fill the rest up with steel. Steel doesn't weigh nearly as much. No, we really can't because we're kind of low on steel, actually. Oh, we're actually low on iron plates, even. Those are only 2 kilos, though, and they're quite large. How much does building material weigh? Only 2 kilos? Stone? Stone only weighs 4 kilos. Copper is only like 4 kilos. Yeah. Guess we do have a lot of copper. We can fill out an entire backpack with copper, and that would be at least equal. There. But, you are now very fat. Actually, this greatly reduces our dodge training XP. I remember that from before. Yeah. But what we'll do is what we'll do to our toughness XP. That's what I actually want to know. And strength, for that matter. Strength does not appear to be going up hardly at all. It is a little. Toughness is climbing at a pretty reasonable clip. Let's try putting away our weight. And let's watch our toughness go up and down. This is entirely unscientific. It doesn't appear to be greatly increasing toughness XP. Maybe by a little. It would slow down. Okay, what it would do is it would slow down the dodge training so that you get more toughness, I guess, by just reducing the amount of XP you get. So in a counterintuitive kind of way, it does increase toughness XP. I would just rather get my toughness XP some other way. Less safe, maybe. Or, more safe, I guess. Yeah. If I actually wanted toughness XP, the best way to do that is just to go get grabbed by somebody who will heal you every time after they knock you down, aka nearby slavers. It's not hard to get away whenever you want to. And then, providing they're being accommodating, you can just get up. However, you don't want to be captured by the slavers in the UC because they tend to do annoying things like pick you up and carry you off on some expedition with them if you get knocked down. Whereas in Rebirth, they're much more predictable. It's much easier to work around them. And you can get it naturally when getting hit for real. Although you can quickly, with training like this, it's not hard to end up with glass cannons of guys that are just absolute monsters until they get hit a few times and they go down, slam. But it's really hard to hit them, so they rarely go down. You just take a lucky hit or two and that's it. But we're up to 60 toughness already, so I'm not too concerned about that with this character. And this guy's not really intended to get in combat much anyway. I'm probably never actually even going to do martial arts with him. Maybe. We'll see. I'm kind of curious to go out and see if we can smack a couple guys around with the martial artist. With support troops waiting at a safe distance, of course. I think the next Vinci run I do, I'm going to try to do like a couple of shacks or something. Use one of the rock bottom starts or something, whatever. One of the ones that starts you with just 2 guys and almost nothing. And see if we can make some ultra shacks. Probably not the slave start, but like, and probably not like the cannibal start either. I'd have to see what starts are available actually. We're almost halfway to 98 dodge. Here, actually, let's see if we can get up on the roof. Because if we can get up on the roof, they never seem to phase out through the walls when they're on the roof. We can get backed into a corner. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, I was wrong. They can get phased out through the walls on the roof. It's just rarer. Try the 100 Hiver start mod? I don't think so. That actually sounds kind of cool, but also it sounds like it would be hell. Because how would you keep track of anybody? I guess you would just have to pick some from the start who are going to be your crafters and stuff and just throw manpower at every problem. That was interesting. They're like caught on edge here. No, don't come on stuck. Almost to 98. So is it all one kind of Hiver, or is it like a mix of the different Hiver casts? I guess it'd probably be up to you because you can always edit your characters before you go in. That would definitely be a ridiculous start. Trying to feed everybody would be a huge problem. You would need to just rush to somewhere that has something resembling arable ground and just get crops down immediately, or you would absolutely starve instantly. Although I think Hivers have a much reduced need for food. Hmm. Damn it, now I'm starting to try to figure out the logistics for this. Okay, we're almost at 98. This is really dumb, and I should definitely stop trying to train dodge now. I should have stopped a long time ago. But, damn it, I want to see that 3-digit number. 98. Yay! Well, you can still see the bar moving, even if it's slow. "5% of the way to 99. This is gonna take forever. 6% of the way to 99. No, I'm not gonna announce it every 1%. That would be annoying. Also, I'm not saying it'd be annoying for me. For you, it'd be annoying for me. It'd probably be annoying for you too. But one of those things I care about a lot more than I care about the other. Have we run out of food? Yes, we actually have. Okay, well, let's fix that problem. Zumi, can you grab... Actually, wait. We can probably just grab food directly with Slick. He's not that far away. Yeah, we can. Also, clearly we need to turn off food production because we have a ton of it. Okay, he has eaten. Speaking of eating. Okay, it doesn't seem like everybody else is having trouble eating this time. Sometimes they refuse to eat as long as there's an enemy fighting in here. It's weird. Anyway. I know a lot of people really like the Hivers, I just don't. I think they're weird. I think their traders are annoying. I never even really liked Beep that much. Which I'm sure will see me branded as a heretic by like 99% of the player base. 22% of the way to 98. Or 99, I mean. Almost a quarter. Oh, there we are. 25% of the way there. This has become very slow. Anyway. Hivers are, in a lot of ways, more interesting than just boring humans, but... yeah. I guess that's why I like Shek. They're more interesting than humans, but they have less annoying downsides than Hivers. Oh. And Hivers have a reduced set of armor from the already somewhat limited set of armor in the game. If you're just scrolling down the list of armor, it's like, oh wow, there's lots of armor in this game, but there's really not. It's surprisingly limited. Okay, we're over a third of the way there. I wish there was a go even faster setting. I just think it would be hilarious trying to manage 100 Hivers. Probably end up re-alive in a few hours. Depends on what gear they started with. Here, let's just check this out real quick. See if I can find this mod. Vinci 100 Hiver start. Okay. 100 Hivers. Mod adds a new game start that drops you into a holy nation with 100 hive workers. All with low stats, no gear, stupid names, and a bunch of building materials. Okay. I think I would probably spend some time in the character editor changing a few of them from basic Hivers to other variants of Hivers. We would have like some princes and such like, so we have a little bit of a clear ruling set. There is a mod that makes the Hive Queen available as a playable race. That's interesting and weird. Anyway. Unfortunately, the Hive Queen in this game is kind of odd. Yeah, throw in some other Hive what seems like a reasonable ratio, so they're not all just Hive workers. Which you can do using the start editor, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know about starting in the middle of Holy Nation territory, though. That sounds interesting. And judging from the quick glance I got at the comments below the mod, it was probably made for somebody or other's YouTube video. So that might be fun to look up later, depending on who made it. Some of those guys who do that kind of content are just annoying, and others are actually very mildly interesting. I am annoyed by a lot of things that most people like, which is fine, I guess. I should say most people like, but a lot of people like. There we go. I'm surprisingly no fun allowed sometimes. I don't know if I'd actually enjoy that though. I'm more the person. I'm less the kind of person who likes to focus on a gigantic faction, and more the kind who likes zeroing in on one specific really cool individual. Like in RTSs, I tend to like factions who have smaller numbers of better units. Specifically because I can get a small number of carefully tuned units and pay attention just to those. Hmm, 67% of the way to 99. It's gonna take so long to get to 100. Don't you dare go over that edge. Oh, hey, that works surprisingly well. Oh, wow. Too bad I didn't think of that before. All right, he stopped now. As long as he doesn't stop. Is dodge still going up? Yes, dodge is still going up. Okay, cool. Alright, this is gonna save me a lot of effort. Now, go back to work. Okay, fine. I think it's actually decreasing our learn rate for dodge by a little bit. Hard to tell. But it was kind of funny that it did sort of work. Mm, 78%. Keep climbing. Here. No, don't stop. Keep going. Yeah, it's still working. And we're training turrets at the same time, at least a little bit. Slowly. No, don't stop. What are you doing? %. It saves us from going off the edge, I guess. I don't think it actually helps. I think it actually hurts. Gives us a lower XP rate, maybe. Certainly feels like it. Oh well. %86 of the way to dodge level 99. And probably 50% of the way to dodge level 100. And I hope the XP rate isn't quite that bad, but... What is it in old school RuneScape? 97 is halfway to 99? Something like that. I don't remember what the actual number is. But the last several levels are just absurd. %92 of the way to 99. And then we have to go all the way to 100 yet. I'm not sure if I have this in me. I don't know how long it's taken since we started. But it's definitely been a while. 95% of the way there. It wouldn't be nearly so bad if I didn't have to babysit the whole damn process. But alas. Even when I found the cool trick using the training dummies, it still didn't actually work. Because he would stop attacking after a bit. 97, 98. %99 of the way to 99. Dodge level 99. This is going to take absurdly long. We are 1% of the way to dodge level 100. Get back here and train with us. Oh. Do I care enough to get this? Yeah, I kind of do. It's really stupid, but I kind of do. I have no idea. That's actually a good question. I assume there's still some chance. Like, I assume it will compare my dodge chance against his hit chance. If his hit chance is really high and my dodge chance is really high, there'll still be some amount of chance that I'll get hit. It's like 100 stealth does not mean you're completely invisible, unfortunately. Because with bonuses, I get well over 100 stealth. But, matter of fact, with the armor we're going to put on, we're going to have well over 100 dodge. Unfortunately, it's capped at 100 though, so. To be perfectly clear, getting 100 dodge is turbo useless. Because we're going to be wearing equipment that increases our dodge chance. And we probably could have stopped at like 70 or 80 and still got 100. We're 8% of the way to 100 per dodge. And then we're going to turn block off, and we're going to swap this armor for our actual armor. And we're going to watch our martial arts go to the ceiling. And our poor training partner here is going to get folded into a pretzel. Speaking of which, he has 93 attack. Still 93 dexterity. Has he not been gaining any attack this whole time? He's up to 81 katana. Don't think he's been gaining like any attack skill hardly. Which is weird. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, 100 dodge should definitely mean it'll be very hard for us to get hit. And I'm definitely going to go find some groups of bandits and test this out after we're done with this training. And if it works really well, then I know what I am doing with future characters. Once I finish toughness training and such like, I'll go recruit a friendly bandit after I acquire the ability to imprison people and can get a training weapon. Funny thing is, by equipping a weapon, we'll actually make our character worse now. Because they won't be able to block attacks with their blade nearly as well as if they had just dodged the damn things. Because somehow equipping a sword makes it so you don't dodge? Question mark? Although, if they stumble, they'll still have a chance to dodge, I guess. Maybe. Not sure how that works. Guess we'll find out. Because we are 18% of the way to 100 dodge. This could take so long. This is such a dumb idea. Yay! We are 1/5 of the way to 100 dodge. Oh. Meanwhile, in the rest of the settlement, let's take a quick look at our weapon supplies. We have a few Edge Type 3 ringed sabers. Not very many. Did he just stop producing ring sabers because he ran out of... No. I thought I ordered 10 of the damn things. That is not 10 ring sabers. No, it's 8 of them, okay. Well, clearly we need to order more then. The rest of this stuff should all be loaded up in a backpack and hauled away. However, the person who would normally do that is up here on top of this building, getting the shit kicked out of him. I'm really surprised this guy doesn't have higher melee attack. He's still at 93. Sometimes the game's... I don't know. Our weaponsmith is still at 93 for that matter, and he's barely gone up in experience since the last time I looked at him. Our armorsmith is actually almost at 94. Ooh. Once you get a skill into the 90s, it is so hard to get it higher. Which I guess makes it pretty impressive that we are 23% of the way to dodge 100. And this is with the 1.2 times XP multiplier. And with there being a pretty substantial difference between their melee defense and martial arts skills. We're 27% of the way there. I'm sure this is the riveting content all of you have showed up for. I'm kind of surprised we haven't been hit up by the tax collectors or anything for a while. Wonder if it would have been better to do this on a rounder building so that they would follow the perimeter more. Like, not this one, obviously. But like a larger round one. Problem is I don't know of any of the round ones that actually have a roof that they can shove people around on. We are 31% of the way to dodge 99. Or dodge 100, I mean. Damn it. 32% of the way. You dodge level 100. You are 1/3 of the way to dodge level 100. Oh, we're actually running low on food. Not like running low, but we've used a bunch of it. Our dodge skill is 41, minus 58. That's a pretty big problem. Trying to do martial arts and heavy armor. Not gonna work. Oh. There went the aquarium light. Someday soon, hopefully that will have actual living creatures in it. For now it just has algae. And not enough of that, which is why it doesn't have living creatures in it. Because yes, I actually want algae to grow in my fish tank. I'm trying to set up a brackish shrimp tank. And the specific kind of brackish shrimp I want to raise generally prefer, well, they're kind of omnivorous as far as what they're willing to eat. But generally they will eat algae out of their tank. And so you want a certain amount of algae growing in the tank. So you don't have to feed them very much. And because the algae will help clean up after the shrimp. If you don't have enough algae, you really don't want to put the shrimp in. You need to wait a little longer for it to start to grow. Eventually, once I get a bit of algae growing in there, I can add the shrimp to it, maybe a few snails or something. There's very little else that'll grow in the tank like that. And they should then live happily ever after with very little maintenance. Which isn't quite the same thing as no maintenance, but is a close relative. Yeah, we're definitely not going to keep wearing this armor. There are far too many. I mean, it's fine for our normal characters, but like, halves your assassination skill. 0.20. It only gives you 20% of your stealth. Minus 10 martial arts bonus. And the helmet gives you 60% of your dodge skill. Let's see, leg plates also only give you 60% of your dodge skill. They cut your athletics, they cut your martial arts. Yeah, all kinds of fun and exciting problems. Looks like we have a materials trader on the way. How are we doing stat-wise? We are 47% of the way to 100 dodge. If we weren't so darn close, I'd call it off and just start training martial arts. Yeah, this is taking a long time. Oh, we're almost halfway there. And apparently the guys got stuck. That's good. Hopefully they stay there for a while. There we go, halfway there. 50%. XP. Oh, they've actually got stuck. Oh, damn it. What? Get back here. There we go. Oh, I was hoping we get stuck again, but nope. That was too much to hope for. Far too much to hope for. Just like it was too much to hope for, the devs would write a game that didn't have problems with people phasing through walls. I think the problem is they just used a existing collision library without doing really any customization to it. Make it better support their use case. And usually, if you're doing something, pays to spend a lot of time customizing a little bit, tweaking how it works. Oh, it was made by more than one dude. He's got a small company. It wasn't made by a huge dev team or anything, but they yeah. He definitely bit off a lot more than he could chew. Certainly promised a lot that he would never be able to make. He definitely didn't deliver most of what he promised. Well, I wouldn't say most, but not a lot of. Alright, let's go ahead and open this up, and let's get somebody sent out to talk to the traders. Just to make them go away so they stop yelling at us. Yeah, not interested. Anyway. Where are we at? 58%. Is this worth it? No. No, it isn't. Very much is not. But if I don't get to 100 now, I am never going to get to 100 because of the amount of effort it will require. Will only get worse from this point. This is the most optimal time to do this. Somehow. Still at 93 attack. Either he's not gaining attack XP for this, or the amount of attack XP required to go from 93 to 94 is absurd. So I'm almost forced to believe that it's probably he's not gaining enough. Probably because, oh, it's because our martial arts goes so low. The game considers he's beating up on or the game thinks he's beating up on somebody who has no skill. What we really should be doing if you want his attack skill to go up is get somebody who has really high skill and set them to block only. Yeah, of course. Because I would like to get these 3 guys to just be maxed out as I can possibly get them. While I can. Before recruiting them. The things that are easier to do before recruiting them. So, for example, for the melee attack skill, if we can have a nice compliant dummy who never tries to strike back. Of course, their melee defense is already really high, so that's probably a bad idea. Probably smarter just to go ahead and keep doing force-on-force training with roughly evenly matched guys. I don't know. They're certainly lazier. Probably slower. We are at 64% of the way to dodge level 100. Don't worry, I am not going to level anything else up to 100. This has successfully cured me of any desire to do that. Anyway. If you've hung around here or at any real length of time, you may have figured out that I am quite salty about the Kenshi devs. And there is a long and complicated story behind them. Basically, once upon a time, many years ago, in, I think it was actually 2013. Might have been 2014, but I think it was actually 2013. On the very first version, or one of the very first early access versions of Kenshi was released, before it was even a thing on Steam, long before it was even a thing on Steam, I bought Kenshi through their website, which was at the time the only way to buy it. You would buy the game and then you could download it through their website. You would get a little unlock code that you'd enter into the game once. Basically, you would download the demo and then you would enter the unlock code and it would unlock the full game. So, I spent quite a bit of time playing Kenshi way back when. In those olden days when everything was sand and there was no terrain variation whatsoever, except maybe a mountain here or there. Before you could build anything. The skill list was about as full then as it is now. But there were a lot of skills in there that are long gone at this point and were grayed out. Melee attack and defense weren't a thing. You had separate skills for every weapon. There was a skill for mass combat that never made it. There's all kinds of skills. I don't remember what most of the ones that were cut. It's been so long. But anyway. And then lo and behold, along came Steam Greenlight. And Kenshi was one of the very first games, I think it was made it through the very first round of Steam Greenlight. Which Greenlight is the thing that is no longer, well, a thing. But back then, you couldn't just get a game put on Steam for, like nowadays, getting a game on Steam, you give Valve $100, you list your game. It's that easy. You have to provide like a business bank account for them to put the money into and a few things like that. But basically, you give them $100, you get a game listing. Back then, if you wanted to get your game listed, you had to be somebody. And so, indie developers, it was a very If you could get your game listed on Steam, your success was assured. Because it meant you were going to get the big sales. You were going to make the big money. And you had made it, basically. But it was really hard to get noticed and get Valve to, you know, let you list your game. Well, Greenlight was Valve's first toe tips into the idea of, you know, just dipping their toe in the pond, so to speak, the idea of letting more people onto Steam. And basically, there was a list of games, and people could vote on which games they thought were the best. And the ones that made it through the voting would get onto Steam as early access. I think it was just early access stuff. There was kind of a... It wasn't necessarily a way to get your indie game on Steam, but it was a way to get your early access game on Steam. Which was exponentially harder than just getting your indie game, which was already hard. But anyway. So Kenshi was made it through, I think it was the very first Steam Greenlight round. I don't remember how long Greenlight went for, but it's long gone by this point. Obviously. And pretty much as soon as that happened, the Kenshi devs decided they were no longer really interested in distributing it through their website. And they were certainly no longer interested in providing support for anybody who was getting it through their website. Here's your Steam key, go get it there, shut up. Occasionally, very rarely, they would deign to make a new release and make it available as a torrent or something. But they did not even attempt to keep it up to date. So you would be many versions behind. Usually months and months of development. Sometimes, I think at some points it was over a year behind the non-Steam version versus the Steam version. Which is like, okay, well just get Steam, put your Steam key in, and there you go. One problem. I didn't have internet. So if I wanted to get Kenshi, I had to take my little flash drive and go to the library and use the public computer to download my copy of Kenshi. Which was somewhat problematic, as you might imagine. Especially when they stopped distributing it for normal download and just offered a torrent. It wasn't impossible. It was just very difficult, because then I had to get a torrent client, run it off the flash drive, and it was, you know, possible, but it didn't work very well. Not to mention the fact that I was, like I said, up to a year or more behind the Steam version. And you might get an update if they happen to remember that they were distributing through a different platform. So that may have made me dislike the Kenshi devs a little bit. A little tiny bit. For example, the new Lands update hit Steam. It was a very, very long time after that before New Lands finally was available for non-Steam users. I don't think it ever really properly came out before I finally got internet at home, which didn't happen until like 2017 or something. That, and of course, I bought in back when all the... well, let's say the game I bought and was promised was quite a bit different than what we actually got. It had a lot more features. Not that I necessarily expected all of those features to make it in, but I was at least slightly hopeful that some of them would. Particularly the bigger headline ones. And yeah, pretty much all of those were cut. The big, oh yeah, you'll be able to join a faction military and go take part in big battles and get a little bit of combat experience under your belt before you go off and do your own thing. And yeah, none of that happened. Not even slightly. In other news, though, we are up to 83% of the way to Dodge level 100. And it feels like it's taken longer to get there than it took to get to level 80 in the first place. I'm kind of curious what the actual XP curve in Kenshi looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if the last level was actually significantly harder than a large chunk of the levels before. But anyway. Why do we have a slave hunter inside the walls again? Well, that didn't last long. Okay, so this music sounds pretty about the right level, right? Not too loud, not too quiet. Let's look at the options and see where I set the audio controls. Oh, look. Music volume, 0.03%. Or actually, no, that'd be 3%. 0.03 would be the level. I literally have music set. Be 3%. Because if you don't, that blasted track is so loud, it will blow your eardrums. And I don't know how that made it out the door that way. That seems like a pretty basic quality control thing to check. Like, are the audio levels sort of okay? Because the answer is no. No, they're not. Not even a little bit. "87% of the way." But anyway, despite all my saltiness about the bugs and about, well, the long litany of things that I'm sure I've mentioned over the last several days, I do still like this game. And I do still enjoy playing it quite a lot. It could be way better than it is. More traders? I suppose. Let's go talk to the fools. Oh, we have a Garu inside. Now we have a Garu outside. I kind of wonder what this game would be like if it was put together by a dev team. Like, for example, the team that made, say, Factorio, where they put a lot of work in making sure they exterminated every single bug and made sure that everything was optimized to run perfectly. And everything was carefully polished, and their attention to detail is absurd in some ways. Did they make a perfect game? No. Did they make a game that is technically rock solid with, like, they have, for Factorio, they have a really good automated test suite, which most games don't even contemplate. Because it turns out it's surprisingly hard to write automated tests for video games. And yet, they've got a really good one. I mean, sure, it was easier to write it for a 2D game like that than it would be for a 3D game like this. But it's not that much easier. Like, that's the kind of thing that a big AAA studio making an RTS might do. Might do. 91% of the way there. Oh, so close. And yet, so far. Of course, the funny thing is, they ran their bug tracking out of a literal forum. Which sounds crazy, if you know anything about how bug tracking really kind of should be done. And yet, they somehow ran that damn thing just as well as you would run a bug tracker. Admittedly, with the assistance of dedicated moderators and stuff like that, but still. 93%. I know I brought the Factorio devs up before as shining examples of what a game developer should be. And I'm sure they're not actually quite that amazing, but... they are definitely a cut above a lot that I've seen over the years. Oh, I've seen many, many indie developers who were, well, not that great. They had a vision, and that vision did not include their players having fun, for example. I've seen that one many times before. Sometimes game developers know better than the players do what will be fun. And I'm not saying that to be sarcastic or anything. Sometimes they really do. That's not a joke. but other times they do not. Yeah, you better run. Anyway. Damn it. There we go. Got him unstuck. Go ahead and close the gate. Where'd our training partner go? Uh-oh. Building stuck. Oh, there he is. He's halfway down the steps. Okay, good. Did I make that town? Yes, yes I did. This is our lovely little base. Most of it is slightly haphazard. Hello, Caesar. You saw this earlier. I think it's good. It is good. Despite my constant saltiness. I think it's on sale right now, even. And so, once again, despite my constant saltiness, I would recommend that if it is on sale, you probably should go buy it. I heard something like 50% off. I don't know if that's still going right now, though. Anyway, we're 97% of the way to Dodge 100. This is taking far, far, far too long. $98. I don't think I've ever seen a skill hit 100. This will be interesting. I've seen skills hit 100 with bonuses, but never actually hit level 100. $99. You got all of Valve's games for $6.49. Those are usually pretty cheap nowadays. Almost anytime there's a sale, they're available. Super cheap. And just the Portal games alone are easily worth more than that. But Valve really isn't in it to make money off their games anymore. They're in it to make money off everyone else's games. A lot easier. $100. We're actually gaining XP. I'm not going to see what happens when I gain XP past 100. We're not doing that. Anyway. Let's go ahead and switch back to our actual gear. Instead of this horrible armor. Which is actually really good armor, but it's horrible for our purposes. There. Now, our actual dodge skill actually shows 140. Okay, does it not cap the same way as... Oh wow, our dexterity shows 128 too. Apparently it doesn't cap the same way that stealth does. Interesting. How much do they make a sale on Steam? 15% or something? I don't know. Oh, Valve's cut is 30% from normal sales. Okay, we are basically never going to get hit in the history of probably ever. However, that does make it kind of hard for us to get any hits in, which we need to do if we want to gain any martial arts skill. Kick him. Don't just keep dodging, kick him. This would be where it'd be nice to have sparring, because then we could just tell this guy to stop doing anything and we could just punch him. But nope. So apparently the answer to does dodge 100 make you unhittable? The answer is... May as well. Oh, there we got hit. Okay, look, dude. Actually try to punch him once or twice, okay? We have martial arts skill 50. You would think we would, you know, counterattack once or twice. Oh, I have block turned on, that's why. Okay, there we go. Now that fixes the problem. He's actually trying to counterattack now. I actually got knocked off the roof. Yeah, the big fuss about Epic is that Epic is only charging an 18% cut on at least some of the sales. I don't remember exactly how Epic's cut works. I think it's 18% and they don't charge you royalties if you use the Unreal Engine for sales on the Epic Game Store. Whereas Valve charges like 30%. Unless you sell over a certain amount, and then it's like still pretty high. And they didn't do that until Epic showed up. However, Valve does allow you to sell Steam keys in other stores. Although there's some limitations to that. Namely, you can't offer a better price on other stores. Okay. Well, we've gained 6 martial arts skills so far. Oh, okay. We lose the martial arts skill from weather penalty. Interesting. This guy is never ever going to hit him. Well, okay, that's not true, but very rarely. This dude's melee attack skill is 93. He's got 93 melee attack versus 120 dodge. I said 140 earlier. Dexterity's gone up though. Toughness is at 73. That's... I wasn't paying attention to that. I guess all that dodge training got us quite a bit of toughness too. This guy is going to be the closest thing we have to a combat monster. Oh. And unfortunately, he isn't really going to be able to wear armor because of his other purposes, namely his stealthiness. Okay, with 73 toughness, his health KO point is negative 65. Wound regeneration speed is 0.47. Damage resistance is 30%. I think that just straight up means he resists 30% of his damage. Like, okay, Azumi here, with 30 toughness, gets a negative 24 damage resist. Yeah. High toughness is insanely good. You think the Chrome mobile game store moving to PC is going to flop? They don't seem to advertise anything in mobile games. Surprising number of people like mobile games. Those people are fools, perhaps, but you ever see those statistics about how many people are gamers? And they seem absurdly high. They're including mobile gamers. I mean, a lot of people play computer games. But there's an awful lot of bored females at home, or bored females just anywhere in general, who play mobile games. Now, for that matter, there's a lot of bored guys too, but... Last time I saw my sister playing a video game, it was some stupid match 3 thing on her phone. I told her I was very, very disappointed in her. He had dishonored the whole family. She didn't think I was funny. You're up to 60 martial arts. Well, 62, technically 63. But it's going up pretty quick. The interesting thing about martial arts is the higher your martial arts are, the more special techniques you learn. I don't know if there's anywhere in game that actually lists them. But you'll learn some interesting things you can do to opponents to help disarm them. or not so disarm them, but you know, more fancy techniques. Kind of interested what the list is now. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see. Martial arts, combat techniques. Where is the list? Here we go. Apparently there's a headbutt move, but it's disabled. Alright, bad punch. You can use it up to level 20. Low kick from level 5 to 99. Straight palm strike from 15 to 99. Some of these depend on having certain body parts available and such like. Double punch kind of thing from 25 to 99. A high double punch from 25 to 99. A jump kick from 30 to 99. Or 999. A mega kick from 45 to 99. A jumping knee strike from 55 to 99. Yeah. And they do different amounts of damage and stuff like that. Damage depends on strength, toughness, and the martial arts skill. So you want high strength, high toughness, and high martial arts. Dexterity will only affect attack speed. The plus on arm damage found in some robotic limbs have no actual use and do not affect damage in any way. Well, that's good to know. The Industrial Lifter and the KLR series arms will still do that because they boost strength. For the highest damage output, use 2 Masterwork Industrial Lifter arms. Oh, despite not being a weapon and not weighing anything in inventory, martial arts does have a required strength level as though it were a normal weapon. The level of strength needed is equivalent to 80% of your martial arts skill level. Okay. Because of this, it may be better to train strength up a lot before even starting to work on martial arts if you wish to attack at a normal speed. Backpacks do not reduce your martial arts level, which, yeah, of course. Skeletons apparently can punch a little harder, but it's not enough to really matter. But anyway. The combat techniques aren't actually all that exciting. I was hoping there'd be more interesting things in here. Yeah. Yeah, apparently skill level is not actually capped. Although it may as well be. Robot limbs are incredibly useful as they prevent taking recoil damage when attacking, as well as boosting damage for lifter or KLR arms by a massive degree. Certain armor can negate fist. Yeah, okay, I knew that already. Alright, well, there's nothing really new there to learn. But it does tell me that I probably should get a second set of arms if I actually want to have weapons. How much do the arms weigh? 10 kilos each. Yeah, okay, we probably need to get some more strength training going. Yeah, strength training. We're at 62 strength. we're gonna need to do a lot of strength training if we're gonna train up martial arts really high. I don't have any ranged combatants right now. Largely because making crossbows is just a pain in the ass and I don't feel like it. But there's no particular reason why I couldn't get some. I just don't want to bother training them. But I do have, like, mounted crossbow turrets and stuff on my walls that I can use to shoot guys who come down to my gates. But honestly, crossbows kind of feel like an afterthought. They're not nearly as fleshed out as the melee stuff is. They use the same quality levels as armor, instead of the much larger number of quality levels that the weapons have. And they, I don't know. They're just less interesting to me. Although it is cool that they finally did add crossbows. They were missing from the game for the longest time. Despite being a skill that was added like way back in some of the earliest versions. What is the lore of this game? Well, as near as I know it, way, way back at some distant point in history, nobody really knows when, there was an empire of some sort that ruled this place. And they, for some reason, something happened, empire destroyed, and the remnants of said empire are what's left. Except not quite. Because when most people talk about the old empire, they're actually talking about the second empire. And the second empire was founded by skeletons after the destruction of the first empire. Skeletons being robots. So, like this guy's legs and arms look pretty robotic. That's because he has replacement limbs made from skeleton arms and legs. Anyway, I don't have any actual skeletons here that I can usually show off, so. But there's still plenty of skeletons in the world. Anyway, so the Second Empire was founded by skeletons. And it ran for who knows how long before it somehow fell as well, although it's hinted at in the game that it fell to a rebellion. The humans rebelled against the skeletons or something. There's not really a whole lot of detail involved in this. Interestingly, if you go looking in the right spots, apparently you can actually run into the Emperor of the Second Empire, still alive. Because of course, as a skeleton, there's no reason for him to have died of old age. Also, there's bastards knocking on my door. Okay. Uzumi, you go there. Dread, you go there. Jack, you go there. Click. You go there. Ah, shit, I need to turn them all off passive before I can do that. Okay, Uzumi, you go there. Red, you go there. Jack, you go there. Click, you go there. Go. Hopefully before that door gets beaten down. There we go. Well, 2 of them managed to get through. Not that it did them much good. And we've got a few slavers here. I'm surprised they're not getting shot. I guess they haven't done anything actually hostile, so as soon as that changes, they will get the heck shot out of them. Oh, shit. I would appreciate, Dread and Izumi, if you would both go down here and turn passive on again and stop shooting at my training dummy. That can flick or on the ground, shouldn't be able to shoot at him. Because somebody shot an arrow over here and hit this poor dude. Did they actually do any real damage? A little bit, maybe? Yeah, but not much. Flick, on the other hand, is actually slightly wounded. Izumi, why is your backpack off? Oh yes, I know why. Pass that to Slick, please. Slick. Heal thyself. There. Go back to fighting. Izumi, outside. Sonic, outside. Let me close that door. We do not need this guy escaping. He is far too valuable for that. Anyway. So, lo and behold, all these many, many years ago, the Second Empire fell to probably rebellion, although I don't think the game ever says clearly what exactly it fell to. And that leads into the present day, where we have the various human kingdoms all over the place. There are several large factions scattered around. The green cities you see here are all united cities. They kind of cover this area mostly and apparently have a small presence down here. These cities here, I don't know who owns those actually. Although if you see references to Catan Scrap Masters, that's apparently where they are. This city is kind of owned by a bunch of random people, not really by anybody in particular. This, I'm pretty sure, is also UC. It's just not marked properly. This is owned by a random group that only owns one city. These 3 in here are Holy Nation. They are a xenophobic bunch of asshats. Up here we have a city way up in the mountains that's owned by the Tech Hunters, who are a group of humans who roam around trying to find old technology from the First Empire, or the Second Empire for that matter. In here, this area is owned by the Shek Kingdoms. Or the Shek Kingdom, I guess I should say. They, as you may imagine, do not get along very well with the Holy Nation, which is why there's kind of a war zone in between them. This is destroyed city in between the two. Over in this area is a bunch of some kind of hive-dwelling humanoid bug things. I'm not sure what their lore is. I've never really looked into them very much. Apparently there's a second hive group somewhere around, but I'm not actually sure where. Maybe in here, at a guess. There's some cannibals somewhere around up here in the north. Yeah, all kinds of things. This section here is interesting because there's giant beams of energy coming down out of the air, randomly striking the terrain and just burning it for a few seconds in a spot before moving on. My completely uneducated guess is that they're supposed to be beams from like a power satellite of some kind that is no longer hitting its receiver. We're at 71 martial arts already, by the way. But I really have no idea if that's actually what it is, or, you know, actually what it's supposed to be. I do know that if you get caught in one of those beams, they will roast you for a pretty good chunk of health. I'm guessing it's remnants of some kind of First Empire thing. Uh-oh. Our training partner is attempting to escape. Get your ass back here. I'm not done training with you yet. But anyway, very little is known about the First Empire, except they had some pretty incredible technologies. Like, say, the skeletons. And the skeletons claim not to know anything about it either. Would I have considered a city or a nation? Not really either. We're just kind of a dinky little faction. There are quite a few factions in the game. I don't think this is even all of them. Anti-slavers who we haven't met yet. There's like 50 bazillion different individual bandit gangs who are... yeah. A lot of even these neutral ones are bandit gangs. Rebel farmers are an anti-UC faction. They'll attack us sometimes. Sand ninjas will attack us sometimes. There's Shek Kingdom. Nobi thieves are a thief group that you can pay to join. Skeleton bandits. Not sure who the skeletons faction is. Skin bandits. They're interesting, shall we say. Slave hunters, slave traders, starving bandits, Holy Nation. Not sure why they don't like us. Maybe we may have caused a few problems. Traders Guild, United Cities. I don't know who this United Heroes League is supposed to be, but I see their guys go past occasionally. Western Hive. I think theirs is another hive too. Maybe we haven't run into them, so they're not showing up on the list. There's definitely more than one hive faction. But anyway, there's definitely more factions than this shows here too. The map isn't all that large. It seems large, but when you actually get guys who are good at running, you can cover it really quickly. But it is relatively dense. These are not even close to all the locations that are on it, but these areas are semi-explored okayly, I guess. All kinds of random places. Some valuable, some not. Tower of Goats. That was a tower that literally was just full of wild goats. I don't know what the story behind that was. Various places in here I've never been. Most of the places on the map I discovered because I bought maps from people that showed the location. Fallen Tower is quite literally just a tower laying on its side across a canyon. The swamp. Not a nice place. Very dingy and dreary. The crater, also not a nice place. Well, it would be an okay place if it wasn't for certain things, shall we say. Spider Plains. I will leave you one guess as to why that's named what it's named. Anyway. All kinds of places to visit. A lot of them I have never visited. I think I've gone up to Leviathan Coast maybe once, but I certainly never spent much time there. Cannibal Plains, which are named that for probably obvious reasons. Never really spent any time there. Okay, I have been in the Floodlands before. I don't think I've ever been in Obedience. I don't know what's here. Yeah, I've definitely never been into the Fog Islands. I don't think I've ever been to Raptor Island. Like, this whole top quadrant of the map I haven't really explored much. This whole bottom part of the map I've only recently sort of explored, only a little bit. This bottom part, parts of it I've explored pretty well, parts of it I've hardly ever explored. The center I've been to quite a few times. This top part, it's a desert. There's not much to say about it. But there's definitely a lot of things to be seen yet on the map that I have not seen. And then there's various things you can do that will cause the world state to change. Generally it's tied to specific individuals, which is somewhat limiting, but like you kill the leader of this faction and that faction will lose a certain city or something. Or kill a leader, I should say. Or you free a certain person from a prison and their faction will start sending out more patrols or... Obedience sounds like where the old Empire might be. Well, I know where he's at, but I'm not going to say. What is our... Okay, we're up to about 74 or so martial arts. Actually, we're not actually at that. What are we at? Yeah, 74, okay. So we have bonuses that are being offset by weather penalties. Okay, I see. Strength is at 62. Toughness 73, dexterity 91, perception 12. How to get my willing sparring partner? Well, they're not really a willing sparring partner. If I click on them, you can see that their name is Starving Vagrant of the Vagrants faction. Namely, they are a bandit that attacked us and who I press-ganged, shall we say, into our training cadre. They are equipped with armor that I made myself and given a weapon from a mod that I have installed that specifically is designed to deal no damage. As a matter of fact, I am also equipped with a weapon from that same mod that does no damage. A different weapon. So they have a training katana and I have a training martial artist binds. And so here we are. Sparring is not a thing that the vanilla game has, unfortunately. So you can't take two of your guys and order them to spar. It doesn't work. It's not possible. But you can capture a bandit and then give them a modded weapon that does no damage. Actually, apparently there's like a weapon somewhere in the game that does no damage. That can be discovered. But there are a lot of arrows stuck on the roof from when they were trying to shoot him before I realized what was going on. Oops. Anyway. There apparently is a weapon somewhere in the vanilla game that can be found that does no damage already. That can be used for training. But with the modded weapons, it's much easier because, well, we have a whole box of all the different kinds of weapons in the game. Or all the different classes of weapons in the game. So we can train in all the possible weapon skills. We have katanas, one of which is missing because it's being used by our training partner right now. We have clubs for training blunt weapons. We have longswords for training saber. We have cleavers for training hacker. We have staves for training polearm. And then we have a small selection of actual damaging clubs that are here for encouraging our training partners to stop when it is time to stop training. And then we have a set of training planks for training heavy weapons. All the major weapon classes. Except crossbow. Because they don't have a crossbow that deals no damage for training shooting. I guess that would be too easy, I don't know. I think this mod came out before crossbows were a thing. And of course there's the training martial artist spines. Which generally martial artists don't actually use a weapon, but somehow this is a weapon that is used by martial artists that does no damage. It's weird. How far am I into the campaign? There isn't really a campaign. So this game is very much just a sandbox. There's no story to follow. It's whatever little tidbits of lore you happen to find when you're out exploring or whatever. There is a tech tree that you can research that contains all kinds of interesting things. Mostly for crafting better stuff. Building bigger base. Which you don't have to build a base if you don't want. This is entirely optional. If I decided not to build a base, I could be just running around with my guys and beating stuff up. And yeah, there's no real reason to build a base except that I want to, because I want to be able to make my own things instead of buying them. So we make our own food. We make our own weapons and armor in this room, this building here. Medical supplies are made in the hospital here. Make our own electronic components to some degree. Mine all of the ores out of the ground. But as far as where we are in the tech tree, we're actually pretty close to the end. We're missing some important technologies that I would like to have, but we've got a lot of the main stuff. We have the highest tier walls available in the game, for example. We have most of the endgame structures and stuff like that. There's just a few technologies, like for example hydroponics, that we don't have yet. I'm not sure how many hours. Let's see, can I check that in the load game screen? Does it say? Well, it's day 212, but I'm not sure how many hours I've spent on this save. It doesn't say. Here in these other cages, we have our other two sparring partners. We have 3 of them. So we can train up to 3 people at a time. The invading city and take it over? No. You can sometimes control who controls a city in a very limited way by like killing the city's leader or something. Then another faction will take it over, but only specific other factions. And you definitely can't take it over yourself. There's a city right over here called the Hub. A lot of game starts will start you in the Hub because it's pretty central to the world. Kind of right in the middle of everything. The Hub has only 2 buildings in it that are still upright, basically. There's a thief tower and there's a bar. That's it. Everything else is totally destroyed. Ruins everywhere. And you can't take the Hub over. You can buy a lot of the ruins and rebuild them. You can build stuff inside those buildings after you bought them. But even if you buy all the ruins and own everything except that tower and the bar, you still aren't considered to own the city. There's nothing you can do that will actually get you control of that city. And to the same degree, no matter what I build here in this base, it won't act like a normal city. It's just my little faction base. It might have a cool city icon on the map, but it'll never have NPCs living in it. Or anything of that sort. So I guess building your own city is the closest you can get, and even that isn't quite the same. Oh. Raiders. We appear to have a guy who phased through the wall yet again. There we go. Oh. Thank you very much for the follow. It's a germ. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. We are currently engaged in martial arts training against our helpful trainer here, who currently doesn't have a name because he can't name guys from other factions. Let's see. We are up to 81 martial arts skill. Really? No. No, we're not. Because that's with bonuses. We would actually be 77 martial arts skill, which is probably about enough, and we probably should stop. Because while earlier I did train all the way up to level 100 dodge, because I wanted to see what would happen, it was not worth it. Your crossbow training while tracking down bounties? And that vagrant stats? Oh yeah. I have been using this guy to train. I have 2 others just like him in these 2 cages. But I've been using all 3 of them to train my guys. He's trained 6 people so far. These 3 have. They've trained up together with 2 guys each. He is not particularly tough, which is kind of a problem with this form of training. Although actually, good old Slick here is up to 74 toughness, just from dodge training, so I wasn't even trying to train toughness with dodge training. I was just training dodge. Now, admittedly, I trained it to 100, which was stupid and took way too long, but I'm using the training weapons mod, so I have weapons that do 0 damage that I can use specifically for live training with bandits. You always encumber yourself to tank your martial arts if needed in the end. Yeah, I used that to tank my dodge to help a little bit with that. but that doesn't actually help you gain experience faster with in any important way. Unfortunately. How old is this game? The very first early access version came out in 2013. It didn't actually release until quite a bit after that. I don't remember what year. Yeah, in any case, my martial arts is probably high enough at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the training binds. Save the game. And let's find out what happens to our poor training dummy here. This little chunk of damage here was when I had a bandit problem outside the gates. And I put somebody up on the tower to shoot at them. And I didn't realize the guy in this tower could shoot over at our training thing that was going on the roof at the time. Which is why we only have people stationed on the walls right now. Anyway. This guy is going to get his ass kicked very quickly. Oh, shit. Okay, that is why we saved the game. He just kicked his arm off. Yeah, that... Nobody saw a thing. Okay, the usual way to subdue a prisoner is that we normally have these prisoner subdual weapons here, aka iron clubs, and then we beat the shit out of them until they fall over. And usually they don't stay down for long, so it's kind of a quick grab them and stick them back in their cage. Also, because both of them are quite high level, it takes quite a while to actually do much damage. But, because his weapon does no damage and our weapon does do damage, despite the somewhat annoying healing in between hits, there we go. Usually they go down quickly enough that it's not a problem. Alright, back in your cage. And we'll go ahead and apply first aid, because we got to keep our training dummies in good shape. Loot them, take back our training katana, put it back in its required container. And there we go. Now we just need to run around and pop off everybody's food. And we're set for the next time we need to do some training. And eventually, when I'm done training everybody, I have the recruitable prisoners mod. So I'm going to recruit these guys. Which is one reason why I'm perfectly happy to train them up, and why I'm very careful to make sure they never escape. Because they are very, very valuable to me. They are my ticket to, that's Edge Type 3. Yeah, alright. We'll store that in the training weapon box. Over there. Alright. They are very, very important to me. They are future cornerstones of my army. And since they're starving bandits, they should only cost a little bit of food to recruit. Gotta head off to eat and stuff. Have a great stream. Oh, see you later. Thank you very much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Okay. Go ahead and fill everybody's inventory back up with food. So when I forget about them next time, I don't starve them to death. Because that would be annoying. There we go. Everybody's been fed. Alright, we are armored up. Now, I think I was going to give him martial art binds, but I didn't realize until after I thought about it for a second that that's actually a dumb idea. If they escape, do they come back and attack, or is it randomly generated enemies? It's randomly generated enemies for these guys anyway. So they will, if they escape, they're probably gone and you're likely to never see them again. There's always a chance you might see them, I guess. So this martial artist binding, it gives us a little bit more attack damage, I guess, but it's not enough to matter. What I do want to see, though, if I can get a masterwork grade chain, which Azumi has. Here, get your ass over here. There we go. You can wear a specialist grade for now. Okay, so he has masterwork grade chain. That does reduce his stealth. But I want to see... Yeah. Oh wait, no, we have to swap his legs out too. I forgot. Let's go grab our journey pack. I think we're gonna go on a trip anyway soon. I kind of want to go to Black Desert City and see if I can find some cool arms before I end stream. Okay, there's his journey pack. Yeah, we've got some industrial lifter arms and stuff, but they're crap ones. Well, crap ones. They're actually good quality ones, but they're not amazing quality ones. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing if I can find a pair of Masterwork Scout legs. Well, thank you very much for the follow, K-Tips. Really appreciate it. How do you recruit more people other than imprisoning starving poor people? Well, the recruiting starving poor people is a mod. The normal way to recruit people is to hire them in bars. Okay, so we do still have over 100 stealth even while wearing that chain shirt. Alright, that's actually very good. We might have to remove the chain shirt if we're trying to get over encumbered or something and still want to sneak, but... 100% coverage of arms and chest. With actually pretty decent protection. On a light armor. Don't mind if I do. Alright, I do believe that we are, once we swap out these limbs again, to our Go Fast limbs, we're good to go to Black Desert City and try to spend a bunch of money. Probably should grab a little more food before I go, though. Oh wait, we have plenty of food in our journey pack. Oops. We don't need that much food. Also, we don't need this many medical supplies, really, but here we are. Fine, let's go into the hospital. Oh wait, that's one other thing I want to do before I leave. I just built a skeleton bed, I might as well use it. Instead of going to Black Desert City and paying to use it, we can use the free one. Get our limbs repaired up to max. Which is apparently 130 for all of our existing limbs. Okay. Nice. If you have a skeleton bed, replacing all of your arms and legs, really good idea. Okay, let's open the door. That's a lot of dead guys. Close the door. They can be outside and somebody else's problem. Okay. Black Desert City. Right in the heart of the Deadlands. One of the coolest places in the game, in my opinion, simply because of what is there. Namely, awesome stores. 2 of them. Also, this guy is absurdly fast because he has 90 athletics and he has specialist scout legs. So like, we are running at max game speed, but even at normal game speed, he just covers ground. There's nothing in the game even close to the speed except maybe beak things, and they're only 33 miles per hour, not 43. Through the Black Desert, which is a somewhat hazardous environment, but we'll take a little bit of chest damage, but not enough to matter. Now, hopefully he doesn't try to go swimming in here. He's done that before. Okay. Here we are, Black Desert City. And here's our destination, the robotics shop. This is, to my knowledge, the only place in the game where you can buy high-quality robotic limbs. There might be more, but this is about the only one. Let's see. I'm looking for Masterwork stealth legs. There's a right Masterwork stealth leg. I'll take that. I'll sell my specialist right stealth leg. This increases stealth from by, let's see, 7 points. That's not bad. Also 1% more athletics. Swimming bonus is still the same, aka minus 25. So now we need a left Masterwork stealth leg. I don't think they have one. They have a specialist quality one, which we already have. They have another right Masterwork one, but no left one, unless it's down here. Oh wait, there we go. Masterwork stealth leg, left. Oh yes. Okay, we have a pair of Masterwork stealth legs. Now, scout legs. Masterwork left. I'll buy that. There's a specialist left. Specialist right. I don't think they have... Yeah, they don't have it. Aw. Okay. Now, Masterwork Thief Arm, right. Now we need Masterwork Thief Arm left. Ooh, right there. Awesome. Okay, let's sell our existing arms. We're now completely armless. In the vanilla game, the Thief Arm left doesn't exist. That's a mod. For some bizarre reason, they forgot to add that or something. Oh yes, we need to swap out. This is left scout leg. Sell that. Install this. Okay. That gives us 7% more athletics. And reduces the stealth from minus 19 to minus 8. That's not bad at all. Okay, so we've got Masterwork Stealth, or Masterwork Thief's Arms, which increase lockpicking, thievery, and dexterity by a large amount. Which is cool and all, but what we really want is Industrial Lifter Arms. Masterwork quality. If I can find them. And I don't think we're going to be able to. Can you wipe out small factions? No, I don't think so. Well, it depends. Some of them you can maybe if you kill their leader. Oh, there's a right Masterwork lifter arm. There's a Masterwork left KLR series arm. Plus 10% strength. What's this? Plus 23% strength. Yeah, it's not even similar. Ooh, there's a specialist left one. I think that's the closest we're going to get. Aw. Yeah. Alas. Only specialist. It is 3% less strength. Oh no, how terrible. I think we're going to run the lifter arms most of the time. Because, let's be honest here, we don't actually need the thief's arms except when we're trying to lockpick something. There. We're carrying 46 kilos and we're considered to be weightless. I am really curious what our strength is considered to be now. 87. We have plus 25 strength. Martial arts is 89 with plus 12. Although part of that plus 12 is 8 from being indoors. And 108 dodge. What with plus 8 from being indoors. Could be higher than that. Dexterity is minus 20. Oh, injuries. Okay. Just started Stellaris. Any advice? I don't think I even own Stellaris. So I can't really offer much advice there. So this is the one really awesome shop that's here. The other really awesome shop is over here at the other end of town. What is our new top speed? 45 miles per hour. We didn't gain a whole lot, but we gained definitely some by buying the better quality legs. But we only went from the second best legs to the absolute best legs. That wasn't like a huge jump up. This place is called the Scrap House. Well, the building itself is called Scrap Yard, but on the map it's called the Scrap House. And here, in the middle of an old abandoned factory, which... Come on, devs, you couldn't just throw random scrap and junk around this building to make it look like it's kind of dirtied up. But anyway, there's a little store. And this store, assuming you don't craft your own, is the best place to buy high quality weapons of all kinds. And in the vanilla game, it sells stuff that is slightly higher quality than even the very best you can craft sometimes. So like in the vanilla game, you can't get Edge Type 3. So this Desert Saber would be slightly better than anything you could make. And the Edge Type 2 stuff that's in here somewhere. Let's see. That would be the very best you could make with a top level smith who got a critical success. Go to bed? I will go to bed soon. Top quality crossbows, all kinds of different weapons. Blueprints for weapons, which is what I'm actually here to look for. Okay, I think I already know most of these. I'm not actually here for a blueprint for a weapon. I'm looking for a blueprint for an armor. And it looks like it's not here. Also, they have a small supply of engineering research and AI cores, although this does not... These do not regenerate after you buy them. So they're a one-time thing. I'm really tempted to buy them, but I'm not going to. I haven't bought them so far, and I'm going to hold off. Because everything I need can be found out there in the world. I just need to actually go look for it. Or continue to go looking for it, I guess. Yeah, there was a piece of armor that they can sell a blueprint for that I was hoping they might have, but they didn't. Alright, anyway. This place is very well worth a visit if you don't have a big base capable of crafting high top level weapons. For me, it's not particularly useful outside of its ability to sell me blueprints and stuff. Although there are better places to get rare blueprints. You are not going to swim across that, you idiot. Do not even think about it. You will take the bridge like a civilized human being. There we go. Yeah, they have some AI cores, some ancient science book, and some engineering research for sale there always. But they don't resupply. So once you bought them, that's it. You can't buy them again. And I would rather not buy them. Because honestly, the only thing to do in this game is to explore and find cool loots. And once I've gotten all the technology research, there goes like 90% of the cool loots. Anyway, from this point, hopefully you won't attempt to swim. Alright. Back into the Black Desert, which has damaging swarms of dust that can get into your lungs and cause chest damage. Which hopefully we won't run into any along the way. Nope. Okay, we got out scot-free. Over there is the Eye. A large dust cloud around its oddball structure. And off here to our other side, is Tengu's Vault, which is a prison. As for who is stored in the vault, well, I guess that's for later. We may or may not ever visit that place in this run. Probably may not. And here we are, back at home sweet home. With our awesome new arms. Let's just go rest up in the hospital for a bit. Get our chest injuries taken care of. Oh. Anyway. There are many, many places we need to visit at some point. Many things that need to be done. Oh yes, these idiots are on the turrets and they won't get off the turrets and go eat. I forgot about that. Go eat, you fools. Probably should just go ahead and open up the main front door. It's not like we can't smack any bandits that might try to come in quite easily. At this point, these three have been trained. These three have been trained. This one especially. Because he's now a trained martial artist in addition to all the other combat training he did. So we just need to train these three. And we'll have our primary group trained. And then we have these 5 yet. And once everybody's trained, we'll recruit our 3 trainers and add them to the group. And then, yeah. The 2 that were on the turrets were already off passive. But everybody else was on passive still. You have to turn them off passive to even get on the turrets. They will refuse to use a turret if they're on passive. It's annoying. But anyway, it is 11:30. And that is a solid hour after I would normally end. And I don't want to have to deal with trying to upload a longer than 12-hour VOD to YouTube. It's not fun. So, I think we're going to call it here. We have about, a little over half of our group trained up. Some of them more than others. Some of them a lot more than others. We have our smiths cranking out top quality gear fairly consistently. Consistently enough that it's not a problem to get demand the best. Unless it's chainmail, because that shit just takes way too long to make. We could make more improvements to our industry. But honestly, beyond eventually moving all our farming to hydroponics, there's not much point. But I'm not quite done with this group yet. Let's close the gate. That future me doesn't have to deal with bandits because he forgot to close the gate up or park people on the defenses. Anyway, let's save the game. It looks like Abby's playing RimWorld. We'll probably end up raiding Abby. Tomorrow is going to be the Red Alert 3 that I had scheduled for today. So that will be the standard evening after work stream. And then we will see from there. I have no idea if Thursday Barotrauma is still a thing anymore. But we will see. If AF wants to run that, then we will be doing it. If he doesn't, then I'm not sure. Something will happen. And I think we'll be back on Saturday and Sunday at the end of the week, which is going to be coming quite quickly, considering that it is Tuesday already, with more Kenshi. But until then, I hope you all have fun watching Avi play RimWorld. It should be a glorious disaster. I don't think he's that experienced with it, but he's been playing for a little while now, so he's probably not a complete noob anymore. I admit I didn't watch very much of it last night after I raided him, but I kind of fell asleep and actually got a good night's sleep for once. But anyway, until tomorrow, I hope you all have an awesome night, and I will see you all later. Good night and goodbye.